night. So
Isn't it a problem that they are allowed to go out when they are like terrorists? Shouldn't they be inside until they are like more rehabilitated?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, when they are released for good, will the government have a place for them?
No, the problem with, when they release them for good, the government will give them some money and give them
To
start some business. So they will release them to go back to their area.
So after a long meeting with that very important person inside that office here to get into the rehabilitation center, or at least he thought himself that he was very important, a little annoying type, if you know what I mean. But the thing is, it got me in more troubles than a solution to get inside the rehabilitation center, because it seems that all the stuff I was doing, I just been doing, you know, I was not allowed. I needed a permission for everything from the governor, not even from the general. I mean, I needed from the governor to visit all these other places with the Boko Haram and the ones who fight them and everything like that to document it. He was like, which company are you from? Where are you from? I never heard about that, anyone like getting a permission for that without a license from the governor and etc. etc. So I was just like, no, don't worry, I just got a picture with them because I could see where things were going, right? Did you take any videos and stuff like that? But I was like trying to kind of man flirt. I'm like, okay, I see, I totally understand. So you're from here, I heard you were in the military doing a really good job, so I just changed a little subject, he forgot about what I actually just did, which was not allowed.
Anyway, I don't give up so easily, even rejected with a warning from the general. So we head on to another Boko Haram rehabilitation camp, trying to get access, this time the biggest with many hundreds inside.
This is the place. Yeah, this is the headquarters of the rehabilitation center. Maiduguri, which is the rehabilitation center of Boko Haram, basically.
I managed to get inside for a short while, but without filming much, because all eyes were on me, and suddenly I needed to speak with the manager running this place. He told me politely I needed to leave immediately. My contact also told me the general from before had called all the rehabilitation camps and likewise places, warning them. But this is filmed from inside the rehabilitation camp, and this is Boko Haram.
Salam.
Then I heard that the Boko Haram repenters, or as you know, many still with Boko Haram minds, were preparing to get out in the bush and fight. So now the military armed them, so we drove back. But it definitely didn't feel more secure.
Not me, thank you. Oh, a little more to think about now, because all of them, they have like weapons here as well. So they are former Boko Haram, so you will never know what they're going to do. But they're actually going in the bush now, right? In the bush. Even here in the night, they will go out. You will sleep in the bush also?
I'm living like one month in the bush. So they're spending month in the bush before come back.
So now when they go, there will be 1 month?
There is some people now, they come. Some people, they come. They go and replace the person they come and relax more.
So they go on shift?
Yes.
Yeah.
Some come in, some go.
Yeah, so they will go out and hunt their old friends, I guess. But it's still very crazy to think about that these people, they have killed a lot of people when they were like in Boko Haram, and then so just now being here with all these former Boko Haram is just crazy, because as you probably know, they did a lot of evil stuff, all of them probably, but now they are trying to do the right thing, or I'm not sure if they are forced to it, and they can probably turn side every moment. Okay, so this was interesting. So now their kind of leader was here, and they were giving ammunition out to these former Boko Haram, because now they're going out in the bush, and he wouldn't let me allow to film that, because the military is also coming, because they will go together with the military, and these former Boko Harams will show the military where their old friends, where the Boko Haram are, so they can tell their locations. So that's why they go together with the military to hunt them down and fight them. Repenters are former Boko Haram. So all these people here, they were Boko Haram. They killed a lot of people. but they went into rehabilitation. Now I want to ask these old Boko Haram, but now repenters, some questions.
Wadda bukatan tambaya wanda tsofin Boko Haram da suka yi repentance suka yi switching suka dawo suna taimakawa vigilantes civilian JTF suke fighting da su shine ke son yayi.
Was it because of money or
Saboda kuɗi ko saboda
poverty?
Okay, they say they don't have this answer.
They don't want.
Shima yace, don't worry. Shima yace, if there is any answer, if you doesn't refuse to answer, just say you don't have answer.
Yeah, that's okay. You can refuse to answer also.
I gane kawai ana son ya za a yi mutane suka zama Boko Haram. Boko Haram, they are killing people. So what's the reason they're killing people? Because of the money, or because of the religion, or because of what? That's why he wants to know.
Yeah. I'm thinking about now, when you see a white person like me now, because when you see a white person like me now, because you were indoctrinated to hate me, you were indoctrinated to kill me, you should kill all Westerns, right? How do you feel when you see me now? Do you feel the same, like, is he bad, is he evil, or how is it?
Da kuka gan farin mutum ya zo wurinku da lokacin da Boko Haram suna jin he says they are very comfortable with you, they don't have like anything in their mind.
Oh, okay. I hope that, and not 2 minutes later they will kill me out here. I'm joking.
Just when I'm standing here, joking, thinking I'm okay, there comes this man from the side with something hidden inside his jacket, approaching me, but luckily getting stopped by one of the others. They took him away, and I was later told he had a knife in his jacket, which he tried to attack me with. This is where I realized that many of these people will never change. They are still Boko Haram terrorists inside, now just being paid by others for a moment. Many don't regret a single thing, and this guy would have been a hero of Boko Haram if he stabbed me and finished the white Western guy for good. And later my contact was told he had a knife under the jacket, but I guess he's just taken into the rehabilitation camp again, or probably just still walking around freely.
Stop him, see why you are.
And their mind are already fucked up.
Yes.
So you never know what they can do.
Yes, that's why you stop him.
Yeah.
That's why you stop him.
Because maybe if he killed me, if he go back to Boko Haram one day, he would be a hero.
Yes.
That's why.
Yes.
This is actually very dangerous to be here for a white man, because their mind can just change like that and then stab you.
Yes.
I'm very happy that you saw the same as me.
But back to this meeting with these former Boko Haram, or still Boko Haram, who knows?
That they say, you know you, me, I don't know you, I know they tell you.
You understand?
Yeah.
Because he say you are a news person,
Yeah.
and he can't tell you his story because just like that he doesn't know you.
No,
he doesn't know
I
where you
understand.
come from. He can't.
Yeah, no problem. When they are killing people out in the bush, I mean, why do they also kill other Muslims?
Me yasa mutane suke kashe musulmai irin Boko Haram? Me yasa suke kashe musulmai a jeji tunda sun ce wancan musulmai ne?
I am not a chicken wasu.
So as a Boko Haram, how many people did you kill, you think?
Ka taɓa kashe mutum nawa a Boko Haram?
No, you're not answering. You will not answer.
This man say he killed like 100 people.
100 people. So you killed, normal people around Maiduguri and in the bush.
Ajeji, the cikin Maiduguri ko kuma Ajeji. Only in the bush.
Only in the bush. What was your age when you started?
Shekaran ka nawa ka fara fada da su?
Shekara na goma.
10 years.
10 years, starting with the gun.
Ka so fara da bindiga. Yes.
And the elders, they forced you to kill.
Manyan da suka dinga sa ku kuna kashewa.
Manyan ne suna nema kuma.
Yes, the elders they give them instruction to kill.
Wow. Yeah. So this guy, he killed more than 100 people.
Yeah.
And now he's hopefully on the right path. You needed to burn villages? You even needed to kill children and women, like everyone, right? That's how it is.
Yes. No, they say the big one, they are married. If they capture the ladies, they can't kill the ladies.
Okay.
They are married them. Let me narrate in the Hausa. When an kama mata, ba a kashewa ana aura ne. Am I right? Yes, they are married. If they catch the women, so they are spraying. They are married women because they doesn't have plenty women in the place.
No.
So that they doesn't kill women. If they carry women, they marry her. So they can't kill it. And the small kid, they can't rape him because he never reach that age.
Okay.
You understand?
Look at this. Who would have thought that I could just go here and meet these former Boko Haram and without killing me now?
Turn 'em up. From Biafra land to the whole world. Now who they talk? The voice of Biafra. We know they hide again, we don't show face. Children wake up in no fit race. From village squad to overseas, everybody they have frequency. We they stand the dig bar, no shaking. No more silence, we they breaking. From the east side to the diaspora, now we be the real voice of Biafra. Biafra, make them hear us. Biafra, nobody can stop us. Fire they burn, anywhere you they make it tune and done. Signal down strong, we don't reach everywhere. From Africa go Europe, then they hear I'm clear. We they talk truth, we know they fear.
I'm Barrister Daliop Solomon Manturi, the National President of Birom Youth Molder Association, presently in NTV community where women and youth came out en masse and staged a protest over the unwarranted arrests and detention of unarmed young people who were offering complementary security services to the existing federal security on ground by helping them with the intel and to also cover some loopholes where if there is any suspicious movement, they could call on the conventional security for needed response. But we learned from them, 4 of them that are here behind me, were giving such a service, and military personnel from nearby community, Mejanke, came into this community and arrested these young people and whisked them to Gashish FOB. That was on Saturday, a day before yesterday. And it was around 9 p.m. of Saturday. And surprisingly, even the community leadership came out and confronted and inquire from the military personnel that why have you arrested these young men that are keeping watch over this environment? Can I have these boys back? They said no, that they were arrested, one, for moving in the late hours, and secondly, for playing snooker, which there is no snooker in that place. It's an old stock that has already been destroyed. There is no possible for people to have been using that snooker. And thirdly, that they were drunkards. And I don't know where in Nigeria that drunkenness has been termed as an offense that will warrant an arrest of people, and then they are kept in continued detention for good 2 days. And not only that, they were brutalized, they were subjected to all sorts of inhuman treatment as if they are not members of human family in this environment. So that particular act is highly condemnable and unacceptable. And we call on the relevant security agency, particularly the Operation Enduring Peace, to please, as a matter of urgency, arrest those individuals, those security personnel that arrested these 4 people and investigated them, because as far as we are concerned, for them to have come and arrested young people that never had arms. Imagine if these guys were in possession of knives, what would have happened? They would have been possibly dead by now. And imagine if they were vigilante in possession of these then guns, they would have massacred them in this particular environment. So that one is condemnable. And the attackers, look at their houses all over this environment. We've never heard of one-day military operation going to sack their house, going to arrest the militant. But when the innocent locals who are trying to develop their self-defense mechanism out of courage will now be arrested and then tagged as terrorists, as bandits. It is not only here this incident happened. 3 days ago, an incident occurred around Downwall in Riom local government. The military were invited. That this is a situation. When they went there, the young people that gathered courage to evacuate one of the victims that was brutalized and injured fatally by the Fulanis and their terrorist cohort, when they were rushed to the hospital, on their return home, the same military went and arrested these young people, tagged them as Birom terrorists, circulated their photos, and today they are in detention at the STA facility in Jos. The question to ask is that, who then are the killers of Plateau people? Who are the ones giving encouragement to the armed people to come? Because if unarmed and few individuals that are trying to stage a defense set mechanism in their location against external intruders that come with sophisticated weapons and then are arrested and are not in any way, the communities are not giving security cover, how much more then of our security as people in this general area? It is very obvious by our firm position that those repentant Boko Haram that were conscripted into the Nigerian military are the ones deployed to Plateau and are the ones perpetrating this, and are now projecting the military as complicit. Otherwise, why should there be this kind of arrest?
What happened? Tell us what happened immediately after the arrest of these civilian guards who were simply standing watch in front of their houses.
Now, after the arrest of these young people, we want to believe for their pictures to have gone viral, which it was not Fulani that arrested them, it were personnel of Nigerian military. Now, they may have shared it with their cohorts, whom we believe are the terrorists. Now, after sharing those pictures, they now circulated everything and termed these people as terrorists. And then they have known that communities within this environment have already been crippled, have already been weakened. And therefore, the attackers came last night and attacked Hurum, a nearby village, and 4 people killed. 5 others are presently in the hospital as a result of fatal gunshot they sustained. Now, that is how helpless the situation has become. And we have managed this morning to address the people having agreed to open the road so that there will be movement. Therefore, we are calling that please, as a matter of urgency, there should be an overhaul in the military architecture so that our people here can breathe and breathe well. If the military family is not ready to fight terrorists, then they should better be taken back to the barracks and be replaced with Nigerian mobile policemen so that they can come and man the security, because people are losing confidence daily on the Nigerian military on daily basis. The attackers, the terrorists are killing them. The attackers are also killing us. Instead of us to join hands in synergy to fight against the terrorists, you are now weakening and crippling communities that have staked their self-defense so that the attackers will come and have their field day. And the same last night, there was another attack in Shono, close to security point, and 2 people were killed. 2 princes were killed. The former traditional ruler of Shono was also a sustained injury, and a pastor. They are currently on admission. And then we have not seen the military coming to conduct and then carry out their kinetic and their agility in arresting situation, but they can only come into communities and arrest young people that are trying to defend their communities against external aggression. Which kind of lifestyle is this? Which kind of world are we into? If the heroes of those days will come to life and see what is happening to Nigerians, they will weep bitterly, because that is not the Nigerian they fought for it to be a united entity.
Great people of Biafra. This is the voice of Biafra. The voice that cannot be silenced. The voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation. Nigeria government has lost control over insecurity. Fellow listeners, what was once whispered in fear, what was once denied in arrogance, has now become a reality too loud to ignore. A nation staggering under the weight of its own contradictions is rapidly losing control over insecurity. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, the land trembles, not from natural disaster, but from man-made chaos. Communities abandoned, villages raided under the cover of darkness, highways turned into corridors of fear. Citizens left to fend for themselves. In a country where the government once promised protection, the question now echoes across the land. Where is the government? Where are the security forces? Where is the accountability? In recent times, markets have become targets. Travelers have become victims. Families have become statistics. And yet, those in power continue to speak in rehearsed tone. Detached from the suffering of the people, observers say, this is no longer a matter of isolated incidents. This is systemic failure. A collapse of responsibility. A nation where innocent lives are wasted daily. As fear grips the population, a new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence. Trust has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, on this frequency, we do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this. A government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Remain strong. Nigeria has failed its citizens, and in awareness lies survival. This is a wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic government in exile.
Oh, no. From every village, every city, from homeland to diaspora, hope is rising again. Biafra now our only hope. Yes, now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Ha! We bring better news, make you head on clear. we get hope. Now Biafra we dey see am. Beautiful nation, shining bright justice and fairness. Now be life.
Biafra go be one beautiful nation.
Every Biafran go enjoy true freedom. Fine, fine country, shining nation. Justice and fairness. Justice and fairness. Everybody equal, one love for rich and poor. Leader or citizen, no different. Justice go speak with confidence.
No pressure,
no discrimination. Rule of law for the nation. Truth and justice go reign forever.
Biafra go get strong and better.
Where your home?
Biafra.
Who be your home?
Biafra.
Waiting be your country.
Biafra.
No more suffering and smiling. No more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community.
No more dying,
because no money.
Life go better for everybody.
Biafra now our only hope.
Biafra now our only hope.
Stand up now, make we claim our
Biafra now our destination.
Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport.
Clean water go flow for houses.
Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family.
Day and night.
Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people wey get the land go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we dey for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again.
No vote buying,
no rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote.
One man, one vote.
Your voice go matter every day.
Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope.
Hope for today.
Hope for tomorrow.
No more pain, no more sorrow.
Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope.
Hope for today.
Hope
for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra.
Our home,
our country,
our future,
our future. Biafra now our only hope. No. No. Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains. Silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising. Holding on. Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed. People, Nigeria, they bleed. People, they cry. Tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. since 2009. The pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains.
Greetings from here and welcome to VOB. Are we coming out loud?
Yes, Mr. Information Minister.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to Politics Insight on Voice of Biafra Television. And we are sorry for the break in transmission and the technical issues that has delayed us this far. And with us in the studio today, we have our honorable guest from America, and I would be the one to make the introduction. I will bring in the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, and he will take it over from here. Honorable Prime Minister, His Excellency Honorable Okechukwu Nkere, welcome to the show. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you from here, and greetings, lovers all over the world, Biafrans and friends from Biafrans. So we have our guests in the studio here, and we also have our lobby, Honorable Elias. Honorable Elias, please, you have to be the one to introduce and bring the one and only special guest we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just do a brief introduction of the ambassador, and then you and the ambassador will go straight into the interview. So Ambassador Tibor Nagy is one of the most highly respected State Department officials and career diplomats in Washington, D.C. It's a pleasure to have benefited from his friendship and his guidance and counsel. I've said this before. I've known many State Department officials, both current and former, but Ambassador Nagy is truly unique. He's someone who not only has a passion for Africa, but a passion for justice, which is quite extraordinary. And it's an honor to have him as a friend and someone who I've learned a tremendous amount from. So it's an honor to be here with the ambassador to give just a very brief, abridged version of his biography, because I know we're short on time. Ambassador Tibor Nagy held the position of Undersecretary for Management between June to April of 2025 and Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs from 2018 to 2021. From 2003 to 2018, Ambassador Nagy was Vice Provost for International Affairs at Texas Tech University. He also lectured nationally on Africa, foreign policy, and U.S. diplomacy, and advised 2 presidential campaigns during his tenure. He was the U.S. ambassador to Ethiopia from 1999 to 2002, a period which included the Ethiopia-Eritrean War and a robust anti-terrorism campaign. Previously, he was ambassador to Guinea after serving as deputy ambassador in Nigeria, Cameroon, and Togo. He also had assignments in Zambia, the Seychelles, Washington, D.C., and an earlier tour in Ethiopia. Ambassador Nagy arrived in the U.S. as a political refugee from Hungary and received his BA from Texas Tech University and MSA from George Washington University. His U.S. State Department awards include commendations for helping prevent famine in Ethiopia, supporting the evacuation of Americans from Sierra Leone during combat, supporting efforts to end the Ethiopian-Eritrean War, and managing the U.S. Embassy in Lagos, Nigeria, during political and economic crises. He was selected as runner-up for Deputy Chief of Mission of the Year in 1995 and knighted by the President of Guinea in 1999. Ambassador Nagy contributed periodic op-ed pieces and co-authored the nonfiction winner of the 2014 Paris Book Festival on managing difficult international environments, Kiss Your Latte Goodbye. So without further ado, I turn it over to Ambassador Nagy and you, Mr. Prime Minister, who will be interviewing the ambassador. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Elias, for that fine introduction. And Ambassador Nagy, welcome to Voice of Biafra. Let's go straight to the question. I know we have a lot of questions for you, and we appreciate your time. Ambassador Nagy, what have been your history of engagement with Nigeria throughout your storied multi-decade career? You have been Deputy Ambassador of Nigeria during a tumultuous time of Nigerian history in the 90s, and then dealt with the country as Assistant Secretary of State of Africa Affairs between 2018 and 2021.
Yes, thank you very much. And I am just honored to be on this broadcast. Thanks very much again, Elias, for the introduction. I've been interested in Nigeria actually since I was a student back at Texas Tech because the Biafra War was going on when I was a student. And I followed the events there very, very closely. Then, since all of my career was dedicated to Africa, we say in the American Diplomatic Service that you are not really an Africanist unless you have a tour in Nigeria. So I was very honored to be picked as the Deputy Ambassador back in the early 1990s, and I served a very distinguished American ambassador, Ambassador Walter Carrington, who many Nigerians still remember as being a champion for freedom. During my time in Nigeria, it was the military dictatorship, and because I got to know the country, I fell in love with the country and the people. I've been following Nigeria very closely ever since. It has broken my heart to see what such a country with incredible potential has suffered because of bad governance and other things. So for me, Nigeria is obviously one of the most critically important countries, not just in Africa, but frankly in the world.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador, why do you have a passion for justice for the people of Biafra, as well as similar groups such as Ambazoni?
Yeah, that's also a great question, because I mentioned just a minute ago that I know the incredible potential that Nigeria has. And I also know, specific to Biafra, that it is the part of Nigeria that contains so many resources. It is actually the part of Nigeria that makes the country rich. And also, as I said, I've been following events in Biafra since I was a student. I saw the incredible suffering that the people endured during the Biafran War. And even now, I've been following closely how the people of Biafra do not get the share of resources. They do not get the investments. And the after effects of the Biafran War, which was more than 50 years ago, that there's still some after effects which the people are suffering from. So like a couple of other places in Africa, it's tragic, and the people of Biafra deserve much, much better than what they're getting today.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. The Biafra Republic government in exile has focused on promoting the U.S. recognition of Christian genocide in Nigeria and had aggressively engaged in lobbying campaign for such recognition in parallel with other advocates such as the Christian community and organization. These have been successful, with President Trump declaring Christian genocide in Nigeria. From our perspective, this allows for normalization on discussion of the concept of an independent Christian state in the form of Biafra. What are your thoughts about President Trump and the White House declaration about Christian genocide on Nigeria and steps taken to hold the Nigerian government accountable?
Yeah, the whole issue of Christian suffering in Nigeria, as you know, has been quite controversial in the United States, has gone back and forth. And the people who deny Christian suffering use an argument which I would label as plain sophistry, because people say, people who object to the concept of Christian suffering say, oh, you know, if you look at Nigeria, there are many more Muslims who die because of terrorism and violence and extremism than Christians. And what those people refuse to admit is that there are several consecutive crises going on in Nigeria at the same time. Because you can look at what's going on in the Northeast, which is absolutely, it's a heavily Muslim area. So the violence that's going on in the Northeast is between terrorist organizations and the Muslim population. Central north part of Nigeria, it's kidnappings. Again, a heavily Muslim part of Nigeria. Northwest Nigeria is starting to be impacted by local groups and also by some of the terrorist organizations in the Sahel. Again, an Islamic area. But if you look at the area where the Christians are being targeted, which is central Nigeria and now in the southeast, the overwhelming number of victims are Christians, and the victimizers, the people that are perpetrating the violence, happen to be Muslim groups. You know, I'm specifically referring to herder-farmer violence in central Nigeria, where the herders, the Fulani, are overwhelmingly Muslim, and the farmers tend to be overwhelmingly Christian. So there is, in fact, a horrendous problem with Christian violence in Nigeria. And thankfully, the Trump administration is taken it very seriously, unlike the previous Biden administration.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. What are your thoughts on the interconnection between the Nigerian Christian persecution issue ties in with the Biafra aspiration?
Yeah, again, I understand, and from my studies, the region that is Biafra is overwhelmingly Christian. And leaders of Biafra, like yourselves, have been very loud in pointing out the egregious injustice that is happening to Nigeria's Christian population. And, you know, there are also political forces at work, which we can talk about later, which also is very much against the Christians. So as a very heavily Christian part of Nigeria, the Biafrans have been, you know, very notable in pointing out the injustice and the persecution. So God bless you for that.
Thank you, Ambassador. The Biafra Republic government in exile, Brgie, heavily invests in time and energy on lobbying and advocacy in Washington, D.C. We have retained a professional lobbying firm, while the Neo Biafra movement has existed since the late 90s. A professional Biafran lobbying campaign led by Brgie in Washington, D.C. is very recent phenomenon, being less than 2 years old. due to this change in strategy? In some ways, we have more success in the past 2 years than the previous 20. We have two questions relating this to ask. Can you explain to Biafran people why high-level lobbying and educating U.S. officials on the Biafran issue is critical?
Sure. Number one, I am not a lobbyist. I have never been a lobbyist. I don't get any money for the causes I support. But causes like yours, to get the kind of attention in Washington that it needs, in my view, really does need a professional lobbyist. And I'll tell you why. Let's be honest here. If you were to survey most of the members of the US Congress, people who work for the president in the White House, even people in the State Department, very, very few people would ever have heard of Biafra. Obviously, everybody has heard of Nigeria, given its size and importance, but very few people would have heard about Biafra. Not too many people even know about the problem of Christians in Nigeria, although recently there has been some publicity. So to get people, especially policymaking important people, to pay attention to your cause, to your issues, there needs to be a sophisticated, strategic, and high-level information and education campaign. And frankly speaking, in the American system, to get that kind of education, to get that information around, you need somebody with influence amongst American policymakers. That's why hiring somebody, engaging somebody like Elias's company makes absolute sense for, as I said, a cause like yours. African countries don't necessarily need a lobbyist because they have an embassy, although many African countries do engage lobbyists to promote their particular causes. So for you to have people pay attention to what's going on in Biafra, it makes absolute common sense for you to engage a lobbyist.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. In addition to the preliminary successes the Biafran lobby has had, where would you point to as lobbying successes, past or current, for groups similar to the Biafrans?
Yeah, for groups such as yours, lobbying is really about the only way that they can get their cause into the attention of American policymakers. So I would point, in the past, liberation struggles, which were trying to get justice for their cause, the African National Congress, leading to the freedom in South Africa, the Sudan People's Liberation Movement. Now you have successful efforts. For example, Somaliland. Like you, Somaliland has gotten a lot of attention recently. Your friends across the border in Anglophone Cameroon, Southern Cameroons, the Ambazonians, they're also trying to pursue their cause for justice. So again, these are the kind of causes that get the best efforts through engaging with the lobbyists in Washington.
Thank you, Ambassador. So what you're saying is that what Biafra Republic government is doing is the right way to get the attention of the U.S. government, and the right way to also get our freedom, correct?
Absolutely. And again, it means engaging the right person, because unfortunately, as with anything, there are some people who are very effective at doing this, and there are other people who are not so effective at doing this. So it's essential for you to engage somebody who knows the people in Congress, who knows the people in the White House, who knows who does what at the U.S. Department of State, to make sure that your cause is promoted the way that you want to promote it.
Thank you very much, and special thank you to our lobby, Elias, for being our voice in Washington. Thank you, Elias. The Biafra Republic government in exile has trans-action approach in engaging the U.S. government, making beneficial offers in the area of defense, security, and natural resources in exchange for U.S. political support, similar to what Somaliland is doing. What are your thoughts on this approach?
Okay, so, I am not now speaking for the U.S. government. That's very important to say. I am no longer working for the U.S. government. I've now retired 4 times, so currently I'm retired. But obviously, Biafra has incredible natural resources. Biafra has incredible human resources. So, if you're offering that kind of a transactional deal, then in my view, that would be looked at positively, from especially people in the Trump administration, because as you mentioned, President Trump has been a very transactional president. He's not looking for, long-term this or long-term that. He's looking for what is the interest of the United States of America. And as Secretary of State Marco Rubio himself says, whenever the United States engages overseas, it should meet one of 3 qualifications. Does it make America more secure? Does it make America stronger? Does it make America more prosperous? So what you are wanting to offer obviously would meet, I think, all 3 of those criteria.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador. But Ambassador, we believe that your voice matters. You might be retired, but you're still ambassador. And we believe that U.S. government is still listening to you. Thank you very much. As a follow-up for the previous question, Biafra Republic government in exile, which is Brgie, I think you already answered that question. So let me just go on. And for years, the Nigerian government has used terrorism in the country as an excuse to ask for arms sale to Nigeria. Instead of using the weapon to fight Boko Haram, either the Nigerian government will use the weapon to engage in military action against Biafra, or provide those weapons to so-called reintegrate terrorists. Now, there is a shift towards direct U.S. counter-terrorism action in Nigeria, perhaps reflecting concern about the Nigerian military intention. So the question goes, what are your thoughts regarding arms sale to Nigeria? Should they block, or at least condition attached the U.S. arm cannot be used against Biafrans and the Christian population?
Yes, so let's look at today's world. The truth is that any country or even movement with the funds is able to get weapons. We've seen that around, whether it's good guys or bad guys. So the Nigerian military is going to get weapons. So I would be very much in favor of very strict conditionality on any U.S. arms sales to Nigeria. When I was Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, we saw the same thing with Cameroon, because we were providing Cameroon military assistance to fight against the Islamic extremists in the far north of Cameroon. But it turned out that some of that was being used against the Ambazonia movement. So at that time, the United States cut back on some of the military assistance to Cameroon. So in my view, given today's world, yes, it may as well do the military support, but it has to be with very strong conditionality, because if the United States doesn't engage in military support, then they turn to China, they turn to Russia, they turn to Belarus, other places. But conditionality is extremely important.
Thank you, Ambassador. And as also a follow-up to the previous question, Brgie has offered the U.S. military base in Biafran territory, which would provide the U.S. valuable access to the Gulf of Guinea. We know how important the Gulf of Guinea is. We believe this is valuable given increased terrorism in West Africa and the loss of U.S. presence in the Sahel. This idea of having U.S. military base in Biafra has been spoken about by foreign policy experts in Washington, D.C. What do you think of this idea?
Again, I cannot speak for the U.S. government, but obviously the United States is looking for strategic geopolitical areas for basing rights. So, in your engagement, that obviously would be something else that would be attractive for you to be putting on the table.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. I also have another question regarding this. Can the Biafran military force, the Biafran Defense Force, Biafran Liberation Army, be an alternative for the U.S. in the area of Nigerian military, similar to how the Kurds have been helpful to U.S. in Middle East?
Well, right now, official U.S. government policy is to recognize Nigeria. So that kind of a question would only be applicable in the future if there's further political evolution that goes on. Because right now, the United States of America deals with the Nigerian military, not with other components. Even in the case right now of Somaliland, which actually runs its own territory, it has an army. And I know that our own Pentagon would be very open to engaging with them, but their engagement is limited because the United States policy is still to view one Somalia instead of individually recognizing Somaliland. So, your situation probably would be similar. So it would depend on future evolution.
Thank you, Ambassador. While our focus is achieving self-determination for Biafra, we do follow the event in broader Nigeria as well. Many have observed that Nigeria is no longer a democracy and is moving toward a one-party rule and is looking to rig the 2027 elections. What are your thoughts on this, and what should the U.S. reaction be if the 2027 election do end up being rigged? You may have a unique insight into this, given your time as U.S. Deputy Ambassador to Nigeria during the annulment of the 1993 election and the rise of Sani Abacha.
Yeah, I mentioned I was there when Bashir and Abiola actually won the election. I got to know him pretty well. And, he was an extremely frustrated man because I think the results were obvious to everybody, but Sani Abacha, Sani Abacha made himself the ruler of Nigeria. So Nigeria's had a very precarious political past, and it is in very dangerous territory again. You gentlemen all know that there was an understanding, not formal, but informal understanding, that Muslim presidents would be followed by Christian presidents. And there was also an understanding that if the president was Muslim, the vice president would be Christian, and vice versa. And we also know now that agreement has been broken. We've had Muslim presidents now, I think, for, if I'm right, for over 10 years. So the political situation is precarious. There have been some fairly influential people recently including some of your human rights champions who have cautioned that if people don't look out, then the country's on its way to the same road that unfortunately we have seen in some other African countries of it becoming a single party state. I think, you know, when democracy was restored and Obasanjo became president, I think it was a very well-devised plan to make sure that there would be at least two, if not more, national political parties. And it would be tragic for the rest of Nigeria if that system was now overthrown.
Thank you, Ambassador. Would a turn of Nigeria to one-party rule also provide even greater reason and justification for Biafra aspirations?
Well, that's obviously up to the people of Biafra and the people of Nigeria. That's not the kind of decision that anybody outside can make for you. But, you know, that's definitely something that I'm sure that your leaders would put into the equation, because I understand that the whole thrust for what you're wanting to achieve is coming because the people feel marginalized. They feel like second-class citizens. They feel like they have not been getting their share of the national treasures, even though they are providing much more than their share to the nation. So, you know, that's the kind of frustration that leads people to look around and say, there must be a better way to do this.
Thank you, Ambassador. I know because of time, we still have a few more minutes left. From our conversation in Washington, D.C., U.S. officials are open to exploring possibility with us, which by their own admission, they will not have even considered just one or two of these years ago. We suspect that this is not only due to our education campaign, but also U.S. dissatisfaction with the Nigerian government. What are your thoughts on the performance of the Nigerian government, as well as how we can keep pushing the envelope forward?
You know, you are absolutely right. It's almost like a demand and a supply factor, because on the one hand, you have American policymakers who have become extremely disappointed in Nigeria. The victimization of Christians has been probably the most dramatic recent issue which has popped up, which American politicians and policymakers of all parties are looking at and saying, you know, this is absolutely wrong. But as we all know, sitting here, that Nigeria is undergoing a series of extremely difficult and very serious crises. Most countries, any one of which would be existential, but somehow, you know, you have to say the Nigerian people are extremely tough because they always get through these crises one after the other. But now they're going on at the same time. And with all of the crises going on, with all of the disappointment in Nigeria, all of a sudden you have your group, which is stepping forward, which is educating people and informing people about this solution that might be right in front of their eyes if they were to follow it or if they were to support it. So you have the interior factors and you have the exterior factors. And all I can say is that you are making your push at a very timely moment of history.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And, you know, we always are going to be grateful for somebody like you with your voice, and also our lobby here, Elias. You know, we have already, you know, pushed a lot in Washington, D.C. A lot have happened, a lot of education, meeting after meeting, just like throughout last week. Even we travel far and wide all the way to even Florida. So it's just a lot. And the people of Nigeria, those that identify themselves as Nigeria, are crying. They are tired. They can't afford food to eat, no road, no electricity, no, nothing is working. Everything is just falling apart. The people themselves are tired. Thank you very much. And
Yeah.
and
And can I
DC,
just can I just say one thing? You know, one thing I have noticed: Nigerians who leave Nigeria end up doing extremely well. When I was vice provost at Texas Tech, I was in charge of all the international programs, and we had quite a few Nigerian students. So among the international student groups, the top grades were received by the Chinese students, but the second group were the Nigerian students. And most of them were in engineering or business. And I've always said, when Nigerians do so well outside of Nigeria, why in the world cannot it be one of the greatest countries on earth? Nigerians should be able to do just as well inside Nigeria as they do outside of Nigeria. And unfortunately, what has been stopping them has been the government.
yeah, you're absolutely right on that. Just because of the foundation of Nigeria, is built on faulty foundation. The division is just too much. That brought me to a former president called Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan quote from former president before him, like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Tafawa Balewa, and other before him, that they said that Nigeria, that the British government is trying to make it work, but the people are not making it work because the people are different. So they always like if the Yoruba today happen to be the president, from the southeast Biafrans, they're not gonna like it. If the north happen to be the president, both the southwest, southeast, they have problem. Then if it just don't just work. So I think the best thing is ours to go our separate way, and that's where it's heading to. Thank God that US is doing what they're supposed to do as leader of the free world now, and I'm so happy because going to Washington for the past 2 years, Elias have really taken me on a journey. We have had a lot of meet a lot of US. Actually, we have met with you, I believe, 3 or 4 times too. So, and what we hear coming from Washington, they are now beginning to shift, move from how they think about Nigeria before, because now they find out it's not going to work. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
And just one thing I want to add, Prime Minister, too. I think another timely aspect, and Ambassador, you might find this interesting, is that unlike in the 1960s during the first Biafran civil war, when you had a strong sense of Nigerian nationalism, because so many communities throughout Nigeria had been marginalized, unlike in the 1960s, a lot of Nigerians outside of Biafra, people from other tribes and other regions of the country, are not opposed to what the Biafrans are doing because they themselves have been victims of either bad governance in Nigeria or have been victims of terrorism and these general plights. So if you in monitoring and speaking with non-Biafrans, the mindset of a lot of not the government but the Nigerian people is, okay, if the Biafrans want to go, let them go, because we're also suffering a lot of the same issues. So I think the good thing is I don't think we're going to have a repeat of the 67 to 70 war, because a lot of people throughout the country see the flaws in the system and now personally relate to many of the things that the Biafrans have gone through. Granted, the Nigerian government is, of course, vociferously opposed to the to what the Biafran aspirations are, but putting the government aside, I think in terms of the general population, even outside of Biafra, there's a lot of, if not sympathy, at least understanding. And I don't think the Nigerian government will even have the moral support to engage in heavily militarized conflict against the Biafrans. I think what they're doing against the Biafrans is already unpopular throughout the country. Even many non-Biafrans have criticized the Nigerian government for their heavy-handedness in dealing with the Biafrans. And I think from a population perspective, I think many things are moving our way. Of course, the Nigerian government has its vested interests, and they'll be much more aggressive towards the Biafrans for the foreseeable future. So I just want to add that perspective as well.
Thank you very much, Elias. And Ambassador, I know we have thrown a lot of questions on you. You just have a few more to go. And it actually shocked me, and I believe it shocked other people when they see this, find out that the same people that have been massacred today, like the Middle Belt, both the minority in the north, these are the same people that fought against Biafra, killed Biafrans in million. Yeah. And these are the same people that years ago, all of them be campaigning one Nigeria to save Nigeria. The same Nigeria they try to save is killing them. So they themselves, I believe, they want to leave, they want to exit Nigeria. They are getting tired. We need to save the life of the Middle Belt, minority in the north, even the Muslim moderate, whether Muslim moderate or whatever, no one deserves to die. So, each region just have to go their separate way. I believe even the north will live better on their own, the southwest will be better on their own, the north, southeast, which is Biafra, will be better on our own, and the Middle Belt, and they are good in agriculture, did not have a gold. There's gold in Zamfara, so the southwest have minerals, and they also have a potential of surviving as a country of their own. We Biafrans also, we also survive on our own, of which if they don't, we will help them. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador, we have just two more questions for you. What are your thoughts on how Biafrans should frame the Biafran struggle to the U.S. government and to international audience who may be unfamiliar with the conflict?
I personally think that Elias is eminently qualified in that regard, because the way to do it is to present very much what you were just saying, is that Biafra, I think historically, the term was used in the 17th century, in the 1600s. So there is a distinct history, there is a distinct people, there is a close historical record. Then you had the horrendous circumstances of the war, the incredible suffering. I forgot if it was up to 2 million people who died. Now you're a region of anywhere from, I don't think there's been a census, but I know estimates go from 50 million to 70 million people in the region, very heavily Christianized. The last thing Biafra would want is to have any part of Sharia law, which exists, I think, now in 19 northern states of Nigeria. So it's almost like, I've heard Elias, it was, I think, Michael Rubin, who referred to a second wave of decolonization, that the first wave of decolonization in Africa was against the European powers that had colonized it. Now, colonialism is not necessarily by somebody who's a different race, because being Hungarian, we were colonized by Austrians and Russians along with the Turks. So it can be that, in today's Africa, that some people see themselves being colonized by a fellow African ethnic group, and those forces are steering very quickly. So, information, education, the truth about what's going on, the truth that has gone on, and the kind of future that you want. I have never, said it has to be independence. My own campaign has always been for justice and equality and fairness for all of the people, and that's what I absolutely believe in, and that's the points that you should be making.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Very much, Ambassador. And that justice, that's where we are. Because when you mention of Sharia law, we are Christians, 100% Christians. We Biafrans, that's who we are as Christians. Sharia law is a no-go for Biafran people. And these Islamic jihadist terrorists, with their own ideology, they said we must be converted to Islam, of which they want to Islamize us. So automatically, the division is there. It's just we need justice because it's not going to work, and justice have to play its own role, its own part here. Since we are not going to accept that Sharia law, and it's part of the reason why all feeling the middle belt and even a minority in the north, and they are actually pushing it towards the Biafran territory to try to, see how they can penetrate with this so-called Sharia law and whatever they call it. Elias,
I just want to quickly, I just want to quickly add to this. This is not an overblown concern. This is a very legitimate concern. Senator Ted Cruz, for example, has introduced legislation addressing this issue of the spread of Sharia law in Nigeria. It's throughout the North, but what people are less aware of is that the radical Islamic politicians in Nigeria are trying to bring it into the Middle Belt and even into the South. So, for example, in some parts of the Southwest, what we call the Yoruba traditional territory, they're now discussing in some states the introduction of Sharia law, which is very, it's not native at all because, Ambassador, as you know, the Yorubas, they're a mixture of Christian and Muslim. They tend to be very moderate. Sharia law is really not indigenous to those people at all. And even with the Biafrans, Sharia law has not yet been introduced, but now the Nigerian government, for example, we've noticed propaganda recently talking about this concept of Igbo Muslims, which is very strange. And we see this as the beginning of what they're already trying to do in the Southwest, of trying to now push Sharia law into the Southwest. So they're slowly bringing Sharia from the North into the Middle Belt and even in the South now, or parts of the South. And if they continue to do that, I do think there's going to be significant unrest in Nigeria, not just in Biafra, but throughout other parts of Nigeria, if they try to impose Sharia on Christian or moderate Muslim populations.
Yeah.
And I think this is something the U.S. government has to be engaged on.
Yeah, because people should remember that the reason South Sudan split off from Sudan was the whole issue of Sharia law. Because the South Sudanese were Christians or animists. Like me, they like drinking their beer. And when the extremists tried to implement Sharia law, that really added to the desire for separation and freedom.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Before I find a question,
let me add something there. Let me add something, please. Ambassador, do you think with the Nigerian Constitution of 1999 having the Sharia law, since then down to this time, with the numbers of massacre of babies, women, and children that have gone so up to this very point, which also necessitated Senator Ted Cruz Accountability Act legislation invoked. We've seen like 5,191 in 2021. We've seen like 5,061 in 2022. We've seen 8,222 in 2023. We've seen 6,500 in 2024. 2025 has 7,500 Christians massacred. Looking at the future or in the next 2-3 years, do you think Christians have a hope or they will still be alive in Nigeria with the Sharia law?
Absolutely. No, Christians absolutely have a hope because they have to stand up and against this kind of what I call religious intolerance. If you remember when Sharia law was introduced in the northern states, the deal was that it would not apply to Christians. So when Ramadan came along, Christians were supposed to be able to continue their meals. Christians were supposed to be able to continue buying traditional beer and things like that, but that's not how it turned out. Now, when there's Ramadan in the Sharia states, everybody has to participate, whether they're Christian or Muslim, because they have their religious police. So, that, like I said, they tried it in Sudan, and the South Sudanese said, no, we are out of here. Take your Sharia law. If you want it, that's good for you, but we are Christians, and we're not going to deal with it.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think you just answered that question that Christians have to stand up and have their own Christian country.
Yep.
Christians in the Middle Belt need to stand up if they want to live, and they will be well better off having their own territory and worship their God. Then those that want to worship Sharia, they can go and have their Sharia. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Finally, what message would you like to send to the Biafran people and supporters around the world regarding international advocacy and the path forward?
My message is that the people of Biafra have the same rights to justice and equality and dignity as anybody else, and it's for them to decide how they want it and to struggle for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for being part of this program today. And I know that Biafrans and the lovers of freedom around the world will be very happy to see you on VOB, Voice of Biafra. And Minister of Information, what do you need, what do you have to say to our wonderful ambassador here, being in our
I
show
want to
today?
say a very big thank you to our wonderful ambassador, who has been the friend of the Biafran people, the friend of the Christians, and the friend of everyone that do not carry machete to cut off heads of babies, women, and children in their communities. And that brings me to the conclusive question to our ambassador as he showers us the grace. Nigeria pays terrorists and reintegrate them into their military formations. Some people may be asking, if Nigeria wants to emulate America, where are they copying this kind of habit from? Is it okay for Nigerian government to pay terrorists and reintegrate them into the military formations? When I went through some documentaries the last time, they said they are trying to use the terrorists by reintegrating them into their military formations to go after another terrorist. And these are the same terrorists that ruined their plan before they go out to attack the other terrorists. What do you have to say about this? Because I would have loved to hear if America is reintegrating the ISIS or the Al-Qaeda into the U.S. Department of War. Thank you, sir.
So do you turn the hyena into a guinea fowl by bringing the hyena into the guinea fowl house? I don't think so.
Ambassador, what is that not the same playbook of Afghanistan by Taliban, right?
Yeah, no. Anyway, listen, thanks so much for having me, and God bless you, and God bless your struggle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for having you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Biafrans, we just, is this not wonderful? Having somebody like Ambassador Tibunage, is that not wonderful? And on the 4th of May, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Biafran time, we'll be having a Marco Rubin on our show. So please tune in as well. And, Marco Rubin is someone who we're really familiar with. And, he advocates for freedom of religion. He also advocates for freedom for oppressed one. So it's somebody that you will want to hear from him. Before we conclude, Honorable Minister of Information, I think you can take it from here. We have few, still have very few time. Then Elias, I think Elias, you go first before Minister of Information. He's the information minister, so he can wrap it up, and he will be the one to say we should stay or continue, because we are here in his territory. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, my honorable ministers. This was indeed a very historic and enlightening interview with Ambassador Tibor Nagy, who's a very storied diplomat here in Washington, D.C., who's played a critical role on U.S. policy in Africa. This was indeed an extremely historic interview, and I'm very proud of both of you and appreciative to the ambassador for his generosity in participating in this program.
Thank you very much. Minister of Information.
Thank you so much. I don't know how to express my appreciation because every day we are making it work and we are making it better. I want to appreciate Honorable Elias for your good work for Biafra, and also our Honorable PM for doing what God has ordained you to do, because the tempo is getting high. So if ambassadors of America are telling you that reintegrating a terrorist into your military formation is a no-no idea, then it means Nigeria got this recommendation from a madman. Because it's only when you have some kind of recommendation from a madman that you will be tilting your head downward, and that will land you in the lagoon. And Nigeria has landed in the lagoon because that is what we are seeing today. Their military formations are overrun on a daily basis. And there is no day you sleep and wake up without hearing that babies, women, and children have been slaughtered, communities invaded. And the worst has happened that field marshals, generals, and commanders of the Nigerian military formations are taken down daily by the notorious Boko Haram terrorists. The list goes on and on. But like we said, Biafrans have hope because we have created the space for that. And Biafra Republic government in exile has done it. So I appreciate all Biafrans. Please key in to our next upcoming Politics Insight. It was good having our lobbies in the show and having our PM and having Ambassador Tibor Nagy. Thank you all from here. It is Voice of Biafra Television. Bye for now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, no. From every village, every city, from homeland to diaspora, hope is rising again. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Ha! We bring better news, make your head on clear. We get hope, now Biafra we dey see ya. Beautiful nation, shining bright justice and fairness. Now the light.
Biafra go be one beautiful nation.
Every Biafran go enjoy true freedom. Fine, fine country, shining nation. Justice and fairness. Justice and fairness. Everybody equal, one love for rich and poor. Leader of citizen, no different justice, go speak with confidence.
No oppression,
no discrimination, rule of law for the nation. Truth and justice go reign forever.
Biafra go get strong and better.
Where your home?
Biafra.
Who be your home?
Biafra.
Waiting be your country.
Biafra.
No more suffering and smiling, no more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community.
No more dying,
because no money.
Life go better for everybody.
Biafra now our only hope.
Biafra now our only hope.
Stand up now, make we claim our
Biafra now our destination.
Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport.
Clean water go flow for houses.
Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family.
Day and night.
Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people where get the land go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we there for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again.
No vote buying,
no rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote.
One man, one vote.
Your voice go matter every day.
Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope.
Hope for today.
Hope for tomorrow.
No more pain, no more sorrow.
Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope.
Hope for today.
Hope for
Hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra.
our home.
Our country,
Our future.
our future. Biafra now our only hope. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hunger.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
masses grinding chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains, love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
I am Barrister Daliop Solomon Manturi, the National President of Bidom Youth Molder Association, presently in NTV community where women and youth came out en masse and staged a protest over the unwarranted arrests and detention of unarmed young people who were offering complementary security services to the existing federal security on ground by helping them with the intel and to also cover some loopholes where if there is any suspicious movement, they could call on the conventional security for needed response. But we learned from them, 4 of them that are here behind me, were giving such a service, and military personnel from nearby community, Mejanke, came into this community and arrested these young people and whisked them to Gashish FOB. That was on Saturday, a day before yesterday. And it was around 9 p.m. of Saturday. And surprisingly, even the community leadership came out and confronted and inquired from the military personnel that why have you arrested these young men that are keeping watch over this environment? Can I have these boys back? They said no, that they were arrested, one, for moving in the late hours, and secondly, for playing snooker, which there is no snooker in that place. It's an old stock that has already been destroyed. There is no possible for people to have been using that snooker. And thirdly, that they were drunkards. And I don't know where in Nigeria that drunkenness has been termed as an offense that will warrant an arrest of people, and then they are kept in continued detention for good 2 days. And not only they were brutalized, they were subjected to all sorts of inhuman treatment as if they are not members of human family in this environment. So that particular act is highly condemnable and unacceptable. And we call on the relevant security agency, particularly the Operation Enduring Peace, to please, as a matter of urgency, arrest those individuals, those security personnel that arrested these 4 people and investigated them, because as far as we are concerned, for them to have come and arrested young people that never had arms. Imagine if these guys were in possession of knives, what would have happened? They would have been possibly dead by now. And imagine if they were vigilante in possession of these then guns, they would have massacred them in this particular environment. So that one is condemnable. And the attackers, look at their houses all over this environment. We've never heard of one-day military operation going to sack their house, going to arrest the militant. But when the innocent locals who are trying to develop their self-defense mechanism out of courage, will now be arrested and then tagged as terrorists, as bandits. It is not only here this incident happened. 3 days ago, an incident occurred around Downwall in Riom local government. The military were invited. That this is a situation. When they went there, the young people that gathered courage to evacuate one of the victims that was brutalized and injured fatally by the Fulanis and their terrorist cohort, when they were rushed to the hospital, on their return home, the same military went and arrested this young people, tagged them as Birom terrorists, circulated their photos, and today they are in detention at the STA facility in Jos. The question to ask is that, who then are the killers of Plateau people? Who are the ones giving encouragement to the armed people to come? Because if unarmed and few individuals that are trying to stage a defense set mechanism in their location against external intruders that come with sophisticated weapons and then are arrested and are not in any way, the communities are not giving security cover, how much more then of our security as people in this general area? It is very obvious by our firm position that those repentant Boko Haram that were conscripted into the Nigerian military are the ones deployed to Plateau and are the ones perpetrating this, and are now projecting the military as complicit. Otherwise, why should there be this kind of arrest?
What happened? Tell us what happened immediately after the arrest of these civilian guards who were simply standing watch in front of their houses.
Now, after the arrest of these young people, we want to believe for their pictures to have gone viral, which it was not Fulani that arrested them, it were personnel of Nigerian military. Now, they may have shared it with their cohorts, whom we believe are the terrorists. Now, after sharing those pictures, they now circulated everything and termed these people as terrorists. And then they have known that communities within this environment have already been crippled, have already been weakened. And therefore, the attackers came last night and attacked Hurum, a nearby village, and 4 people killed. 5 others are presently in the hospital as a result of fatal gunshot they sustained. Now, that is how helpless the situation has become. And we have managed this morning to address the people having agreed to open the road so that there will be movement. Therefore, we are calling that please, as a matter of urgency, there should be an overhaul in the military architecture so that our people here can breathe and breathe well. If the military family is not ready to fight terrorists, then they should better be taken back to the barracks and be replaced with Nigerian mobile policemen so that they can come and man the security, because people are losing confidence daily on the Nigerian military on daily basis. The attackers, the terrorists are killing them. The attackers are also killing us. Instead of us to join hands in synergy to fight against the terrorists, you are now weakening and crippling communities that are state their self-defense so that the attackers will come and have their field day.
The same thing happened in Shono.
And the same last night, there was another attack in Shono, close to security point. And 2 people were killed. 2 princes were killed. The former traditional ruler of Shono was also a sustained injury, and a pastor. They are currently on admission. And then we have not seen the military coming to conduct and then carry out their kinetic and their agility in arresting situation, but they can only come into communities and arrest young people that are trying to defend their communities against external aggression. Which kind of lifestyle is this? Which kind of world are we into? If the heroes of those days will come to life and see what is happening to Nigerians, they will weep bitterly, because that is not the Nigerian they fought for it to be a united entity.
Can you hear the cry?
from the broken land, from the wounded hearts. Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day. We still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
More Christians are killed for their faith in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. Since 2009, Islamic jihadists have murdered more than 50,000 Christians in Nigeria, and more than 20,000 churches, schools, and religious institutions have been destroyed, most burned to the ground. Scores of Christians and several others were kidnapped over Holy Week. Nigerian officials have been, unfortunately, complicit in facilitating these atrocities. At the state level, a dozen Nigerian states implement Islamist blasphemy and Sharia laws. At the federal level, the government looks the other way at Islamist violence. The result is, unsurprisingly, yet more jihadist violence. Last year, I introduced the Nigeria Religious Freedom Accountability Act, which would require placing Nigeria back on the country of particular concern list and impose sanctions on officials involved in enforcing blasphemy and Sharia laws. The U.S. government knows who they are at both the local level and the federal level, and they should be held accountable. I'm sorry to say that Nigerian officials are, at a minimum, in denial of the government's role. In October, several officials, including the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House and the Chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, and a range of anonymous officials linked to the President, directly attacked me for saying that, quote, officials in Nigeria are ignoring or even facilitating the mass murder of Christians by Islamic jihadists. Last year, I met with a delegation of top Nigerian defense and security officials. They said they were committed to ending the violence. I told them I would judge their commitment by the results. Those results have yet to materialize. President Trump has established that the United States will use all tools of statecraft to counter the violence. He ordered that Nigeria be added to the CPC list, and in December he ordered the Department of War to target ISIS terrorists in response to their massacre of Christians. I'll note that the Nigerian government said at the time that it welcomed and indeed requested the actions. I find their statements to be somewhere between hypocritical and infuriating. In December, the president said that jihadists have been targeting Christians in Nigeria, quote, at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. What does the situation look like now, several months later, and what can and should the United States do to stop the mass murder of Christians?
In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds. Not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a forced union, never meant to endure. This is the story of Nigeria. A giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967. A desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 1970 under the declaration, no victor, no vanquished. Yet for Biafrans, the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only 20 pounds regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigeria. Nigerian government appointments, infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen, terrorists have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North's feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the right of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
symbolizes resistance, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world of future, free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra,
Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives are lost.
Biafra,
Biafra lives, freedom calls. God bless Biafra. God bless the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, led by Prime Minister His Excellency Okechukwu, for standing tall in the pursuit of Biafra independence. Biafra, Biafra. Justice go reign forever.
Biafra go get strong and better.
Where your home?
Biafra,
Who be your home?
Biafra,
Waiting be your country.
Biafra.
No more suffering and smiling. No more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community.
No more dying,
because no money.
life go better for everybody.
Biafra now our only hope.
Biafra now our only hope.
Stand up now, make we claim our
Biafra now our destination.
women go electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family. Day and night, everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight, go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people where get the land go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we do for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again. No vote buying, no rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote. One man, one vote. Your voice go matter every day. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra, our home, our country, our future, our future. Biafra now our only hope. No.
Greeting, fellow Biafrans and our allies and viewers all over the world. Good afternoon from here. With me, I have our lobbyist, Elias, Washington, and Madison. So he's going to give us a brief update of our activity lately in Washington, D.C. And we might have some few minutes for interruption. Then after that, we call it a day. And I also want to remind Biafra that this is Voice of Biafra, because for so long our voice have been silenced, and it's time we tell our story and the reason why we are fighting to leave the country called Nigeria, because it's a terrorist country. And tomorrow also we'll be having our guest, Ambassador Tribunage. Please don't miss it tomorrow. We call Elias Mazi Elias. Mazi Elias, welcome to VOB. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, Your Excellency. It's an honor to be here on Voice of Biafra. This is quite an honor, and I'm glad to be here as you inaugurate this new program, which will spread the Biafran message across Biafra and West Africa. We're just here today to, as was said in the flyer, to provide an update here from Washington, D.C., to have an organic discussion and touch base with our wonderful viewers and listeners. Prime Minister, as you know, and you've been coming to Washington, D.C. with me on a very frequent basis. We're making very significant breakthroughs in the relationship between Biafra and the United States, and we're now at the beginning stages of what is an unofficial relationship between Brgie and the U.S. government, which is growing significantly and which will eventually become an official relationship when Biafra is a recognized independent nation state. The things that we're discussing with the U.S. government are unbelievable. I think, as you know, some of the things that are being considered would not have even been thought of even just 1 year ago. To quote one of the influential officials here in Washington, D.C., the U.S. government views Biafra as very important and will be of increasing importance. And the U.S. government is going to consider things that is not previously considered because of both the promise that Brgie has provided as well as the failures of the Nigerian government. One thing I want to relay to our viewers is that they should feel very hopeful that Biafra is going from a dream into reality, but they also need to understand, given the nature of what Biafra is, given the nature of the sensitivities involved, a lot of our cooperation or progress with the U.S. government will be done so in a discreet manner, because Biafra is in the process of seeking its independence from Nigeria. It is what you would call a non-state actor. The U.S. government tends to be a little bit more discreet in terms of disclosure of its activities with non-state actors versus its official relations with foreign governments. So the reason why I wanted to mention this is, for example, some of our very enthusiastic Brgie fans and Biafran fans. Sometimes I see some of our supporters on social media and Twitter saying, "Oh, when's the U.S. going to hurry up? When's the U.S. going to support the Biafran Liberation Army or do certain things?" And what I would say to Biafrans is, how would you know, if the U.S. is not already doing those things? The thing is, when the U.S. works with non-state actors, they typically do not disclose the nature of the relationship, and that's not something we would disclose unless the U.S. government authorizes that. So, for example, when the U.S. government worked with various Syrian rebel groups, for example, to effectuate democratic transition in Syria, that program was a secret program for a number of years before it was made public information. So Biafrans should be assured that things are happening, but they also need to understand that there will be aspects of the progress and of the relationship that we have with the U.S. government that will be what we call covert in nature and not overt in nature. So I think many people will be astonished by the progress we're making, by the things that are being considered. And over time, I think certain things may be made public when the time is appropriate. But we are trying to bring Biafrans along by publicizing the aspects of what we do that we can. For example, photos of meetings, with U.S. officials. And we saw the Prime Minister had that very nice photo of him posted by a very senior Trump administration official, Leo Terrell. And he had a very there was a nice photo of the two of them that the Honorable Mr. Terrell posted. So we will be publishing our meetings, but the discussions that we have, the sensitive programs that are being considered are not things we'll be discussing publicly, not at least until our counterparts in the U.S. government think it's appropriate to publicize certain activities. So I just want to tell Biafrans that if they know what me and the Prime Minister know, I think they'll be very excited, and we will continue to carry everyone along to the extent we can by publicizing certain meetings and certain activities. And I think that's what's distinguished the Biafra Public Government Exile, is that when we have meetings that we can publish, we publish those meetings. And so the Biafrans have a sense of the activities that we're doing, and there's a fine line between discretion and transparency, because we want to show that the Biafra government wants to show that it's doing the work. At the same time, the Biafra government wants to protect confidentiality, and so it has to thread that needle in the middle of both demonstrating accomplishments while at the same time protecting sensitive discussions. And I think the Biafra government is doing a good job of balancing that. So I want to say that this is a great honor to be here. I think the progress we're making, to be honest, is even much faster than I had anticipated. And my message to Biafrans too is you have to stay focused, you have to be serious, and focus on the goal and not get sidetracked with drama or nonsense. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to you, distinguished Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elias. It's like every other day, we do have the opportunity to meet, because just like for the past few weeks, it's a lot of meeting,
Yes.
And we actually have to travel outside the metropolitan area, which is Washington D.C. area. We travel far away from Washington D.C. So all for Biafra. We just want to encourage Biafrans to be hopeful that our freedom, is here. And you touch light on something I really want to ask you, that if somebody have even whisper on your ear 2 years ago that what we have achieved and where we've been today, that we're going to achieve this milestone, what will you say?
Oh, people have admitted to me privately they're shocked about what we're doing. I mean, 2 years ago, what we're doing, the accomplishments we have, what the U.S. government's considering. People, if you asked someone 2 years ago, they would have told you, "Oh, you're completely crazy." So it's amazing what we've achieved. I mean, the environment is completely different than 2 years ago, even from a year ago. So things are very quickly shifting in our favor. And as you know, Prime Minister, certain individuals who didn't even consider Biafra now seriously considering Biafra, people who thought that, oh, this is completely unrealistic, all of a sudden they want to come on board. So it's been a very big shift, even within the past 6 months, I would say. Even it's like on a monthly basis, it's now shifting in our favor.
Yeah, just like Ambassador, that will be at the VOB tomorrow. 2 years ago, if you have asked him to come to Voice of Biafra, the name Biafra, they were like, what? Because Washington D.C., have not really know much about what is happening in Nigeria and how bad Nigeria situation is. So the Biafra Republic government in Ezra, we actually do a lot of work, lecturing, talking. Like our last meeting, if you recall, we spent almost 2 hours, right? Elias, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So, talking, and now Washington ear is wide open. They want to listen. And the good thing about it is that most members of Congress, they are willing to be part of this. They want to be involved because, it's disturbing seeing what is happening from Nigeria, how they are killing, hanging people, beheading people, burning people alive. It's disturbing. Even our last meeting, I recall asking this member, they want me to show him some horrible. So I'm glad that Washington D.C. Now start talking about Biafra. And the last hearing of which Senator Ted Cruz just a few days ago, he was there, and Dr. Walid was there. Even Mike Anoy, you see them, like somebody like Mike Anoy, just few months ago, even a few weeks ago. When you talk about Biafra separated from Nigeria, he will tell you, no, no, no. So we can hear him say that, it's time to divide Nigeria. It's an option now. It's no two ways about it. And we also hear from former President Trump advisor, Dr. Wale, also talk about Biafra. So Biafra must be free, and we are glad that people in Washington, congressmen and women, are now reasoning with the Biafran people, because this truth is out there. It's no longer hidden. You can just tell that even after the president of the free world warned Nigerian government to make sure that they secure, they secure the life of innocent citizens, whether Biafra or Nigeria. What is still end up massacre after massacre, killing after killing. So Washington don't want to turn a blind eye anymore. And we believe that after Iran, we we believe after Iran, Nigeria will be next, because Nigeria is actually a part two of Iran. They work together. Iran also sponsor a terrorist in Nigeria. Even the northern part of Nigeria, you agree with me. We know based on our information, Hezbollah is supposed to be in Lebanon, correct? But Hezbollah is in the north of Nigeria. They even have their cell, or you call it prison there. So, and Biafra people are so glad that they have you on board, and we have done a lot. And like my speech a few days ago, I said I have heard a lot have echoed in this ear about why Washington have not been talking about Biafra before now. And we're glad that we are correcting all the mistake with good leadership and steady leadership. And very soon, Biafra will be free. So glad that we have you in our VOB. And as you knew, hardly, I don't know, when is the last time you heard CNN or BBC talk about the genocide happening in Nigeria or in Biafra land? Please, when is the last time you record? Honorable Elias? Honorable Elias, can you hear me? I think we lost we lost him. Nigeria, all the gutter media in Nigeria have not been talking about Christians nor the Nigerian Christians. It's so sad. BBC as well, they are not reporting it, but we are glad that with this platform we have, we'll make sure that
Hello?
yes, I think we lost connection. Am I coming out now?
Yes, I apologize. I must have been an internet connection issue. I got frozen and I had to log out and re-enter. So I apologize for missing your remarks there.
Okay, yeah, I was actually asking question, right? When is the last time you hear this gutter media from Nigeria, whether it is Arise, Channel News, CNN, because CNN is actually worldwide. So, and BBC, when is the last time you hear from this news media channel talking about the genocide against the Christians in Nigeria or the Christians in Biafra? When is the last time you recall?
Well, I think the seminal moment was when with the involvement of our extensive lobbying education campaign, along with some of the other pro-Christian groups here in the United States, when President Trump declared Christian genocide in Nigeria, and it became a worldwide issue, and our role in the education campaign of the U.S. government was highlighted in international media. As far as I recall, there's not been that much attention on Nigerian Christian genocide or the Biafra issue previously, at least to this extent. There was some talk about Christian persecution in Nigeria previously, but very little coverage of the Biafra issue, and even not that much coverage of Nigerian Christian genocide issue. I mean, some very committed members of Congress were talking about it, but it wasn't a worldwide international topic that it is today, where now I think every member of Congress wants to talk about Nigerian Christian genocide and persecution. People are now talking about the Biafra issue. So there's never been this type of awareness previously. There's never been this type of discussion previously, at least not that I'm aware of, but certainly not in recent history.
My question is about the media. Like, Arise is in Nigeria, Channel News in Nigeria, Nigeria, BBC, they're in Nigeria. What my question is that, when do you recall, when is the last time you heard this news media channel like Arise, CNN, BBC, and Channel News talking about the genocide against the Christian Biafra or the Christian Nigeria?
Well, these outlets have always tried to avoid the topic, but given the fact that the President of the United States, the senior leadership of the U.S. government, is talking about the issue, taking action about the issue, and you have so many prominent people talking about the issue, these outlets are no longer in a position to ignore the issue or pretend the issue doesn't exist, which they were able to previously. But, if the President of the United States, the leader of the free world, is talking about an issue, you can't simply ignore, pretend the issue doesn't exist. So because of the president's action, because of the international media attention, even your Nigerian news outlets like Arise News and the other media, they're now forced to talk about the issue. Granted, they put their own spin on the issue, but they're forced to discuss it now. Even with Brgie, for example, Arise News and the other Nigerian media channels did entire segments on the lobbying war, for example, between us and the government of Nigeria. So because the issues gained so much prominence, even what we call the Nigerian gutter media is even forced to discuss these issues now because there's no being able to avoid these issues. So it's just, I think it's a different scenario now, and even the Nigerian media is forced to pay attention. And for the first time, they're discussing Brgie and the lobbying war between us and the government of Nigeria. So I think when we have, that's why what we're doing is so important, because if you don't have U.S. government attention, it's just very easy for Nigerian media and the Nigerian government to pretend the issue doesn't exist or to ignore the issue.
Elias, do you know for years now that these media outlets I just mentioned are suppressing the news from, they are, I'll call them terrorist news media because they work with the government of Nigeria. Yes, they are not covering it. They are not, they are actually suppressing it. It's so shameful. You remember what happened during this wonderful, great President Trump inauguration with Arise, right?
Yeah, I remember that. I wanted to bring up that example. So they've suppressed the issue for so many years. When we bumped into, it was a complete accident, when we bumped into the Arise News reporter inauguration, he got completely freaked out. And he tried to pretend that, we didn't exist, and he was just losing his mind. Those days are over now because, they've suppressed the issue for so many years, and their policy was pretend the issue doesn't exist, or they would briefly mention the issue from time to time, very brief, in a brief way. But this is a completely different situation now. They can't suppress the issue like they used to. And the Nigerian media is in an extremely difficult position now. And that's why they're forced to talk about us now, because of the international support that we have. And I think that's making the Nigerian media very nervous. But you see, because what we're doing has so much is so heavyweight, Nigerian media is not able to pretend like they were in the past. So it shows you the progress we've made. They're forced to confront an uncomfortable situation now. They're very uncomfortable now that they have to talk about it.
You're right about it. I'm so glad that we have a wonderful team in Biafra Republic government in exile, especially steady people.
Exactly.
People with a wise, reasonable mind, people that are focused, not people that are so self-centered. I'm glad I have a team like that working with me, and also you yourself. You are so
Yes.
wonderful. Yes, because every time on the phone, all we talk about is about our engagement, about Biafra, about what we have, need to do. Sometime midnight. So having something like you, we really, really appreciate, and Biafran people, glad that we have somebody like you. And what actually give me joy, how I wish, just like you mentioned earlier, how I wish we can, let Biafran people know everything that that we know. But there's some that are top secret. It's not everything we'll talk on air. But Biafra is here. And for enemy of Biafrans, what do you think? What message you think we need to send to them? Because we have a lot of saboteurs, a lot of Biafran enemy, even our voice of Biafra. Some are not happy that we now have a voice of Biafra satellite and the radio. So we still have a lot of work to do to perfect it. But a lot of Biafran's enemy are freaking out because for so long our voice have been suppressed. It will never happen again. And during the genocidal war against the Biafran people, which lasted 3 years from 1967 to 1970, exactly what happened. The media never report how Biafrans have been massacred. They even lied to the international community. That is just, farmers header clash and all that nonsense. Thank God that we have Biafran Republic government in exile that is taking the message to Washington through, your help, Washington and Madison. Thank you very much, Elias. So what message we have for those that are thinking that Biafra will not come, and for the saboteurs, what do they need to do?
Well, they should be prepared for a lot of pain because we're going to be exploding this next year. So I think both the Nigerian government and the internal saboteurs should be ready for a lot of pain, and they'll start to see us. I think assert certain things in the very near future. So we're slowly going to open up the door more and more, and I think both the Nigerian government and the internal saboteurs they're going to be in for many shocks. So I think they need to, as you said, put on their seatbelts. Otherwise, they're going to fall off the car.
Yes, and for Biafrans that are still, not supporting, what message do you need to, what do you think they need to do so that we can move as fast as we can? So what is your message to Biafrans that are not supporting what we are doing?
Yeah,
or Biafrans that don't believe what we are doing so far?
Yeah, so what I would suggest is, look, things always take time in any movement, in any revolution. It's understandable. What I would say to Biafrans now is, I think until this point, there's been a lot of chaos and instability in the Biafra movement. I think for the first time with the Biafra Republic Army in exile under your leadership, Mr. Prime Minister, we have a right group of people who are solid, who are stable-minded, There's been considerable restructuring of the government, weeding out of bad elements in the Biafra government leadership. And now we have a solid group of professionals in the Biafra government. It's very solid, very stable, the right group of people, professional people, committed people, and we're undertaking things in a very serious way, in a stable way. So what I would suggest is to Biafrans who may have been a little bit disoriented, given the chaotic nature for in which previous Biafran organizations were run or things were done in the movement, I would say, no one's forcing you to do anything, but watch carefully what we're doing and use your common sense. When you see that the Biafra Public Government in Exile is the only organization that's getting results, that has a pathway, that's a serious pathway to achieving Biafran independence, I think you should then become involved and become supportive. It's understandable that some Biafrans, given some of the amateurishness and mismanagement of previous Biafran leaders, are maybe somewhat reluctant to get involved. They're watching what's happening. But I think now that the Biafra Public Government in Exile under your leadership, Prime Minister, has shown incredible stability, incredible effectiveness, no drama, no chaos, which has always plagued previous Biafran leaders and organizations. I think it should encourage Biafrans to feel comfortable enough now to jump on board the winning train. So I think this is a turning point. For the first time, we have a Biafra organization with the right people, that's very stable and that doesn't have any crazy drama or nonsense. And I think that's very important. I think for whatever the reasons, there was a lot of chaos and drama previously, but that's no longer the case. So I think because we're in the situation we are in now, that should encourage Biafrans to feel comfortable to now get involved with supporting the Biafra Public Government in Exile. And there are many ways to get involved. Not everyone has to get involved in a public manner. People can support behind the scenes. So I think now Biafrans who should take a new look carefully at what Brgie is doing, and I think Biafrans who have common sense and who are thoughtful can look at what Brgie is doing and make a judgment for themselves. And I think based off of that judgment, they should be inclined to be supportive and to get involved, because I think Brgie is doing all the right things. And I think everything is now laid out in a way that Biafrans can now join in and be supportive. It's understandable that some Biafrans were a little bit confused or reluctant in the past, but now that things are clearing up and everything is laid out with the Brgie structure that we have, I think Biafrans should set aside past conceptions or notions, look at Brgie with a fresh pair of eyes, come to conclusions on Brigie's effectiveness, which they'll see that it's been very effective, and then come on board and be supportive. This is the time. This is the right time for the Biafrans to join, to come on board the winning train and support Brgie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elias. Thank you, and thank you for all you do. And based on your understanding as somebody who worked closely with United States of American government, of which you also represent in a lot of countries from Africa, is there any other government, Biafran government, that is working hardly, very hard, or working with United States of America government, apart from Brigade, that a government that that probably still that one can look up, even a U.S. government FARA document showing that this group or this government, they are fighting to liberate Biafra people. Is there any other government, based on your own knowledge or understanding apart from Biafra Republic government in exile?
Yeah, Brgie, the Biafra Republic government in exile, is the only government in exile, not just only government in exile, but is the only Biafran political entity, you could even say, that has high-level relations with the U.S. government. While there are various Biafran groups that exist, the Biafra Republic government in exile is the only one that has a close working relationship with the U.S. government at high levels and is trusted by the U.S. government. Therefore, I think it's critical that any other Biafra group or Igbo organization be in touch with the Biafra Republic government in exile if they're interested in engaging with the U.S. government. They should do so through the Biafra Republic government in exile. So Brgie is the key organization with relations with the U.S. government, and as such, Brgie will play a critical role in the future of Biafra, and Brgie cannot be in any way circumvented from decision-making on Biafra, because any attempt to go around Brgie in some way means you're trying to also cut out the U.S. government. So Brgie is the only organization that has that's viewed in a serious way by the U.S. government.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elias. And Biafran people, you have heard it from, we call him Mazi Elias. So we Biafrans have given Honorable Elias a title as well, Mazi Elias. And he worked closely with U.S. government. So he knows more than a lot of us, and is somebody who represents not just Biafran people. He also represents other countries from Africa. So this is his field, this is his profession. So he have given the Biafran people, a well meaningful advice. If you're a Biafran and you love freedom for your people, you love freedom for Biafra, come on board, support Biafra Republic government in exile. This government is government of the people by the people, and the government officials, they are servants of the people. These are men and women that volunteer their time, their effort, their energy to serve the people of Biafra. Please, you are welcome on board. Any group that you are affiliated with, you are welcome to join Biafra Republic government in exile, the government that is working closely with United States of America. And I, as the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic government in exile, I am a living witness. I have had series of meetings with U.S. government officials. So I heard what echo in my ear, and I also heard what we need to do, and their advice, and what is expected of us. We need to unite. We need to focus. We need to organize. We also need to know that United States of America have our back. The question is that, how ready are we? Are we ready for our freedom? And I also want to remind Biafrans what happened in Iran. Why Iranian citizens are protesting on the street, even not minding that the Iranian terrorist regime is killing the citizens of Iran. Iranians are so determined to go out the street, protest, make a loud noise, and it get to the ear of the president of the United States of America, the president of the free world, and he told the Iranian people they should keep protesting, that freedom, their freedom is in their hand, meaning that help is on the way. If the Iranian people have stopped protesting, sending a strong signal to the world about what is happening, if they have stopped to alert the world that they are ready to be free, do you think what is happening in Iran today will be happening? And do you know that very, very soon the people of Iran will be free? So, my fellow citizens of Biafra, we need to make some noise. We need to show how serious we are. And we need to stop this emotional blackmail that the Nigerian terrorist state have used on us. We are so glued with our past. Let's focus on the present. We understand that we have Biafrans that are, have been massacred, and like Mazin Namdekan is kidnapped from Finland, from Kenya, by these terrorists Nigeria. And we also understand that Mazi Simon Ekpa likewise is arrested, all because of fighting for the people of Biafra. So we're not going to dwell on past. Let's dwell on present. And the present is what we revive our past. We that are fighting are the ones that will free all the political prisoners, because that's what they are. They are political prisoners because they are locked up because of agitating or fighting for Biafra freedom. So let us all stop this emotional blackmail that the Nigerian terrorist state are using on us and support the current leadership, of which I'm the Prime Minister. So Biafra Republic government in exile will do everything humanly possible to release all political prisoners. It's a task. We represent the entire Biafra, so we don't represent some group of Biafra and avoid other group of Biafra. So all Biafrans are citizens of Biafra, so we'll do everything humanly possible to free all political prisoners. So your support, we hasten it. Your support, we speed it up. But when you keep dwelling on the past, we'll go nowhere. So let's dwell on the present and focus on the government that is making it happen. The government that have taken the cause of Biafra to Washignton D.C. because for over 10, 20 years, Washignton D.C. have not been talking about Biafra like today. Please, your support will go a long way. Thank you very much. And Honorable Elias, let's get your closing remark to Biafran people. I know you already encouraged Biafran people. I'm still getting a message that they would like you to speak more, but because of time and other engagement, and we'll be wrapping up. So Honorable Elias will also be at VOB in near future, very soon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to be here. What I would say to Biafrans is the issue now is not even external support, because we're making huge progress with international support. In fact, I think the challenge is if the Biafrans themselves can move quickly enough and show that they're ready for their independence. So how fast everything moves in a way depends on you, the Biafran people. And I think you need to show seriousness. I think you need to show determination. You need to show commitment. When you have, let's say, Biafrans that are, talking about 2027 elections and people in the Southeast voting for these Nigerian politicians and, all this sorts of stuff, that shows lack of seriousness, right? So there needs to be seriousness. There needs to be commitment. There needs to be an understanding that we're dealing with international diplomacy at this point and not noise making and not all this emotionality. So I think the Biafrans have to show greater seriousness and determination. And part of this will, yes, depend on external support, but part of it will also depend on the Biafrans themselves. If you show the necessary level of maturity that's needed for what we're trying to embark on. So thank you, and it's an honor to be with you today.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elias, and I'm still going to be seeing you in a few days. We have other engagement in Washington because it's all we do. So it's all
Yes.
about Biafra, freedom of Biafra, freedom of Christians, whether in Nigeria, Middle Belt, Biafra, is our job, and we have to free them. So the voiceless, we have to make sure that we send the message to the international community to come to, to our aid. And while we Biafrans also need to focus. It's time that we change the dimension. It's time that we all align with Biafra Republic government in exile. The leadership of which I'm the Prime Minister, so Washington, D.C., U.S. lawmakers in Washington, D.C., they are pleased to have somebody like me, and they are pleased to know that I'm steady, and I'm somebody with common sense. I'm not somebody that they cannot count on or rely on. That's what matters. So last week we traveled out of town for a very important gathering, of which we also have some very meaningful meeting. Just a few days ago in Washington, I came across some of the members that we met at the occasion. They remember who I am, and they always say good luck, in what we are doing. So they wish us well because they know we are fighting a just cause. Please, if you're a Biafra, support the current leadership. Ask yourself question: if this leadership of Brgie is delivering, the answer is yes. Of which Honorable Elias pointed out earlier. He also talked about how the Nigerian newspaper have talked about our impact in Washington, D.C. Actually, there's a time they are attacking us, right? They said,
Yes. Yeah. But now
US,
you
Nigeria as country of particular concern is we are the one behind it. Yes, we play a very vital role since 2014.
But you
go ahead.
Yeah, Prime Minister, even the Nigerian government media, if you notice, if you watch Arise TV, unlike previously when they let's say mocked IPOB or mocked different Biafran leaders, now even the Nigerian government media is very careful in the way they talk about you and Brgie. Because they're now reporting on these international news stories about you and Brgie, and they're much more careful now with what they say, and they're a little bit more respectful. So the Nigerian gutter media is very, they feel a little bit nervous. I think they feel very nervous.
Yeah, because our message is sinking in, and I also want to appreciate Biafrans that are active in social media. Just like Mike Anoy that we talked about earlier. We remember months ago, if you talk about Biafra or about separation, before it's all about how things will work Nigeria, one Nigeria, but based on what he himself observed and what he have seen, he came to a conclusion that Nigeria will not work, that Nigeria will not just work. And that also drew my attention to this group that are calling Save Nigeria group. I laugh, you know why I laugh, Elias? I remember Gowon, right? Gowon is from Middle Belt. Yeah, Gowon fought and he killed Biafrans in millions. He tried to save Nigeria. Gowon try hard, very, very hard to save Nigeria. The same Nigeria that he tried to save is the same Nigeria that is killing his people. Even our former leader, Ojukwu, told Gowon that Gowon will be alive and watch Nigeria kill his people. And it's happening.
Yes. Yeah, his community is being killed, is the one being killed. Yeah.
The one that tried to save Nigeria, just like this young man called so whatever his name is. I'm like, what's wrong with him? You can't save Nigeria. You can't. A former president named Obasanjo said Nigeria insecurity can never stop. Obasanjo said Nigeria insecurity can never stop. That means what is happening, it just can't stop. And I thank God that Washington D.C. is beginning to realize, like one of the speaker at the hearing just a few days ago, he compared Nigeria to like Yugoslavia, right?
Yes.
Yes. So Nigerian people, they need to go and get their own separate country. So like if the Fulani people, if they believe Nigeria is their country, they can go coexist with the North, like the Hausa. We call them Hausa Fulani. So we encourage the middle belt. Nigeria can't be saved. Don't deceive yourself. And the funny thing is that the more they try to save Nigeria, the more Nigeria killed. It happened in Lekki Toll Gate. While Nigerians are waving Nigerian flag, protesting against police brutality, Tinubu, the same terrorist president, do you know that Tinubu ordered the military to open fire and kill a lot of these people protesting for freedom? Not to even these people at Lekki Toll Gate, not that they are protesting to exit Nigeria. They are just protesting for better Nigeria then. They are just protesting against the police, a police force called SARS, because these SARS are actually terrorists. The way they, the SARS turned to terrorists that are kidnapping people for ransom, because if they arrest you, they will tell you how much you need to pay before they release you. So they're committing a lot of crime. Tinubu ordered military to kill this innocent Nigeria protesting. Nigeria can't just be saved, so this Save Nigeria group need to stop wasting their time, because whenever they keep posting of their meeting from Washignton D.C. to save Nigeria, that go on, their brother, uncle tried to save. It never worked. And the same Nigeria that they try to save is killing them. So it's high time Biafran people wake up, since they know that Nigeria can never work. Please support Biafra Republic government in Ezra. Biafra is here. We need to be more organized. We need to be more serious than ever before. So how I wish I can break some news that will make your day, but just believe me when I say Biafra is here. So there's a lot of talk going on. A lot of countries that want to support Biafra. They are just waiting for the... Elias, what are they waiting for? Go ahead. Green what?
Well,
They're waiting for green light. So Biafra is
yes,
here.
green light. Green light. Yes. Yes.
Biafra is here. So they are watching us. Thank you very much. Thank you from here. And thank you for being our first guest in VOB, Voice of Biafra. And, we are happy. Go ahead.
It's a great honor for me. It's a great honor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank God bless you too. All right, have a great day, Biafra. So, Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Biafran people, I hope we are ready for our freedom. Our freedom is in our hand. Our freedom will not be given to us in a platter of gold. If you hate me, don't hate my message. Don't hate what I represent. Don't hate what Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere is fighting for. I'm fighting for the freedom of Biafra. Of which freedom of Biafra is your freedom, is my freedom as well. Freedom is beautiful. It's so sweet than honey. Freedom is priceless. It's worth more than gold. We dream for a Biafra where the security will be touched, no, the best of best. Where you can leave your door wide open, travel far and wide, come back without anyone going in your house to steal any of your belongings. A Biafra where midnight you can walk on the street of Biafra without Islamic jihadist terrorists kidnapping, chasing you. A Biafra where you have a steady electricity. A Biafra where you have good education system. A Biafra with hope. A Biafra where everyone from different countries of the world we want to live. A Biafra where people want to travel, like the way people travel to Dubai, America, Hong Kong, Singapore. A Biafra that will bring positive vibe to the global community. A Biafra that will be love. A Biafra of live and let live. A Biafra where neighbors will love themselves, cherish themselves. A Biafra with the same ideology, not like Nigeria, where you have this Islamic jihadist terrorists with different ideology. While you are preaching peace, while you are preaching unity, while you are preaching live and let live. The Islamic jihadist terrorists of Nigeria are preaching hate. While they are preaching jihadism, how you will be killed. With your support, with your help, we can all achieve this milestone. It's our dream. Our forefather dream, when are we going to be free? That is the reason why our leader, Ojukwu, resurrect the hope for Biafran people, for us to be free. Because we deserve to be free as free people. And we know that if we don't fight to be free, if Biafra land is overrun, the West should prepare that these terrorists will attack them, even from Biafra land. That is, if they succeed, capture Biafra. We encourage the West to support Biafran cause. We also encourage United States of America to hasten up so that we can all fight this one common enemy, this terrorist state of so-called Nigeria. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And for those that will be supporting now and those that will support later, we appreciate you. We appreciate all of you sacrifice. Thank you from here, and God bless you.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. La, 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 la. Yeah. Turn 'em up. From Biafra land to the whole world. Now who they talk? The voice of Biafra. We know they hide again, we don't show face. True don't wake up in no 50 race. From village squad to overseas, everybody they have frequency. We they stand the dig bar, no shaking. No more silence, we they breaking. From the east side to the diaspora, now we be the real voice of Biafra. Biafra, make them hear us. Biafra, nobody can stop us. Biafra, fire they burn. Anywhere you they make it tune and done. Signal down strong, we don't reach everywhere. From Africa go Europe, then they hear I'm clear. We they talk truth, we know they fear.
Mr. Descano, simple question. Are American communities safer when illegal immigrants who commit crimes are deported or when they remain in those communities? Are they safer when they're deported communities? Yes or no? Just yes or no?
Well, sir, that's not...
Yes or no? Yes
no,
or no?
Sir.
I'm asking the question.
And I'm trying to answer them.
No, you
because
are...
you asked me a question that's outside of my purview.
Jim
I can
Jordan
tell you...
down there asked you questions. You're a human being. You're sitting next to a woman who lost her daughter. Can you tell me if illegal criminals are removed from the country if we're safer?
And to suggest that I don't care about what happens in my community.
This is my
I go to work every
day. You are going to answer my
to protect my community.
You are going to answer my questions. You don't show any discipline. When I'm asked questions, I answer them. So you're not willing to answer that question. Okay. So I ask you this question. Let's talk about Abdul Jalal. Yes or no, would Stephanie Minter be alive today if he had been deported? And you know why he wasn't deported? Because then, quite frankly, the administration was not as aggressive, and if a country didn't want to accept these awful people that came from the country, we didn't know where to send them, and we held them and we detained them. Now we're finding places to send them so that this doesn't go on. That's the answer. That's why that happened. It's not a mystery. It's not something weird or unusual. They didn't know where the heck to put it. Now we just do it and we get it done. But nevertheless, would we be safer if he wasn't in the country then? Would we be safer, yes or no?
Sir,
yes or no, or to be safer if the man wasn't in the country? Damn it, answer my question.
Sir, I'm trying. You keep changing the question.
No, it's yes or no. There's a bad guy that murders people.
Certainly,
are we safer that he's not in the country?
If somebody is...
Nope, you can't answer the question. I'm sorry. I'll ask you this. Explain to the lady next to you. Abdul Jalal was charged in your county more than 40 times, not 4 times, 40 times. Your office dropped the charges in almost every single case. That's fact. We have it documented. We can look at it. Your own Fairfax County Police Department wrote your office, we have it, it's fact, May 2025, saying he had shown a, quote, blatant disregard for human life and was a danger to the community, and that if he wasn't detained and deported, he would seriously hurt someone or kill someone. The very man went out and then killed someone. Okay. So the question is, couldn't have we done better there?
Yeah, the gentleman's time has expired.
Oh, no. From every village, every city, from homeland to diaspora, hope is rising again. Biafra now our only hope. Yes, now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. We bring better news, make you head on clear. We get hope, now Biafra we dey see. Beautiful nation, shining bright justice and fairness. Now the light.
Biafra go be one beautiful nation.
Every Biafran go enjoy true freedom. Fine, fine country, shining nation. Justice and fairness. Justice and fairness. Everybody equal, one love for rich and poor. Leader or citizen, no different. Justice go speak with confidence.
No pressure,
no discrimination. Rule of law for the nation. Truth and justice go reign forever.
Biafra go get strong and better.
Where your home?
Biafra.
Who be your home?
Biafra.
Waiting be your country.
Biafra.
No more suffering and smiling. No more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community.
No more dying,
because no money.
Life go better for everybody.
Biafra now our only hope.
Biafra now our only hope.
Stand up now, make we claim
Biafra now our destination.
Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport.
Clean water go flow for houses.
Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family.
Day and night.
Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people wey get the land go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we dey for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again.
No vote buying,
no rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote.
One man, one vote.
Your voice go matter every day.
Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope.
Hope for today.
Hope for tomorrow.
No more pain, no more sorrow.
Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope.
Hope for today.
Hope
for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra.
Our home,
our country,
our future,
our future. Biafra now our only hope.
This is systemic failure, a collapse of responsibility, a nation where innocent lives are wasted daily, as fear grips the population. A new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence. Trust has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, on this frequency, we do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this: a government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Remain strong. Nigeria has failed its citizens, and in awareness lies survival. This is a wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile.
Greetings. Take a commission break, and when we return, we continue.
People of Biafra. This is the voice of Biafra. The voice that cannot be silenced. The voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation. Nigeria government has lost control over insecurity. Fellow listeners, what was once whispered in fear, what was once denied in arrogance, has now become a reality too loud to ignore. A nation staggering under the weight of its own contradictions is rapidly losing control over insecurity. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, the land trembles, not from natural disaster, but from man-made chaos. Communities abandoned, villages raided under the cover of darkness, highways turned into corridors of fear. Citizens left to fend for themselves. In a country where the government once promised protection, the question now echoes across the land. Where is the government? Where are the security forces? Where is the accountability? In recent times, markets have become targets. Travelers have become victims. Families have become statistics. And yet, those in power continue to speak in rehearsed tone. Detached from the suffering of the people, observers say, this is no longer a matter of isolated incidents. This is systemic failure. A collapse of responsibility. A nation where innocent lives are wasted daily. As fear grips the population, a new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence. Trust has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, on this frequency, we do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this. A government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Remain strong. Nigeria has failed its citizens, and in awareness lies survival. This is a wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile.
Yes, on this very frequency, we tell you the way it is. I bring you warm greetings and welcome to Voice of Biafra Television. situation of Nigeria has gone beyond what you can understand or what has been happening before now. A lot of people that never believed in the cause of Biafra or what Biafran people have been talking about today can testify to understand the reality that they face. The voice of Biafra is where the voice of the voiceless can be heard, and is where the hope of mankind is embedded. On this frequency, as we said, is where you hear the truth, undiluted. The Biafra Republic government in exile have been on this since 2022. The awareness that the Biafra Republic government in exile have created so far has given room to the US lawmakers to understand the truth about the Nigerian situation. If you claim to be in the dark, it means you are just deceiving yourselves. The photo on the screen here explains and shows to you, photo on the screen, on my very left, explains to you what you should know, which many have claimed they weren't aware. But if the US lawmakers are aware of Biafra today and they speak bold of Biafra, it means we have done a great job. There are two things you need to understand in the cause or in the work of Biafra Republic government in exile, ably led by the Prime Minister, His Excellency Honorable Okechukwu Nkera, with his entire cabinet. When Biafra Republic government in exile storms the US Congress on the 18th of September 2025, it galvanized a platform and a roadmap to the freedom of the Christians. It also put on the table the plight of the Christians that are slaughtered and massacred on a daily basis. It also put on the table the kidnapping case of Martin Andekano on the table of the US government. It also put on the table the imprisonment of Martin Simon Ekpa in Finland by the Finland government in collaboration with Nigerian government and the European government. The plight of the Biafran people and the independence cause of Biafra. It also put on the table deals and opportunities and what America will get from the Biafran people and what the Biafran people will also stand to gain. It also put on the table the prospect of the Biafra of tomorrow that we look up to see and what we envisage. It is important that the American government or the international or political diplomat that makes decisions and policies in the world understand what Biafra is putting up and what they expect to get and what will in turn benefit any country or sector that we are reaching out to. So the U.S. congressional briefing or the congressional testimony that was submitted by the Biafra Republic government in exile in June 2025 and the congressional briefing that was held on the 18th of September 2025 was a milestone. It was the first in history that has ever happened. Never in the history of mankind has this happened before. It was a turning point. It was a confluence, unit, and a point where everything came to connect. After this, Nigeria got into the situation that you find them today. And we are not surprised. because many and bodies and governments have benefited so much from the Nigerian situation without paying any keen attention or not minding what happened. They don't bother because they only go in there to get what they want and then give Nigeria what Nigeria wants. There are many NGOs and government bodies and groups and persons and individuals that have enriched themselves so much from the genocide that has happened in Nigeria for years. There are people that have had companies there and they ran the show for 20 to 30 years, 15 years, 18 years, but they never for once cared to bring the Christian genocide to come and speak up. Why didn't they come to speak up? Here comes a very big question, and we will also give you the answer vividly. Do you know why they never spoke up? Because they were benefiting something. They benefited something for the past 15 years or the past 20 years. So they will not in any way come or explain or drag Nigeria out or do anything that will push Nigeria forward to ask them the pertinent question, or to drag them to the international community and to tell them to ask them the questions of why are you killing the Christians in your country or in your communities. This wouldn't happen, because if they were running an NGO or they were benefiting from the oil and gas, just like the United Kingdom benefited from the oil and gas in Biafra land in the 60s to 70s, which they were able to slaughter Biafrans, supervise the genocide without any remorse, because their concern was not how many babies, women and children are dying, but rather what they will get in return is what matters the most. So these private investors, public and governmental investors that have been in Nigeria for the past 60 years, for the past 50 years, for the past 20, for the past 10, for the past 18, for the past 25, they saw the blood of Biafrans, they saw the blood of Nigerians speak. They saw how the Christian genocide has happened. The commercial we just played depicted how many numbers of people have been slaughtered in Nigeria so far. And then you should be asking yourself, why didn't they speak about this? Let's watch this commercial as we return.
People of Biafra. This is the voice of Biafra. The voice that cannot be silenced. The voice.
There you saw that first commercial on the screen. The first commercial on the screen talked about how many people were massacred. And the figure goes as 18,000 churches bombed since 2009, 50,000 killed since 2009, 5 million displaced since 2009, 7,000 killed in 2025. All alarmed by Christian persecution in Nigeria. Then the question now is, why didn't they speak out? And why did everything now blossom in 2025? Everything had to blossom in 2025 because of what? The Biafra Republic government in exile. If you are watching this program from wherever you are, from Voice of Biafra Television in all over Africa, on Facebook, on Twitter, X, or on YouTube, or on Instagram, do well to inform other people that you're watching from Voice of Biafra Television, the only television that showcases the plight of the Biafran people and the Christians in Nigeria. Our hope is not just for the Biafran people, but our hope is for all Christians and anyone that believes and live and let live anyone who is not ready to cut off heads of babies, women, and children in the contraption called Nigeria. Biafran people are predominantly Christians. So when we say the Christians in Nigeria, these are the Christians that are contract in Nigeria, and they are Biafrans. We've been victims of this genocide. We've been victims of all these massacre that you see here, and the list does not end here. Its list goes on and on and on and on and on and on. People care less about what is happening, but until the Biafran Republic government in exile had to bring up everything that you see here that is happening, that is when the entire world had to start doing what? Taking it very serious. So you needed people to have spoken. You needed people to have taken the bold step. You needed people to have called on the international community. You've seen many international bodies and investors that have been in Nigeria for years, but they never spoke anything. Many of them came, they build their NGO, they make their money, they enjoy, they sing for the continuity of one Nigeria, and they want Nigeria to continue as one so that Nigeria will not be divided. Because you know what? By the time Nigeria is divided, their business empire is crumbled. That is why, at this very time, a lot of people are against the Biafra Republic government in exile. Why? Because of the work that they have done in Washignton D.C, which has been able to crave the indulgence of the U.S. lawmakers into the genocide that happens in Nigeria for the past 20 and 18 years. For those of you that are not aware of the genesis of this problem, it is a continuation of the Uthman and Fodi Islamization agenda that was long instituted in the 1804. And then you can as well remember that in 1960 to 1966, there was a coup. And somebody should ask, did the Nigerian people or the people in Nigeria just sat down and then woke up and implemented a coup? What actually happened? It was a repetition of this Islamization agenda that we all shout today, we all see today, that was engulfing the entire Nigerian state. The same way you see it now that is happening is exactly what was supposed to happen. The people of the Middle Belt, the people of the Yoruba land, the people of the Hausa land, they were the prime target. And babies, women, and children were slaughtered the same way that you see that is happening today. So these graveyards and these displays that you see here did not start today. It actually had started far back as at 1804. I actually also had started again in 1960s to 66, which necessitated the January 1566 coup. When you hear of the January 1566 coup, this is how it came about. And this is what happened that brought about the coup. The coup was staged to be able to stop the genocide, to be able to stop the Islamization agenda, and to curtail the situation that you see today, which has come to repeat itself again. But because there has been this hatred against one set of people in the contraption called Nigeria, Mind you, the contraption was brought about by Britain. And so, your parents and my parents were never consulted when this contraption were brought together. So we were forcefully brought together, and that is why there must always be disagreements, because there was or there were no consultations from all ends before the forceful amalgamation was brought together. So this will not end here now, the way all of you are taking it, unless you understand the root cause of this very problem. The root cause of this very problem is far bigger than what some people are putting out there. And until it is properly explained, until it is well addressed, Nigeria will be in chaos and will be dismantled. How many babies, women, and children have been slaughtered so far? Since Friday last week. Today happens to be another new week. Did you check the social media? You are in May 2026. What are the news headlines that you saw in May 2026? What did you see? The genocide increases day by day. It's either you hear about 50 slaughtered in Niger State, or you hear about 20 and 15 in Plateau, in Zamfara, in Benue, in Kano, in Kaduna, and Borno. But you know the shocking thing? Nigerian government pays these terrorists. They pay the terrorists with your taxpayers' money. They pay them with the dividends of democracy derived from the development or derived from the resources in your lands that are supposed to have been used for your own benefit. That is what is used to pay the terrorists. That's why we will always pose the question to every foreign policy makers. Is it nice or advisable, or are they doing the right thing by paying the terrorists and also reintegrating the terrorists into the military formations? Because we have checked, done research, and we haven't found another country that is doing same. The terrorist that rips baby off your womb, the terrorist that slaughters and rapes your mothers, women, and children, the terrorist that desolates your communities, the terrorist that takes life, are the same terrorists that the government of the day reintegrates into the society and pays them. They even reintegrate them back into the military formations. And they claim they want to use them to do what? To go after the other terrorists. This is not possible. You don't bring a terrorist and mix up with babies that were raped by the same terrorists, and you say you are doing reintegration. You don't go and bring another terrorist and say, I want to use you to go after another terrorist so that I can terrorism. No. It's just like you go and meet Satan. You say, Satan, I want to use you to convert Satan. It will not work. What you will see at the end of the day is that the Satan that you have actually put up, eat up the rest of the people. because they have to rapport and come together with those that you have given license. You have created a bigger monster, and you have given them more opportunities to unite and to destroy them all. Our question is, why pamper the terrorists so much if they are very good for your use? Why don't you just create a different country for the terrorists and then create a leader for the terrorists for them to lead the terrorists? You have to use a conquer system to be able to create your own emirate and empire. Must it be done with conquest? Everybody can live in their different world without conquering somebody to become somebody. Why is it that you must use a conquer strategist to implement the Islamic invasion? The Biafran people will not fold their arms to watch and see this happen. And we have a message. It doesn't matter how many of our leaders are kidnapped, arrested, and locked up in prison. We will march, yes, in different forms. We will emerge in different ways. And Biafra cannot be stopped. Biafra cannot be stopped. The declaration of Biafra had happened in 1967, and at that time, many of us were not born. We never even had the dream that we will be alive today to be partakers of the realization of Biafra today. But today we happen to be the key pioneers of today's Biafra. That is to tell you that if you take any of us out today, another of us will emerge and the fire will continue to burn. And the situation Nigeria is today has gotten worse than before. Yes, because looking at the situation of Nigeria today, everybody now feels the fury. If everyone weren't feeling the fury before, I believe today everybody can feel the fury. So, do you still disbelieve in the disintegration of Nigeria? Do you still disbelieve or misunderstand? Or do you still cultivate the hopeless hope that Nigeria will ever work? Because that is the mistake that many people have made. If it were to be a place that will save lives, why will it consume these numbers of life without anybody saying something about it or caring about how many people are caught up on a daily basis? Does this number flows out of America? Does this number flows out of UK? Does this number flows out of Italia? Does this number flows out of Spain? Does this number flows out of Portugal? Does this number flows out of Germany? Does this number flows out of Netherlands? Does this number flows out of Poland? Does this number flows out of Belgium? Does this number flows out of all the regions of the earth? Nigeria, because it was designed to be the hub Islamic jihadist terrorists to launch a safe haven and to destroy the entire African people and implement the conquest agenda. If you do not rise up now and join hands to dismantle this hegemonic tendency, Africa will be worse than what you see in Sudan and Somalia and what you see in northern part of Nigeria now. Because the worst is yet to come. The worst is yet to come, and it will be too bad that nobody will be able to escape. We take a commercial, and when we return, continue from here.
Voice of Biafra, the voice that cannot be silenced, the voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation. Nigeria government has lost control. Great people of Biafra. This is the voice of Biafra, the voice that cannot be silenced, the voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation. Nigeria government has lost control over insecurity. Fellow listeners, what was once whispered in fear, what was once denied in arrogance, has now become a reality too loud to ignore. A nation staggering under the weight of its own contradictions is rapidly losing control over insecurity. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, the land trembles, not from natural disaster, but from man-made chaos. Communities abandoned, villages raided under the cover of darkness, highways turned into corridors of fear. Citizens left to fend for themselves. In a country where the government once promised protection, the question now echoes across the land. Where is the government? Where are the security forces? Where is the accountability? In recent times, markets have become targets. Travelers have become victims. Families have become statistics. And yet, those in power continue to speak in rehearsed tone. Detached from the suffering of the people, observers say, this is no longer a matter of isolated incidents. This is systemic failure. A collapse of responsibility. A nation where innocent lives are wasted daily. As fear grips the population, a new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence. Trust has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, on this frequency, we do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this. A government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Remain strong. Nigeria has failed its citizens, and in awareness lies survival. This is a wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic government in exile. great people of Biafra. This is the voice of Biafra, the voice that cannot be silenced, the voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation, Nigeria government has lost control over it.
You're welcome back to the show. It is Voice of Biafra Television, live, coming to you from the VOB station. You can watch and join us from all over the globe. All you have to do is to follow the frequency if you have a satellite decoder. And we shall be displaying the information on how to join, how to search your system to be able to catch up Biafra Television. Thank you for joining us once again. And the message here is that considering how the situation of Nigeria has been, if Biafra is not let go, there won't be peace in Nigeria. If Biafra is not let go, not allowed to have their freedom, it happens to be the roadmap to the freedom of every mankind in Nigeria and in Africa. Biafra is not allowed the pathway in Nigeria. There will be no peace in Nigeria. Because the Biafran people has the antidote to neutralize the terrorists in Nigeria. The only people that have remained provoked, confronted the Nigerian government in all their dealings and ways and manners that they are using to destroy the lives of people has been the Biafran people. Only Biafran people have been able to confront them and to bring them down. But every other persons or every other people in Nigeria are afraid of the Fulani terrorists. Maybe because of what they gain, maybe because of their monetary interests or their political interests. But the only people that says they cannot fold their hands and watch as babies, women and children are cut to pieces has only been the Biafran people. They have paid this price before and they are still paying this price now as we speak. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who happened to speak for Biafra, was kidnapped in Kenya by Nigerian government in collaboration with other foreign governments. Why did they kidnap him? Did they kidnap him because they love him so much? Did they kidnap him because they want him to come and be their friend? Did they kidnap him because he has been giving them food and they did not enjoy the food and they want another food? No. They kidnapped him because he was creating the awareness and exposing and telling people about the Christian genocide that is happening today, the Islamic agenda that is happening today. He was opening the eyes of every Christian and every Nigerian in Nigeria that the jihad is coming. He told the Biafran people that they should wake up and be prepared because the terrorists will come, slaughter them, and Nigeria will be worse than Somalia. So they kidnapped him because he happens to be a victim of politics. He happens to be a victim that was brought about considering his identity and his tribe and his ethnicity and his nationality as a Biafran. He identified himself as a Biafran. He rejected Nigeria and said he cannot identify himself with the people that only wants to kill and slaughter their babies, women, and children. Mind you, we've all called for the unity of Nigeria before now. But when you continue to call for the unity of a contraption whose sole and objective is to slaughter your babies, women, and children, it's like you are actually helping them to fulfill their agenda. So a time needs to come in your life which you need to have assessment record of what is happening. Compare and contrast and ask yourself, is it working with this ideology? Is it working this way? Or if it is not working? I've tried this thing to go this way, it is not working. So Nigeria formula hasn't been working for anybody, and it will never work, because Nigeria has been designed to be a contraption that will only serve the interests of the jihadist terrorists. So why is he in detention today? Because he outrightly told people that this genocide was coming and that everybody should stand up and be ready. So he is only somebody that tells you the truth, that you will hate the person. So Biafran people today that you see that are being hated is because they are able to confront the terrorists. They are able to confront the jihad plan and to tell it to their face. And I can also tell you this in the present day and also in the olden days. Everybody were comfortable and enjoying Nigeria with the genocide that was happening in 1945, 1950, 1960 to 1966 until the coup came on. And when the coup came on, they turned the coup against the Biafran people, and they could not stand to watch their babies, women, and children slaughtered. That is why they saw themselves as the endangered species. So they had to form a defense mechanism to be able to stand against the terrorists that have been unleashed on them. The question here is, did you see any other people, apart from the Biafran people, as at then, stand up to say, no, their babies, women, and children cannot be slaughtered? No, it wasn't. It has only been the Biafran people that said they can't watch their babies, women, and children slaughtered. And so they had to do everything they can to put an end to it. So that's why if you don't let Biafra go, there won't be peace in Nigeria until you let Biafra go. Just like Dr. Michael Rubin, a senior think tank group official, a former Pentagon official. This is a top analyst and a researcher. This is someone that affects the policy making in America. This is someone that people comes to seek advice from. This is people that do the things that we see happen. We've had him here in our Voice of Biafra television, speak to Biafran people. We've also had him in the Biafra Convention in Finland in 2024, December spoke. We've also had him in the U.S. Congressional briefing of the Biafran people. We've also had him in several occasions being of help and assistance and a very focal mind to the Biafran people. He's not asking something in return. All he's doing is to give his aid and help to see that the people that wants to be free finally get that freedom which they yearn for. And he's ready to do everything, and he's doing it on a daily basis, and he will continue to do and do and do to see that the people of Biafra are free. So if you are one of the people singing the praises of Nigeria, oh please, I beg of you, Nigeria was not meant to be good. Nigeria was not meant to benefit you. Nigeria is a contraption that is meant for jihad plan to be implemented. That is why we have their antidote to neutralize them. Any other person that have their antidote can as well come out and tell us that he or she has their antidote. But no other person has the antidote of the Islamic jihad. It's only the Biafran people that has the antidote. And as we have the antidote, we continue to call on everybody to realize the dangers that is before them and the dangers that wants to take all of them, because this has been on for a very long time, but many of you have shied away from this responsibility. Many of you have not even wanted to talk about it or to even identify yourselves with the reality on ground. And that is why your babies, your women and children have been the victims. You are a victim today because you were a survivor yesterday. You are a survivor today, you may be the next victim tomorrow. The work of the Biafra Republic government in exile lobbies and the Prime Minister in Washington, D.C. must cause stomach ache to many people. Do you know why? Because we are punching those that have been benefiting from the bloodletting of Christians and Nigerians and Biafrans in that contraption. We are punching them in and out. If somebody is coming to remove bread from your mouth to put stone, how will you feel? I want the Biafran people to understand something here. That those you see on the media attacking the Biafra Republic government, Prime Minister, his entire cabinet, the media team, the attorney of Brgie, and everyone that we work with, everyone that supports the quest for the independence of Biafra. Anyone that you see that is attacking our processes, attacking our template, just know that the person was benefiting from the genocide of Nigeria for the past 20, 15, 10, 20, 40, 50 years. So, seeing that we are about to remove the business that has been keeping him or her on, not minding the dead and the blood of the people slaughtered, saying that we are bringing this to an end, they wouldn't be happy. So one thing they will have to do is that they must attack our Republic government in exile lobbies. Mazi Elias. They must attack our attorney Dabiri. They must attack our Prime Minister, Okechukwu Nkere. They must also attack everybody that they see that identifies with us and support our cause and our template and the ways and manners that we go about our awareness in engaging the U.S. foreign policy makers. They must come at us. They must be angry at us. Because if they are not expressing that their anger, if they don't come out to come and create chaos or to destroy one process or another, it will be as if we are not yielding results. It is only someone that is yielding results that will now have enemies. It's only someone that is yielding good results that will have adversaries. So I want the Biafran people, the media team, to get this fact straight. First, you need to be happy when you see that you have too many people coming out from the toilet. Yes, I call it toilet because if you ask them, where have you been for the past 50 years? Where have you been for the past 30 years? Where have you been for the past 40 years? Where have you been for the past 10 years? Where have you been for the past 20 years? Where this jihad have slaughtered babies, women, and children. Some of them were inside Nigeria benefiting from the Nigerian government, benefiting from this bloodletting. They benefited from this jihad. They benefited from how babies, women, and children of the Christians are slaughtered and of the Biafrans. But they did not speak up. How would they speak up? Because money covered their mouth. They used the money, plan everything for them. They give them contract, they give them opportunities to enjoy everything in Nigeria. They will travel from all over Nigeria. They will do everything they want to do. They will give them all chieftaincy titles. You know, for you to be able to blend with the Nigerian politicians, you must fall into the circle of the corrupt practices. So they enjoyed all this show while Nigeria continued to wax on the blood of Christians. This has happened and happened and happened and gone for years and years and years. Nobody had the balls to hold Nigeria to their knee. I asked another question. Why didn't they, these people that you see today, attacking the Biafra Republic government in exile, on the strategies and template that we are using against Nigeria that brought Nigeria to the international stage for them to come and answer questions in the past 20 years? Why didn't they come out to say Nigeria is bad? Why didn't they come out to say, oh, we have been doing business inside Nigeria for the past 10 and 15 years, and this is what we have been saying? They have been slaughtering, they have been maiming, and then they brought the petition, they brought it out and started doing open protest in America to submit to the US Congress for us to see that they will learn it. You see, they never did that. But they waited to see the opportunity that first ever in history, the Biafra Republic government in exile submitted a congressional testimony enumerating everything about Nigeria, enumerating the cause of Biafra and what Biafrans are doing now, enumerating the way forward and solutions and recommendations, and also telling the entire world that if you ignore the genocide, those resources that you so value in that contraption will not be available for you to have your hands on it again. Because when the genocide is done by the terrorists, they will use the process of the resources that they gather to acquire the weapons. And the first attack will come to America, because America has been mapped out as the prime enemy, because it's only America that is ready to crush every terrorist and every jihadist plan. So, to the media team of Brgie, I appreciate all your work, but be very happy when you see people attacking your work in the media, attacking the work of the Biafra Republic government in exile. One, it is recognition that you are doing what is touching the oligarchies. You are doing what is actually hitting the boss. You are doing what has actually destroyed their criminality. You are doing what has destroyed where they benefited from the blood of Christians and Biafrans for the past 40, for the past 10, for the past 5, for the past 15, for the past 20 years. So do not expect them to go back and sleep. What you should rather expect from them is to see them litter everywhere with their urchins and become nuisance everywhere. By so doing, they promote the Biafra Republic government in England and the work that we've been doing in Washignton D.C. They promote all our friends and allies and those that love Biafra and promote Biafra and wants Biafra to be, because they are doing free publicity for us now. And do not be deceived, thinking that anybody that you see today waking up to start attacking the Biafra Republic government in exile processes and the template and the achievement of whatever we've done, that they are not aware of who is our lobbyist. No, they are aware. They are fully aware. They are fully aware of who is our lobbyist, who is our prime minister, who is our attorney, who have we met in America, what have we done in America, how have we engaged the lawmakers in America. They know. They even know about the contracts that we have with our lobbyists and our attorneys. They know everywhere that we've had meetings. They know all the engagement. So don't think that they are ignorant. They are just in to play the red card because it is a contract that has been given to them. Because why? You have removed bread from their mouth and decided to put stone. The bread you removed from their mouth and decided to put stone is what they have been benefiting from the Nigerian contraption for the past 10, 20, 15 years on the bloods of the babies, women, and children that have been slaughtered, not minding that these are people's children. So they have been enjoying all these things. So don't let any of them deceive you by telling you, oh, they are not aware of what the Biafran Republic government in Israel have been doing. No, it's a lie. They know everything. They know everything. And very soon, they will use their hands to be posting it. That is how God will expose them. And when you check, you will ask yourself, so, you knew that Biafra Republic government in Israel has a lobbyist. You knew that Biafra Republic government in Israel has an attorney. You know that they have a contract with their lobbyists and their attorney. You know that they had a congressional briefing. You know that they have been having meetings with all these U.S. lawmakers. Yes, they are fully aware that they will come out to discredit your work in the media, to cause dissociation, to cause chaos, and to downplay your effort, to bring in conflict amongst you, so that it will seem as if you have not been doing anything. And yet they are aware. They make research and they know everything. They see your discussions and your meetings that you post and communicates that is coming out and everything you do. So that is why I want you all to understand and remember that they are doing all this because our lobbyists and our attorney successfully, with our PM, in their education and the work that they have been doing, succeeded in activating U.S. foreign policy apparatus against Nigeria. They activated credibility damage against Nigeria. They also activated against Nigerian government and their military formations and even the economy. They brought about political and diplomatic isolation to Nigerian government and all their allies. They made Nigeria to become like this. So, why wouldn't those that were benefiting from the death and the blood of Biafrans and Nigerians not come attacking the Biafra Republic government in exile officials and even our lobbyists and attorney and even the U.S. officials that are also speaking in favor of Biafra? It's because we have caused them pain. And if it is by causing them this pain that will bring about the freedom of the Biafran people, so be it. They will see more pain. Because the babies, the women and children that have seen pains and penury in their lives for the past 100 years, for the past 5 years, for the past 10 years, nobody cared about them. Nobody bothered anything about them. Nobody thought they could come to their rescue. They've been battered, they've been massacred, and their lives has been like this for years. Nobody cared what would have been their own solution. So, the reverse is the case, and now that people have actually taken the bull by the horn, why are they complaining? The yellow and the brown and white envelopes that were being shared would not be going round again. Yes, the people that we call them, book them in the big hotels and give them preferential flights and give them everything they need so that they will continue to suck you dry. Such preferences will not be coming anymore. So there must be chaos. So Biafran people need to understand that we must see and have all these kind of people emanating at this point. And I also want to remind all Biafrans that this is part of the mountains that we must face. Because mountains upon mountains has to come in diverse ways. And this is part of it. And facing this one and overcoming it means we are winning. If you all gathered in the U.S. congressional briefing on the 18th of September, a place where people have not gathered before, an event where people have not held before, event where people have not seen before in their lives, you happen to be the first to have done so. First in history, and you expect that those that you have set this trap for or brought them down will not come after you, or you must be joking. You must understand that freedom fighting does not come easy. We take a short commercial and we'll be back.
Security. Fellow listeners, what was once whispered in fear, what was once denied in arrogance, has now become a reality too loud to ignore. A nation staggering under the weight of its own contradictions is rapidly losing control over insecurity. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, the land trembles, not from natural disaster, but from man-made chaos. Communities abandoned, villages raided under the cover of darkness, highways turned into corridors of fear. Citizens left to fend for themselves. In a country where the government once promised protection, the question now echoes across the land. Where is the government? Where are the security forces? Where is the accountability? In recent times, markets have become targets. Travelers have become victims. Families have become statistics. And yet, those in power continue to speak in rehearsed tone. Detached from the suffering of the people, observers say, this is no longer a matter of isolated incidents. This is systemic failure. A collapse of responsibility. A nation where innocent lives are wasted daily. As fear grips the population, a new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence. Trust has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, on this frequency, we do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this: a government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Remain strong. Nigeria has failed its citizens, and in awareness lies survival. This is a wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic government in exile. Great people of Biafra.
The Voice of Biafra Television, VOB, reaching you from all over the globe. And like we have said, and we continue to say, Biafra is here, and all you've got to do is to key into what we are doing. There is never a freedom fighting or war that is fought without money. And that is why I am coming to the reasons why we must support our freedom with a gemma more and more than we have ever done. Yes, because money speaks in Washington, D.C., and shit does the work. So they say, for us to have had the heavy hands of meeting these U.S. foreign policy makers, educating them and telling them about Biafra, telling them about the Christian genocide, having series of engagement with them, we needed a channel to have gone through. And that channel of communication happens to have been lobbyists and attorneys. This happens to be the connecting rod. This happens to be the intermediaries to make see the U.S. foreign policy makers. So, if you check the media, you will now see that those that Biafra Republic government in exile have destroyed their business empire in Nigeria, those that were enjoying the blood-letting of Biafrans and Christians in Nigeria, the first thing they will post is to post our contract, whatever we are paying or what we are doing, or the financial agreements that they see in the media between our lobbies and attorney. Because they are angry. They are damn angry that BRJ are getting results for Biafra with the use of these lobbyists. It doesn't matter how much the pay is, but what speaks volume is that these lobbyists and attorney are delivering on their mandate. Yes. If we were not delivering on that mandate, our voices wouldn't have been heard and we wouldn't have been spotted in the policy circle. We wouldn't have been spotted as being seen within the circle of the policy. So these people are angry that these lobbies and attorney is actually delivering on the mandate. And that is why we want them to cry more. Yes. We love to see panicants cry. We love to see them cry harder and cry bigger because it gives us joy. It helps us to weigh our balances. It helps us to check our statistics. It helps us to see if we are actually getting the result or if we are doing well or not. From what we have seen, with all the panicants that we've seen and with all the cries that they put out there, it simply tells us that we are doing excellently well. So, we need funds to do the political and diplomatic work. We need funds also to do the defense mechanism in the homeland. The Biafran people would have all been running away from their homes now. The Biafran people would have all been slaughtered now. What is happening in the Middle Belt? What is happening in the North? What is happening in Yoruba land would have been happening in a very high level in Biafra land now. Did you know how it was curtailed? The Biafran people formed a defense mechanism. They protected their land. They stood up and said, enough is enough. We cannot allow these terrorists to come and slaughter our babies, women, and children while we sit down and look. That is why and how they have been able to curtail this jihad that is happening, that everybody are running left, right, center. You see, now that they are running now, Biafran people are sitting down to watch them from the television and from the big mirror because they have sacrificed so much. From 2019 to this day, Biafran people are bored or had the bad name because of what? Defending their land with everything that they had. They did not defend with saliva. They did not defend with water. They did not defend with sand. They defended it with funds. Men and women that volunteered their lives to defend their motherland, they defended Biafra. So we need funds. We're calling on all Biafrans to come and support Biafra so that you can stop the genocide happening in your land, so that you can be able to get Biafra recognized in the U.S. policy-making circle. We need the recognition of America. We need recognition of other countries. But you know what? Like our attorneys and lobbyists said, where U.S. leads, others follows because they are the leaders of the world. That is why our radar is not going to anywhere. Our radar is so fixated in Washington, D.C. Some of you will say, oh, why didn't you go to Europe? Why didn't you go to UK? Why didn't you go to Russia? Why didn't you go to China? I want to also answer you. Has Russia not been seeing the genocide in Nigeria for ages now? Has China not been seeing the genocide in Nigeria for ages now? Has Europe not seen the genocide in Nigeria for ages now? Has UK not been the one supervising the genocide of Biafran people? Has UK not been the one that gave Mazinam the kind of passport to use as a UK citizen? And then when they heard that Nigerian government has kidnapped him in Kenya, what has UK done? Is it not Europe that arrests Mazinam and lock him up and charge him for treason and charge him for terrorism because of fighting for self-defense and freedom of the people of Biafra, the Christians? How is Europe different from Nigeria? And how is Europe different from UK? And how is Europe different from China and Russia? Because China, as we speak, are coming to exploit the situation of the genocide in Nigeria as we speak now.
They are suckling the oil and gas and everything that is happening there. As we speak now, Russia is there looking where it will favor them for them to come in. Europe lock up Marcy Simon Epa, and they are ready to lock up Biafrans because of the oil and gas interests that they are having in Nigeria. So you see, then I bring another question. Why is America not arresting all of us? Does America not also have oil and gas interests in Nigeria? America has oil and gas interests in Nigeria. But they put the freedom of people first. They value the life of people first. They prefer to see that you live to enjoy the resources that you have. They prefer to see that you enjoy that resources which you say is your own. They want you to be the one telling them how far. As they negotiate, they want you to also have a say and speak. But what does Europe do? Europe don't care if you're dying. UK don't care if you're dying. America keeps their oil interests aside. They keep every other business aside. And then they sanction Nigeria on the demand of Biafra Republic of Nigeria. They designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, seeing all the evidences of the Christian genocide and the political aggression or repression that they have used on those that are speaking up. They consider your ethnicity, your tribe, your identity before they pronounce you death sentence in Nigeria. And no other country cares about this. It's only America. It's only America that sanctions countries that are violating human rights. It's only America that is ready to come for you, to speak for you, and to stand in for you. Every other countries are only concerned about how much business and how much money they will make from their deals. It's only America that is ready to defend humanity. Yet America have their interests that they want, but they put your life first. That's the question you should ask yourself. How come America put your life first, but every other countries don't put your life first, but they put the resources that they want to get from you? That is why America deserves to be the leader of the war. Because they have the balls to tell who is doing evil. They have the balls to call you out and punish you. No other country placed sanctions on Nigeria. Rather, they continue to have business with Nigeria on a daily basis, not minding the dead bodies of babies, women, and children that are paraded in the streets of Nigeria. But only America does so. Do you now understand why America is one to reckon with? And if you need somebody to speak for you, you have to go and look for American government. That cares about your life. That the people that wants you to be free. Not just looking into the oil and gas, but they want you to be free. So that you can also live like them and have a free life. So don't tell us to go to other places, because those other places have disappointed us. Every Biafran should come together at this point, support the Biafran freedom, support the Biafran government in exile, the only government that is speaking for the Biafran people, that carries
Biafra on its shoulder to Washington, D.C. to meet all these congressmen and women is the Biafra Republic government in exile. And that is the Prime Minister that you see. If any of you is calling these our Prime Minister names and these our lobbies and attorney names, and that means you are also calling our past leaders the same names, because our past leaders were craving for the same opportunity to meet the U.S. lawmakers and to table Biafra. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was singing about if we ever have any opportunity to talk to the U.S. lawmakers for Biafra, but he never had any opportunity because the people that surrounded him were all criminals. Every time he made effort, they thwarted it. That is why you should ask all the lawyers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the brothers and all the DOS. For 12 years, all of you were all around Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You only feed fat on the money that IPOB contributed. How many lawmakers of America were you able to present to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to meet at the table Biafra? They are angry that it is happening now. Monagba had the joy of dancing and giving you good vibes of success because of the good work that was happening in Washington, D.C. While he was in Finland, the team here led by this Prime Minister then, Okechukwu Nkerere, who had happened to be the Finance Minister, were doing the work. And on the detention of Mazi Monagba, this present Prime Minister now has not relented. He has fired the shot more than it was happening before. That is why at this time is when Nigeria got the CPC designation. At this time is when Nigeria got the sanctions. At this time is when visa ban is on Nigeria. At this time is when some officials of Nigeria cannot enter America. At this time is when the U.S. Congress held a congressional hearing on the 20th of November 2025. And upon the education of all these U.S. lawmakers, they had to speak about Biafra and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on that same day that he was sentenced to life imprisonment. If this present Prime Minister and this government were not doing enough, will these lawmakers of America have had the knowledge and the opportunity to have craved such indulgence with boldness in the U.S. congressional hearing that happened? So anybody that tells you that he is not aware, anybody that tells you that he is not aware of the good works or whatever that Biafran government in exile are doing, tell that person that he or she is a joke, because he is fully aware. Yes, the person is fully aware. They just decide to deceive his or herself. Yes. Because everything we do, we give the updates on the media, and you can find it there on the media. Why do we put it on the media? We put it on the media so that you will not say we do Photoshop. So if we do Photoshop now, I believe the lawmakers that we use their faces to do Photoshop should have been coming to meet us and ask us, why are you using my face to do Photoshop? Right? The lawmakers of America should have been coming to meet or give us litigation to say we are using their faces to do Photoshop. Why should we use their faces to do Photoshop? That they have not approved of us to use their faces to do Photoshop? This is a very pertinent question that you should be asking all the nonentities and the idiots that you see there on the social media, talking trash about the Biafra Republic government's diplomatic and political engagement in Washington, D.C. Ask them a very simple question. You say we are doing Photoshop videos and photos. Please, why don't you get to these U.S. lawmakers, ask them to place a litigation against the Biafra Republic government in England for using their photos for impersonation and blackmail and slander without permission. Yes. And for doing Photoshop of their photos and putting right up together and bringing them to the social media to deceive people. That is what these U.S. lawmakers that you see should be doing. When we see the litigation, we will know that we have been dragged to court against a crime that we have committed, and then we'll come to defend ourselves. But I haven't seen any of you with the boldness of doing such. So, if you are part of those that are going to the social media to say, we are just taking photos, and we are displaying photos, and we are doing Photoshop, know ye that very foolish, and you have been cursed. There is a curse on your head. Because if there was no curse on your head, you will not see reality, and then you say it is fake. If you say we are making photos with the U.S. lawmakers and foreign policy makers, please, we want to also see your own photo. If it is easy to also go and have the same kind of meeting with these lawmakers that we have had, and then bring your own photo. Yes. Go to the U.S. Congress, meet this Speaker of America, meet this Chairman Smith, meet this Prime Max, meet this Ambassador Thibault Nash, meet this Senator Ted Cruz, meet this Congressman James, meet all the lawmakers that we've had meetings with here. I can't mention all their names. You can see all their faces there. And there are more than this. We are only capturing the cross-section of them for you to see. Please go and meet all these lawmakers, and then also bring your own video or photo of evidence. Come and post it in the social media. Yes. Since it is what you claim that is about posting photo and video that it is fake, we also want to see your own real and fake photos and videos. We appreciate all Biafrans who have been doing the great job supporting and adding value to what we do. You must understand that freedom was not given, and it must be taken with everything that we have. And if Biafra is not let go, there won't be peace in Nigeria until Biafra is free. Dr. Michael Robin warns, and I re-echo it again. If Biafra is not let go, there won't be peace in Nigeria until Biafra is let go. And for you to make that happen, the Biafra Republic government in Israel is the only body, the only government that speaks for the Biafran people. It's not the criminal politicians that align with the same terrorists to kidnap our babies, women, and children. It's not the same criminal politicians that dig our graves. It's not the same criminal politicians that wants all international communities to deport us back to Nigeria so that we will be locked up in prison like the way they did to Mazen and Kano, simply because we are fighting for the freedom of our people. No. The Biafran people have a government. That government is called Biafra Republic Government in Israel. Headquarters is in Baltimore, Maryland, USA. And without this Biafra Republic government in Israel and the US government serving as a relation with Nigeria, any Biafra settlement or negotiations that Nigeria is putting up with the Nigerian politicians Using any of our leaders that are in the prison is null and void. You cannot use our leaders after you kidnap them, make them a prisoner, make them to surrender. You tie them down one place, and then you want to use them and give them a condition to surrender Biafra. No. He's a prisoner, and none of our Biafrans that are prisoners in Nigeria or anywhere in the world can be used to now speak for Biafrans that are walking freely here. It's only free people that take responsibility for people that are in prison. It is not people that are in prison that take responsibility for those that are not in prison. No. That is why, as you see these photos on the screen of this diplomatic engagement, it is those that are walking free that can have the opportunity to engage these U.S. lawmakers in Washington, D.C. Those that are not free, that are in prison, that are chained down, they cannot be able to engage these U.S. lawmakers. So none of our leaders or none of our Biafran brothers and sisters that are held captive by those that want to kill us and want to kill them and don't want Biafra to come, none of them can speak for Biafra inside prison. It is only the government of the Biafran people that speaks and takes negotiations. And we want US to be the mediator. We have chosen US to be the only mediator. Yes, that is what everybody should understand. If it is not BRJ, it is null and void. Because Biafra have been deceived, battered, and destroyed for so many years. Enough. And we are calling on all those who want to usurp the situation that we find ourselves now to cause more chaos, to think twice, because the rod of Chukwukabiama does not fail to fall on people. Yes. Whatever you do today, when the time comes, you will give account of it. Biafran people have suffered a lot, and we don't want to anyhow anymore. That is why the government of Biafra takes responsibility of everything, thinks, and then decide and approve of the way forward. Biafrans, you all have to come down from your high horse. For those of you that are still on the fence, down from the fence. Bring all your quota. Support the Biafra Republic government in exile. This is the only government that have your interests. No Jupiter, no Samson, no Esther, no John the Baptist that will come out from anywhere in any sheep clothing now to deceive you for you to fall for it. You have been deceived by many people before. Now God has given you the opportunity to do it yourself and to get it done. Don't be deceived. Biafra Republic government in exile is the only place that have result. De facto government in the homeland, which is the defense, they are loyal and under the Biafra Republic government in exile. And there is no other government. Biafra Republic government in exile, where you have this prime minister here, is the only legitimate government of the Biafran people that takes responsibility for the Biafran people in everything that is happening. So if you are falling into the wrong hands, please run and get out of those hands, because this is the only government that these lawmakers you see listen to, and considers your issue on the table for Biafra. There is no other way than us coming together, supporting the Biafra Republic of Men in Exile to make it happen. I appreciate everyone. And we say thank you for now, and have another day with us on Voice of Biafra Television. Do not forget to get your own decoder if you are listening in Africa, and tune into the Voice of Biafra Television and stay connected, because this is where we give you the news the way it is, undiluted, and this is where we tell you the truth about the way forward of the Biafra Republic government in exile. The only government that has the legitimacy to negotiate Biafra recognition and independence. The only government that speaks for the Biafran people. The only government that stands in the gap. The only government that has been able to establish and do that which no Biafran or no government of the Biafran people or groups have done for years before. Biafran people have existed as a people for over 500 years. And a Biafra government existed during the government of Ojukwu and Philip Effiong, and they never had the opportunity of meeting or having the open door into the U.S. Congress of America to table the cases or to talk about Biafra. But today, you can see that the Biafran people are everywhere shaking hands with the American government and the foreign policy makers and making things happen. This did not happen by magic. It is hard work. It is consistency. It is commitment. It is focus. It is concentration. And it is determination. So stay connected to Voice of Biafra Television, the television of hope, where your hope is restored, and where the voice of the voiceless is heard, and where your children also have hope that tomorrow there is hope for Biafra. Voice of Biafra Television. Thank you for joining the show.
This is the voice of Biafra, the voice that cannot be silenced, the voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation. Nigeria government has lost control over insecurity. Fellow listeners, what was once whispered in fear, what was once denied in arrogance, has now become a reality too loud to ignore. A nation staggering under the weight of its own contradictions is rapidly losing control over insecurity. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, the land trembles, not from natural disaster, but from man-made chaos. Communities abandoned, villages raided under the cover of darkness, highways turned into corridors of fear. Citizens left to fend for themselves. In a country where the government once promised protection, the question now echoes across the land. Where is the government? Where are the security forces? Where is the accountability? In recent times, markets have become targets. Travelers have become victims. Families have become statistics. And And yet, those in power continue to speak in rehearsed tone. Detached from the suffering of the people, observers say. This is no longer a matter of isolated incidents. This is systemic failure. A collapse of responsibility. A nation where innocent lives are wasted daily. As fear grips the population, a new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence. Trust has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, on this frequency, we do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this. A government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Remain strong. Nigeria has failed its citizens. And in awareness lies survival. This is a wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile. Great people.
In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds. Not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts. Inflicted by a forced union, never meant to endure. This is the story of Nigeria. A giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967. A desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 1970 under the declaration. No victor, no vanquished, yet for Biafrans the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only £20 regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra, Biafra. Voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. Did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen terrorists have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the right of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
symbolizes resist, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world of future, free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra,
Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives are lost.
Biafra,
Biafra lives, freedom calls. God bless Biafra. God bless the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, led by Prime Minister His Excellency Okechukwu, for standing tall in the pursuit of Biafra independence. Biafra, Biafra.
A wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic government in exile. Great people of Biafra. This is the voice of Biafra. The voice that cannot be silenced. The voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation. Nigeria government has lost control over insecurity. Fellow listeners, what was once whispered in fear, what was once denied in arrogance, has now become a reality too loud to ignore. A nation staggering under the weight of its own contradictions is rapidly losing control over insecurity. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, the land trembles, not from natural disaster, but from man-made chaos. Communities abandoned, villages raided under the cover of darkness, highways turned into corridors of fear. Citizens left to fend for themselves. In a country where the government once promised protection, the question now echoes across the land. Where is the government? Where are the security forces? Where is the accountability? In recent times, markets have become targets. Travelers have become victims. Families have become statistics. And yet, those in power continue to speak in rehearsed tone. Detached from the suffering of the people, observers say, this is no longer a matter of isolated incidents. This is systemic failure. A collapse of responsibility. A nation where innocent lives are wasted daily. As fear grips the population, a new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence. Trust has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, on this frequency, we do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this. A government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Remain strong. Nigeria has failed its citizens, and in awareness lies survival. This is a wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic government in exile.
That bipartisan act, drafted amidst the triumph of liberal democracy and the multinational world order, following the
bring you warm greetings, and you're welcome to Voice of Biafra Television from wherever you're watching from. We salute all of you, and as you join us, please call on other people and let them know that Voice of Biafra Television is live, and we are on air from all platforms. Greetings to the Biafran people. Greetings to everyone listening to us. Welcome to Voice of Biafra Television, and in this frequency, we give you the news the way it is. It doesn't matter how many of those that are trying to show themselves against the Christians that are being slaughtered on a daily basis.
People of Biafra. This is the voice of Biafra. The voice that cannot be silenced. The voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation.
So in our renewed quest for Biafra, we are not the administration has not made its decision.
Yes, good to have you all back again, and I hope we are coming out very clear. Let's check if we are very clear, if we are loud. All right, we are live and direct on all platforms. We are on Facebook, we are on Twitter, we are on YouTube, and we are also on the Voice of Biafra Television, coming out live the entire region of Africa. Death of the Christians in Nigeria should not be mad. And that is why we must continue to create the awareness of everyone that claims to be ignorant of the reality that is happening in Nigeria. Voice of Biafra Television Live is where we tell you the way it is. On our very right screen, you can see the U.S. Congressional briefing, how they are discussing and talking about what they should do to Nigeria, considering the genocide that is happening. And then also you see the U.S. Congressional briefing by the Biafra Republic government also telling the world and telling America what. Greetings once again, and you're all welcome. Today's segment may not be very long, but we appreciate everyone that will be listening to this message and will be sharing it far and wide. Yes, let us start by appreciating the U.S. government for what they've done, and appreciating the entire Biafran people who are standing their ground, Biafra Republic government in exile. The Biafra Republic government in exile has come to stay, and it is the only voice of the Biafran people that speaks from Washignton D.C. Voice of the hopeless, the voice of the battered, the voice of the hungry, the voice of the motherless, the voice of the fatherless, and the voice of assurance and hope to every Christian in Nigeria, letting them know their cases are considered and not forgotten. Appreciate those that are piloting the affairs of Biafra at this time, His Excellency Honorable Okechukwu and the entire cabinet of Brgie. If you do not know this man standing here, where you see the American flag behind him, then you are living in denial, because this is the man that is shaking Nigeria from Washington D.C. He's done it not once, not two, not three, not four. And he continues to. Nigeria is in quagmire. Nigeria is receiving the pain of the good works that he's doing in Washington, D.C. It is through his political and diplomatic campaign that Biafra has been brought up in the U.S. Congress for the very first time in history. It is through his political and diplomatic engagement with the U.S. lawmakers that has made the American lawmakers now have the boldness to speak of Biafra and to drag out Nigerian government is really in reality. Because they have been telling all of you long before now that the situation in Nigeria is about climate change, that it is about the economy, that it is about the changes in geographical areas. They've told you that it is because the inflation that is happening in other parts of the world is what is driving the insecurity in Nigeria. No, this has been a fat lie. The Biafran Republic government in exile have been able to bring these issues up and to let the entire world know and understand that Nigerian government have been lying. The big question is, why will Nigerian government be lying? Yes. Why will Nigerian government just decide to lie for what they are not supposed to? Are they lying because they just love lying and they enjoy the lying? Or they just want to keep the entire world in the dark? Yes, they want to keep the entire world in the dark because they see it very important that if they do so, nobody will take anything serious that comes out from you that lives in that contraption called Nigeria. But it is incumbent on you to wake up and to tell the entire world that is paramount. If you do not tell your story, nobody will tell your story for you. I appreciate all of you. The headline today says, many NGOs benefited from Christian genocide in Nigeria silently. I did stress on this yesterday, but it is very important that I stress on it again today. And also, for the first time, I'm going to display something on the Voice of Biafra television, so that some of you will see. And just hope this input will work for me. Yeah. And I want you all to see what I have to display. Yes. The entire world looks up to see a society of serenity. And in this same society of serenity, you also look up to see evil. That is why the people of Biafra let it go and will not let it be. Those that say we should not be alive, they themselves will not also. Yes. It is only the Biafran Republic government in exile that speaks for the Biafran people. Yesterday, I stressed this issue And that is the only government of Biafra. That is why today, from the back end video you can see here, you see the U.S. congressional hearing, and then you see the Biafra congressional briefing that happened on the 18th of September. So as to connect the dots, yes, Biafra Republic Government in Exile was created for a reason. And for that very reason, we are here to uphold that very reason, which the Biafra Republic Government in Exile was brought about. We are not going to allow anybody to destroy that very reason that the Biafra Republic Government in Exile was brought about. You may not have seen all our leaders that started the Biafra Republic Government in Exile till today here with us, but I tell you, that mandate and that vision which we all had and brought up to this very day is what this very Prime Minister and the Biafran people and the entire. So if there is any monkey that is raising their heads from anywhere and thinking that they can be able to destroy that very cause, I tell you, you have made a very big mistake and you are playing with fire. Tonight, those that are ignorant and are not aware of what they should know, to start learning and understand so that they don't fall victims of women that are coming out in sheep clothing and deceiving them in the name of whatever name. So with me today, I will be taking you to try and join. Let's see where we are going to be. Take a short commercial. As we return, we will go right into this very course.
Nigeria government has lost control over insecurity. Fellow listeners, what was once whispered in fear, what was once denied in arrogance, has now become a reality too loud to ignore. A nation staggering under the weight of its own contradictions is rapidly losing control over insecurity. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, the land trembles, not from natural disaster, but from man-made chaos. Communities abandoned, villages raided under the cover of darkness, highways turned into corridors of fear. Citizens left to fend for themselves. In a country where the government once promised protection, the question now echoes across the land. Where is the government? Where are the security forces? Where is the accountability? In recent times, markets have become targets. Travelers have become victims. Families have become statistics. And yet, those in power continue to speak in rehearsed tone. Detached from the suffering of the people, observers say, this is no longer a matter of isolated incidents. This is systemic failure. A collapse of responsibility. A nation where innocent lives are wasted daily. As fear grips the population, a new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence. Trust has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, on this frequency, We do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this: a government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Remain strong. Nigeria has failed its citizens, and in awareness lies survival. This is a wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic government in exile. Great people of Biafra, this is the voice of Biafra, the voice that cannot be silenced, the voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation. Nigeria government has lost control over insecurity. Fellow listeners, what was once whispered in fear, what was once denied in arrogance, has now become a reality too loud to ignore. A nation staggering under the weight of its own contradictions is rapidly losing control over insecurity. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, the land trembles. Not from natural disaster, but from man-made chaos. Communities abandoned, villages raided under the cover of darkness, highways turned into corridors of fear. Citizens left to fend for themselves. In a country where the government once promised protection, the question now echoes across the land. Where is the government? Where are the security forces? Where is the accountability? In recent times, markets have become targets. Travelers have become victims. Families have become statistics. And yet, those in power continue to speak in rehearsed tone. Detached from the suffering of the people, observers say, this is no longer a matter of isolated incidents. This is systemic failure. A collapse of responsibility. A nation where innocent lives are wasted daily. As fear grips the population, a new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence.
They're stating that if we attack
Come back to Voice of Biafra Television, where you get the news undiluted the way it should be. Yes, as I delve into the next segment of the program, this is what you have to see, and we have to address this issue so that Biafrans that must have been deceived will now know where they are and know what they should focus on. Yes. First and foremost, this is Canon Takano. This is Canon Takano, I want everybody to look at it very well. This is Kanunta Kanu. Yes. And I want this to be then this is I want everybody to look at what we have on the screen now. And I believe my voice is coming out loud. Yes. I believe my voice is coming out. Everybody to pay attention, pay keen attention to what we are doing. Pay keen attention. Pay keen attention. Yes, I'm checking the phone and our voices are coming out very, very clear. Pay keen attention to what we are doing. Now, on this very flyer on the screen, where you see Kanunta Kanu, what is written there? What is written there is that those who claim to be fighting for the restoration of Biafra in IPOB is the same rogue element are attacking. Yes. And then on this other flyer, you see that Nnamdi Kanu's brothers, which is Kanunta Kanu, the wife, the lawyers, the DOS, Igbo politicians, AVID, and WIC. Write letter to EU president to imprison Mazi Simon Ekpa and deport all Biafrans supporting Biafra Republic government in exile for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Biafra recognitions. So we ask the question, who did worst? Now, if you haven't seen this letter that we have on the screen before, yes, we are going to zoom this letter so that you can read and see it all for yourself. Now, we want everybody to take their time and read this letter. Starting from the letterhead, we want you to check the letterhead very well. Check the letterhead of this letter very well. What do you see there? What you see here on this letterhead is Law Office of Bruce Fenn, right? Okay. 300 New Jersey Avenue, NW Suite 900, Washington, D.C. 20001. Phone number, you see it there. Email, you see it there. Website, you see it there. And letter dated 22 May 2023. 22 May 2023. And the letter is addressed to who? The letter is addressed to the President of the European Union. And the name there is what? Ursula de Leyen, President, European Commission. And they put the address there, Brussels, Belgium. They say, Dear President. Now, let us go into the context of the letter. We want you all to read the context of the letter alongside with us. For those of you watching from the homeland, and for those of you watching from all over Africa, this is the first time you are seeing this document displayed here on Voice of Biafra television. Yes, it is important that we declare this and we bring it to the Voice of Biafra television for you all to see, because many of you haven't seen this. You've been asking the question, oh, how did we get here? Why the confusion? Why the problems? And why the chaos that is happening everywhere. But from this very letter on the screen, you wouldn't need to be asking all these questions again. What is written on that letter, I go on to read. Dear President von der Leyen, as International Council and spokesman for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, seeking vindication of the law of self-determination for Biafrans through peaceful means, I wish to communicate an urgent message from Mr. Kanu regarding a bogus, Fox, Biafra Republic government in exile. This group of opportunists is neither Biafra, nor a republic, nor a government. They are fraudsters and should be ostracized. Ostracized means you should be deported. You should be sent out of the country of residence. You should be locked up. You should be penalized because they say you are a fraudster. Why are they saying that Biafra Republic government in Israel is a fraudster? Because we are fighting for Biafra independence. Because we have stopped these groups of people from scamming people and collecting money from them for many years without nothing to show for it. Since 2012, they've been shouting along and raising flag and doing protests all over the world. But they were unable to arrange only one diplomatic U.S. congressmen and women, just for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be able to talk to the U.S. lawmakers that make policies that will affect the world. So what they've been doing was, they play hanky-panky, they make money, they enjoy themselves, they share the money, they do whatever they like, but some of them pay themselves salaries from this money of the blood of Biafrans. But nothing to show that they have been able to engage or to even have meeting with the U.S. lawmakers. Just for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to put Biafra on the table and have a one-on-one discussion with them. Since 2012, down to this very day, they've not been able to record such success. So on saying that Biafra Republic government in exile with able hands came in 2022 and were able to establish headquarter office in Baltimore, and were able to establish Biafra Republic government in exile liaison offices all over the world. They saw it that Biafra Republic government in exile have actually gotten to the right point of what they were unable to do for years. Their anger became that, why should Biafra Republic government in exile representatives be this fast, give all this in just 2 years, when they have been in the circle for over 12 years and they were unable to achieve anything compared or near or similar to what Biafra Republic government in exile have achieved in just 2 years. So they had to look for a way of making sure they lock up all Biafrans that are working to the restoration of Biafra under the Biafra Republic government in exile. It shocked you to understand that Biafra Republic government in exile submitted a congressional testimony to the U.S. government, telling them about the plight of the Biafran people, telling them about the Christian genocide in Nigeria, telling them about the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and all Biafrans that have been kidnapped, telling them about the imprisonment of Mazi Monagba in Finland that the Finland government did in collaboration with the European Union, which is working in line with this letter that these Mazi Nnamdi Kanu brothers, Kanu Ntakanu, Bruce Fenn, the lawyers, the attorneys, and the entire family of him and the DOS, Walibo Congress, Avid, and all groups that are all over this world who are the enemies of Biafra restoration. They came together, they wrote this letter, they sent it to the European Commission. And they stood as a testimony. They stood as a testimony to Nigerian government. They supported Nigerian government to tell Europe that Biafra Republic government in exile are fraudsters. But this is the same Biafra Republic government in exile who is taking cause of Biafra to Washington, D.C., for Washington, D.C. to hear our voices and to hear our cries and to come to the aid and to the recognition of Biafra. The people that did this are not too far from you. This was done by Kanu Ntakanu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's brother. This was done by Emmanuel Kanu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's brother. This was done by the wife of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Uchechi Kanu. This was done by DOS. This was done by Walibo Congress. This was done by Igbo politicians. This was done by World Igbo Congress, Onaneze Ndi Igbo, Avid groups, and all the groups of criminals who do not want Biafra to come, but they want to be making money and continue to shout all hail Biafra from January to December and from the first year to the 20th year. So when you see that Mazi Simon Ekpa is in prison today, Kanu, the brothers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they hired a lawyer and then they wrote this letter and they said Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the one that ordered them to of his own release. Yes, and because of fighting for the restoration of Biafra and the recognition of Biafra. We are reading this letter to you today for you to understand why. They staged a protest in Finland. They gathered in Finland in 2023. And then they submitted this letter in the same 2023. Yes, this letter you see here was submitted in 2023. You can see the date today, May 22, 2023. And then they staged a protest. And in that protest, they carried a placard which they rated the Biafra Republic government in exile is a fraud. Who did they use to do this? They used Bruce Fein. That is why you see that the Biafran people got so vexed when they see that anybody has made his or herself a willing tool and useful to be used to capitalize on the destruction of the recognition and restoration and the state at which the Biafra Republic government in exile have gone in diplomacy and policy making in America. Biafra Republic government in exile have gone very, very far. Kanu Ntakanu wrote this letter with his brothers and the DOS members and World Igbo Congress and Onaneze and Igbo politicians. They now come back to front what? They now come back to now front 100 men. Their 100 men plan is to come and tell you that they succeeded in doing what? In tell you that they succeeded in doing what? In sending the Biafra Republic government in exile members to prison, Mazi Simon Ekpa to prison, and that they are looking up to send many other Biafrans to prison. That is what you see from here. And what they are doing now is to front the 100 men madness. Now, I ask you, Biafra Republic government in exile, have held a congressional briefing in the US Congress. The Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic of Venezuela goes on and on educating the US lawmakers on a daily basis about the plight of Biafran people. Very congressional briefing that you see on the screen behind where the US lawmakers talking. It was on the 20th of November, 2025. And in that very briefing, what did they do? The lawmakers that the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic of Venezuela have educated so much about Biafra took up Biafra in that very congressional hearing. And they had to hear about Biafra spoken for the first time in the US Congress, where they were having a public hearing, where nobody had expected that such will come up. Nobody expected that such will be coming up in the US congressional briefing. So it shocked everyone to have seen that Biafra was spoken of in the US Congress on 20th of November. All glory to the Biafra Republic government in exile. When you now see Kanu Takano, after they have written this order letter and sent to the European Union, telling them that the Biafra Republic government in exile ostracized and that they should be ostracized, sent out of these people. Yes. You should be asking yourself, if all is well with them, what they now front is 100 men. And with this nonsense 100 men, the same way that you have them attacked Mazinam verse later, is the same way that they have carried his name and his face and put on this Bible. All working so hard to see that Biafra is recognized in Washington D.C. I want all of you to ask Kanu Takano and ask Emmanuel Kanu and ask Ejimako and ask Maxwell Okpara and ask Bruce Fenn, and ask the wife of Martin Amdekano, and ask Walibo Congress, and ask Wanese, and ask all these groups of lunatics what they had done or what they had achieved. Let them tell us what they had achieved for the past 12 years that they were shouting IPOB, one family. They were just doing protests and going about with flag, shouting IPOB, one family, carrying the biggest of flag and making noise everywhere. Until now that the Biafran people decided to come together and then form a government. They are not happy that there is a government, and it's not just a government, but a proactive government that is doing something. Many of you have fallen for this trap of 100 men. I wonder how you will be falling for a group of blind people who have lived for the past 15 to 20 years, but they could not go into Washington, D.C. to deliver anything and to have a result. But okay, Kere, and the Biafran government in exile started going to Washington. Difference. And these people are very angry. And why should we make a difference while they have been for the past 15 years, they did not make a difference. They are not happy that Biafra is going forward. They are not happy that the US Congress are now discussing and talking about Biafra. They are not happy that people now feel comfortable to engage about Biafra and to give their opinion and counsel. They are not happy that Biafra has reached out to the stage where people never expected. No. They are so damn hungry that the money that they have been making, deceiving Biafrans for many years, has been taken away from their hands. This is where their anger is coming from. Biafrans, to assess and ask the question, why are they so pained? So pained, and who will help them out? Pain in them is so much that they don't know what to do, and they don't know how to be able to hide it. Because we are not stopping them from doing what they were supposed to have done. If they were doing well, I tell you, we wouldn't have had the Biafran Republic government in exile to come in to make a difference. It's only when you are making no difference, that is when another people will tend to angry because you made no difference. Are you angry because you have been a failure and you continue to be a failure? Oh, come on. Biafra Republic government in exile did not stop anybody from doing what they are supposed to do. Rather, the Biafra Republic government in exile wants to see you all do that which you are supposed to in doing that you're supposed to do. Instead, what you're doing is to look for the downfall of Biafrans, the downfall of the good work of the Biafra Republic government in exile in every way possible. Biafra has come to stay, and the Biafra Republic government in exile is unshakable. So, Kanu Takano, the question now is, you brought about Ejimako, you brought about Bruce Fenn, you brought about your brother, Emmanuel Kanu, you brought about the DOS members, you brought about Uche Kanu, you brought about Walibo Congress, you brought about Ohaneze Ndibo and Igbo politicians, groups, all these groups, all these many groups that you see them all around, you brought them all together. You wrote a letter, you wrote a petition to the US government that they should imprison Mazi Simon Ekpa. They should imprison all Biafrans that are fighting tirelessly with the Biafra Republic government in exile. Right? Because you say we are fraudsters, we are criminals. And you say that Mazi Namdekano said you should write this letter. Now, is it the same Biafra Republic government in exile that all of you will now cry back to when you now have financial problems or financial issues? But you dig the graves of the same members and supporters of the Biafra Republic government in exile, then you will still come back again to come and ask them for favor and help. Do you know that there is some help that you will come back to get from the Biafra Republic government in exile, and then it will backfire on you? Yes, it will definitely backfire on you. Because if you are part and parcel of the people that write letter and send to the European Commission, telling them that they should kill all Biafrans who are fighting under the Biafra Republic government in exile, to the release of Mazen Africa, and to the release of Biafrans that are in prison, and to the recognition and restoration of Biafra. It means you don't want anything better for the Biafran people. You don't want any of us to be alive. You don't want us in peace. You want all you want all of us in pieces. And yet you will still come back dancing and begging and pleading us for financial help. You call on the same Biafrans to come and donate money and give you to do this and do that. Your same cause. These are the reasons why some of you are suffering, honestly, yes. Because you may think that you are doing us the evil, but it backfires on you. Anything you do now backfires back on you. Because you don't know the law of karma. You don't understand what you're cooking up against yourself, bringing up against yourself. Biafrans, you must understand that there is nothing like 100 men. The 100 men nonsense that you see on the screen by Kanonta is the criminality network that they are creating. What they are portraying with this 100 men criminality is that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu want to lead you from inside prison. That is why I'm taking time to bring this to the screen today. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have time for this madness of these people. But it is pertinent and important that we don't ignore some things, especially on the Voice of Biafra television. We need to bring it to the screen. We need to shred it to pieces. We need to educate people so that when they see it out there, they will know where to stand and what to do, so that they won't be misled. Yes, you need to understand and have the facts straight. There is nothing like 100 men. There is nothing like Sokoto declaration from the prison. Your leaders inside prison cannot declare Biafra for you. Your leaders inside prison are prisoners. They are chained in their hands, and they are being commanded by those that keep them in prison. Whatever they tell them is the script that they have to play to. They tell them that they have to come and tell you or to bow your head, they will come and do so. If they tell them that they have to tell you or to start denying Biafra, they will come and tell you so. If they tell them that they have to come and tell you that you should never talk about Biafra again and stop even doing sit at home, they will come and tell you so, because there is a gun pointed on their head. These are all the scripts of the Nigerian government. It is a script that needs to be played in the hands of the oppressor. When you are in the hands of the oppressor that wants to silence you and wants to make you irrelevant and wants to make you useless and want to kill your voice, they will use every apparatus to kill your voice so that people will not hear your voice and they will not listen to what you are saying, or they will not keep to what they are supposed to. This is the case of Biafrans that are in chains. If they are thinking, if Nigerian terrorist government are thinking that they can be using Biafran prisoners that are in their chains to galvanize their brain and send out message and destroy the mindset and the focus and determination of the Biafran people, I tell you, they have failed very, very woefully. So, to Kanonta, everybody should go back and tell Kanonta that he has failed on arrival. After you all wrote letter and sent Mazi Simon Ekpa to prison, you wrote letter and testified alongside and in favor of Nigeria. And you say that all Biafrans should go to prison because they are fighting for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and they are fighting for the recognition of Biafra, and they are taking Biafra to Washington D.C. So all Biafrans should be deported from their homes. They should be sent out from wherever they are. I tell you all that you have failed. 100 men madness goes nowhere. It's only fools and blind people that will follow your 100 men scam. Because the 100 men scam is a script that has to come out from the prison custody where they must keep your leaders. So it is only those who fall to this that will be used. We take a short commercial and we continue in a jiffy.
Has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, we do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this: a government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Great people of Biafra. This is the voice of Biafra. The voice that cannot be silenced. The voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation. Nigeria government has lost control over insecurity. Fellow listeners, what was once whispered in fear, what was once denied and arrogant, has now become a reality too loud to ignore. A nation staggering under the weight of its own contradictions is rapidly losing control over insecurity. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, the land trembles, not from natural disaster, but from man-made chaos. Communities abandoned, villages raided under the cover of darkness, highways turned into corridors of fear. Citizens left to fend for themselves. In a country where the government once promised protection, the question now echoes across the land. Where is the government? Where are the security forces? Where is the accountability? In recent times, markets have become targets. Travelers have become victims. Families have become statistics. And yet, those in power continue to speak in rehearsed tone. Detached from the suffering of the people, observers say, this is no longer a matter of isolated incidents. This is systemic failure. A collapse of responsibility. A nation where innocent lives are wasted daily. As fear grips the population, a new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence. Trust has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, on this frequency, we do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this: a government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Remain strong. Nigeria has failed its citizens, and in awareness lies survival. This is a wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic government in exile.
My colleague who was on the trip as well, and appreciated her and her time with that.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television, where we give you the news undiluted the way it is. Yes, this is what we've been talking about. Taken time to address this today so that those that are falling victims of this scam will not continue. Before you follow somebody, ask of result. Before you follow somebody, ask of the antecedents. Before you follow somebody, ask of what they've been able to do. Ask them how far is they are able to tell you about what they are going to achieve and what they have achieved before now. When you look at their report card and you see that they have done anything to pick off and to follow, then you can be able to. But for these people here that are campaigning and pushing these 100 men, they are the same people that sent Simon Ekpa to prison. They are the same people that came together with World Igbo Congress and Igbo politicians. They testified in the court of Finland against Biafra Republic government in exile. Clapping for them, and you're joining them. You are actually clapping for the imprisonment of Simon Ekpa. You're clapping for the imprisonment of all Biafra Republic government in exile members. That they should send all Biafra Republic government in exile supporters to prison. They should extradite them. They should ostracize them. They should send them away from the country that they are. Why? The only crime they said they committed is that they are supporting the Biafra Republic government in exile, them as fraudsters and criminals, and say they are not fighting for Biafra. The people that are saying that we are not fighting for Biafra, we have not seen them been to Washington D.C. to see the U.S. lawmakers. The people that they say are not fighting for Biafra are actually the people that we see in Washington D.C. They are the people that we see with the U.S. lawmakers. The people that are having all these meetings with U.S. congressmen and women are no other persons than the same people that they themselves say that are not fighting for Biafra. The Biafra Republic government in exile is the Biafra Republic government in exile that is meeting the U.S. congressmen and women every time, educating them and telling them the plight of the Biafran people. Also telling them about the Nnamdi Kanu that was imprisoned, that was kidnapped all the way from Kenya, taken to Nigeria. And these people that we talk about, they cannot take Nnamdi Kanu case or Biafra case to Washington, D.C. to meet the U.S. lawmakers because they don't have what it takes. But they were able to have what it takes to write
a letter petition should imprison all Biafrans who are aligning or identifying themselves or supporting the Biafra Republic government in exile. So when you are thinking and asking what's happening to you, you will be asking what is happening or why is it happening or so who did that. These are the people that did it. The people that you see here that are fronting this madness that they call 100 men. And they say the 100 men, they are bringing them to prison. We want all Biafrans who have been deceived by this 100 men madness, who are aligning with them, to remember and to look at this very letter. This letter here on the screen was dated. This letter here on the screen was dated 2023. If you calculate the years to today being May 26, you will now see how many years this letter was drafted and sent to the European president. The imprisonment of Simon Agba and Biafrans who were in prison, and all other Biafrans who are endangered in Europe because of these people. So, you that is supporting them, you that is joining this 100 men madness group, know ye that you are joining this group to imprison Simon Agba and to imprison all Biafrans and to destroy Biafra Republic of Maintenance. Because the key word here is that everybody that is supporting Biafra Republic of Maintenance, that they are fraudsters. Look at it here. They say you are all fraudsters and that you should be ostracized, you should be deported from your country where you are resident and you are working in Europe. This is what the lawyers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did. This is what Kanu, all his group of lawyers. This is what Ejima called it with all his group of lawyers. This is what World Igbo Congress did. This is what AFID did. This is what the ambassador group did. All the groups, the DOS, all the groups that are saying that they are the real people identifying with Biafra and they are the ones actually fighting for Biafra for the past 12 years, who says they don't agree with Biafra Republic government and they hate to see Biafra Republic government. This is what they all brought up together against the people of Biafra. So when you are joining them today, I want you to remember that you are joining them to destroy yourself, and you are joining them to destroy Biafra Republic government in exile. So wake up now. We've seen some other posts where they put another photo and another flyer and they say Sokoto Declaration. Maybe in my next program, I will bring the Sokoto Declaration flyer and put it on the screen. I want your eyes to be open and I want you all to understand the evil that the brothers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the wife, the DOS, the lawyers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the World Igbo Congress, the Ohanes and Igbo, the Igbo politicians, and all the groups of DOS, none of them are ganging up together what they are doing and how they are doing to destroy the Biafra that all of you are hearing for. Many Biafrans have died and many Biafrans are in detention and many Biafrans have been imprisoned for Biafra. And so I ask why a reasonable fellow would then decide to start Biafrans. That's the question I ask. Why will somebody start playing with the life of Biafrans when you have seen and known that Biafrans have suffered so much? And Biafrans have died in thousands and in numbers because of their love and affection and emotion for Biafra. And then all you could do is to look for a way of destroying the Biafran people the more. All you could do is to look for Biafra that have sacrificed so much already. Why are you being so wicked? Why is it that in your own generation over goodwill? Why is it that in your own generation you prefer not to come together as the people of the Somaliland? The people of Somaliland, you see today that all of you are speaking of. They did not have this evil mindset of shattering everywhere and destroying. No, they had the mindset of bringing all together. Looking at the fragile situation of Somalia, they all came together, they made use of their unity of purpose, and they galvanized a common cause. And they were able to drive it down to where you see results coming out. And if they did not do that, they wouldn't have gotten the results that they got. So they worked so hard, they kept their differences aside, they kept their pride and their ego, they kept their ethnocentrism aside, they all came together and made it work. And today, many of you are speaking of the Ambazonia people. You are speaking of the Somaliland. You are speaking of while in Biafra Republic government in exile and while in Biafra cause, you are working so hard to destroy of the Biafra Republic government in exile. What will it profit? Of all. Nigeria is on the crossroad. You sleep and wake up and you see a series of genocide happening in Nigeria today. Have you ever wondered why it is happening so? It is for the appointed time, because Nigeria is about time it gets down to where it should have been. We're not talking about the genocide that is happening. Fixated on the politics of who becomes the next president of Nigeria. The next president of Nigeria is the only case or the only thing that they talk about now. But while you are shouting the next president of Nigeria, how many people are dying? A lot of people are dying while president of Nigeria. Will the next president of Nigeria stop the Boko Haram and the Islamic Jihad? Shouting the next president of Nigeria does not stop who is to be slaughtered next. The people that have been mapped out for slaughter have been mapped out. Stopped because the terrorists already have their plan. Many of you are now hell-bent on only posting the videos and photos of the people that are massacred and slaughtered after they have been massacred and slaughtered. The videos of the massacred and slaughtered. Is that all you got? Oh,
You have nothing else. Oh, I see. All you got is what is to be massacred and slaughtered, and you get nothing to offer. You need to wake up, because when they finish in the next community, your own community will be next. Peter Obi is an agent of Nigeria. These are the things all of you need to know and to understand. Peter Obi is not fighting for the common cause of Nigeria. He's fighting for his own pocket. Peter Obi was used by the British government in 2023 to distort the minds of Biafrans on their determination for Biafra independence. And at the end of the day, they pay him off his quota. But the puzzle. Today again, he has been picked up and mapped out for another quest. This time, they toss him around from Labour Party to ADC. From ADC now you see him in NDC. Very soon you will see him again jump out from NDC to another party. The Northerners have understood that he is playing the game of Britain, and at this time the game is not going to favor them, because the Biafran people have unanimously come to a crossroad and said enough is enough. Is either you let Biafra go or you get it hot. So Peter Obi must find a way to play the game that he has played in 2023. Ask yourself a very simple question. Why didn't they bring Peter Obi, or you did not see Peter Obi since the time of Buhari, or since the time of Murtala Mohammed, or since the time of Yaradua, or since the time of Goodluck Jonathan? As at that time, how was the Biafran momentum? The Biafra independence momentum, how was it? How did it wax and how far did it go? Has the Biafran people then gotten to Washington D.C.? Have they gotten a lobbyist and attorney then that speaks for them and become their eye and nose and ear in Washington D.C.? Have they had the opportunity to put congressional testimony before the U.S. Congress? Have they had the opportunity to appear before the Congress to give a congressional briefing, testifying all that has been happening in Nigeria? And they never had such opportunity. That means Biafra did not hit the limelight then. But now that Biafra has hit and reached the apex, and it almost at the climax, that is why Peter Obi is brought out for this very purpose that you see today. So for those of you that have become so foolish and so gullible, and you play to the gallery of pretend designed hegemonic tendency using Peter Obi to keep Nigeria as one, you will all regret this. Because when the next set of Boko Haram terrorists invades your community, slaughter and maim and destroy, Peter Obi will be there to help you. This is Voice of Biafra Television, where we tell you the news the way it is, without mincing words. It's good to have you on the show today. We look forward to seeing you again sometime, someday. And may the God of Biafra bless you as you continue to do the bidding of the Biafran people. Biafra Republic is the voice of the Biafran people. If Nigeria don't let Biafra go, there won't be peace in Nigeria. And any deal that is done, any negotiation that is done by Nigerian government, Without the Biafran government in exile, US government serving as the mediator is null and void. Thank you all from here, and see you all some other time. Voice of Biafra Television, live, direct. God bless you.
Great people of Biafra. This is the voice of Biafra. The voice that cannot be silenced. The voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation. Nigeria government has lost control over insecurity. Fellow listeners, what was once whispered in fear, what was once denied in arrogance, has now become a reality too loud to ignore. A nation staggering under the weight of its own contradictions is rapidly losing control over insecurity. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, the land trembles, not from natural disaster, but from man-made chaos. Communities abandoned, villages raided under the cover of darkness, highways turned into corridors of fear. Citizens left to fend for themselves. In a country where the government once promised protection, the question now echoes across the land. Where is the government? Where are the security forces? Where is the accountability? In recent times, markets have become targets. Travelers have become victims. Families have become statistics. And yet, those in power continue to speak in rehearsed tone. Detached from the suffering of the people, observers say, this is no longer a matter of isolated incidents. This is systemic failure. A collapse of responsibility. A nation where innocent lives are wasted daily. As fear grips the population, a new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence. Trust has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, on this frequency, we do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this. A government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Remain strong. Nigeria has failed its citizens, and in awareness lies survival. This is a wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic government in exile.
Biafrans, am I coming out? Yes. All right. The hour is here. And we all know the reason why we are here today. We are here for our freedom because it's our right. And today is our first congressional briefing. And we have our special guest here. We Biafrans are familiar with who he is. Is someone who advocates for freedom, human rights, and also religious rights. We have our special guest, Marco Ruby. And Marco Ruby is Senior Fellow, American Enterprise Institute. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Prime Minister. I don't need, first of all, it's good to see Biafra represented so well in Washington, D.C. Unlike in Nigeria, and unlike in Finland, we're not going to arrest dissidents. I'm a historian by training, and especially with this audience, we don't need to tell you that Biafra may have redeclared its independence, but it is a long history. And if we count the maps that European merchants, geographers, and other travelers made dating back to the 17th century, then Biafra is actually older than the United States of America. We're not talking about a so-called secession. We're talking about decolonization. And when we look at Africa today, we must recognize that the problem of colonialism is no longer based in London and in Paris. It's based in places like Abuja and Lagos. The fact of the matter is, and for that matter, Yaoundé as well, the fact of the matter is that we are witnessing a second wave of decolonization in Africa right now. Biafra, Amazonia, Somaliland are at the front line of a struggle for freedom. Religious freedom as well as simply personal, economic freedom, political freedom. The fact of the matter is, though, when we talk about that front line of colonialism, Biafra, Amazonia, Somaliland, we're also talking about a response to genocide. The fact of the matter is, when we look at the modern history of Biafra and we see some of the key figures represented on this podium, and it's so appropriate that we're sitting here in a room dedicated to Veterans Affairs, to honor the veterans of the Biafra struggle. The fact of the matter is that they did not start the struggle for Biafran rights. Nigeria did. Nigeria has agency. They have decision-making. No one forced Nigeria to undertake the pogroms of 1966. That was a decision that was made in Lagos. And what we have seen, the struggle for freedom in Biafra, is a natural response to the repression, which is now more than 60 years old inside Nigeria, and especially with regard to Biafra. Now, we can talk about genocide, and unfortunately, what has occurred in Biafra from in the late 1960s and so forth isn't the only case of genocide that the 20th century has seen. But what makes the history and the recognition of the Biafran genocide so important is this. When the Jews suffered the Holocaust, Germany afterwards acknowledged the Holocaust. The ideology that led to Nazism became stigmatized. Yes, there are still Nazis today, but it is an ideology which is outside the realm of acceptable belief. The problem with genocide denial isn't simply a denial of fact, a denial of history. But when you don't acknowledge the genocide, then what you're actually doing is throwing a life raft to the ideology upon which that genocide occurred. So when you have someone like the late Muhammadu Buhari, whose hands were covered in blood from the events of the Biafra genocide, rise to the presidency of Nigeria without anyone acknowledging his role, that simply perpetrates and legitimizes that genocide. Now, when it comes to genocide denial, I also have this to say. When people debate foreign policy in the United States, one of the progressive slogans that we hear time and time again is no blood for oil. Well, I have a message for Alexander Stubb. No genocide for oil. Finland has been a disgrace. Stubb has kowtowed to Turkey at the expense of the Kurds, at the expense of other dissidents, for the sake of getting Turkey to lift its de facto veto for Finland's NATO membership. Now he's kowtowing to the Nigerian government by arresting Simon Ekpa for the sole reason of advocating against genocide and of providing, frankly, at this point, the only reasonable way forward given the actions of the Nigerian state. Now, we can't engage in wishful thinking, and unfortunately that has been the problem in the United States. I would argue that Europe is more engaged in a cynicism, where they simply want Nigeria's oil, and let's be frank, it's not Nigeria's oil. It's Biafra's oil, the Delta region and so forth. The fact of the matter is they feel it's easier to have a relationship with the dictator, and they're going to look the other way. Never let the Europeans pretend that they stand as a representative of human rights when they act in such a cynical, racist, and way that is so contrary to life, liberty, justice, freedom, political rights. The fact of the matter is the Europeans need to be called out each and every day for that. Finland, especially. Now, I would go so far as saying Finland doesn't deserve the plaudits that so many people, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, tend to ascribe to Scandinavian powers. I would today argue that through its actions behind the scenes, by laundering the Nigerian government, by allowing, by cynically using this mantle which it had developed over decades as a protector of human rights, that Finland has become one of the most cynical promoters of human rights abuses, on par with Russia, with China, and with others. The only difference is Russia and China are much more open about what they're doing. Finland thinks they can have it both ways. Now, when it comes to the United States, however, the United States isn't blameless. We have two problems here. The first is the problem of the American perception of history. Whether you're Republican, whether you're Democrat, I don't care. And the fact of the matter is Biafra, like Cyprus, like India, should be a bipartisan cause. There's nothing partisan about freedom and liberty. And I say that as someone who personally is a Republican, but I was a Congressional Black Caucus Foundation fellow working for the late Congressman Bill Gray, who was a Democrat. So I say this not just as wishful thinking, but someone who truly believes in the importance of principle and its triumph over cynical partisanship. But let's face it, both the Republicans and the Democrats have a problem, and American society in general, and that's our general ignorance of history. In our own political culture, whether it's a Republican coming in after years of Democratic power or a Democrat coming in after years of Republican power, there's a tendency to believe that history is only 4 or 8 years long, and that every president who enters the Oval Office or Secretary of State who enters that 7th floor of their office of the Dwight D. Eisenhower building in Foggy Bottom, that they can somehow have a tabula rasa, that the past doesn't matter. Well, let me set the record straight. The past does matter. The past can't be forgotten. And we wouldn't be here today if it weren't for repeated efforts to work within the system, only to be crushed by Nigerian corruption, Nigerian dictatorship, and Nigerian cynicism. And if I may, Nigerian religious animosity on the parts of some sectarian communities. Now, one problem, of course, is then that U.S. historical ignorance, and this is where it's so important for the Biafrans to really rally, to meet with Democrats, to meet with Republicans, not to meet and spend all those times meeting with those who agree with you, but actually concentrating their efforts on those who disagree. The fact of the matter is, Americans need an education in history, and they need an education in history quickly, because the price of American ignorance is going to be tragedy and more killings in Biafra. Now, that's one problem. The other problem is a tendency of the United States to engage in wishful thinking. There are 2 types of ambassadors that the State Department sends abroad. And I'm not talking about professional ambassadors, civil service, foreign service versus political appointees. There's some good political appointees, there's some bad political appointees, and the same thing is true with the professional foreign service. But among ambassadors, however they get their job, there's 2 general styles. One style, and we've seen this too often in Nigeria, and I can name other places where we've seen this, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Somalia as well, takes an ambassador, and that ambassador believes that the best way to represent American interests is to ingratiate themselves to a dictator, to have zero tension with that dictator, and that oftentimes means amplifying that dictator's propaganda, his rhetoric, to his face. Well, the State Department should realize and should recognize that dictators have no shortage of sycophants. It shouldn't be the job of American ambassadors to join the sycophants. George Shultz, the Reagan-era Secretary of State, was famous when a new ambassador was appointed. He would bring them up to his office, which was an elegant room, not unlike this which we're standing in the U.S. Congress. And he had a big globe next to his desk, and he would always ask the ambassador appointee, point to your country on the globe. And if they pointed to Nigeria, or they pointed to France, or they pointed to Burma, or they pointed to Pakistan, God help them, he would point to the United States and say, this is your country. You never forget it. When we send ambassadors abroad, their job should be to speak truth to power. It shouldn't be to kowtow to a dictator. And if that means calling out Nigeria for its abuses in Biafra, for its abuses of religious freedom, so be it. It may mean you're not going to get invited as the ambassador to this reception or that state dinner. Well, that's the price of being an ambassador and being truthful. Your job isn't to make a dictator feel good. It's to promote American interests as a U.S. ambassador. and one of the top American interests is religious freedom. The reason why religious freedom should be such a top priority is it really is the canary in the coal mine. It really is the metric by which to see whether a dictator's rhetoric and actions meet. When former Secretary of State Antony Blinken went to Nigeria and he met with the late Muhammadu Buhari, and he removed Nigeria from the religious freedom watch list, that was wishful thinking. It didn't make Nigeria a better place. It didn't stop the killings in Biafra. It didn't stop the killings elsewhere in Nigeria. All it did was signal to the Nigerian government that they could quite literally get away with murder. Wishful thinking has consequence. The United States also needs not to believe its own spin and not to try to force, cynically use the Biafran issue to advance its other causes. So, for example, I don't know how many times I've talked to people who are partial to the Nigerian government in the United States and will accept the Nigerian lies. And they will say that what we see happening in the Southeast has nothing to do with religious hatred, with religious intolerance on the part of the Nigerian government. It's all about climate change. Let me tell you this, and I've actually said this to the State Department. Climate change does not charter buses in order to ship Fulani militiamen into Biafra to kill Christians. That's not China, that's not climate change. That's ethnic cleansing. That's religious hatred, that's sectarian cleansing. American wishful thinking isn't polite. It doesn't make diplomacy easier. It simply gets people killed. And this is also why it's so important for the Biafran people to rise up and not only work to establish their freedom in Biafra, to reestablish their country. It's also important for them to educate Americans. Now, as many of you know, my background and what I did when I worked at the Pentagon actually focused much more on Middle East history. That's what my PhD is in, and so forth. And having worked for more than 2 decades on issues that have some parallels, let me say this, and this may be controversial to say, Nigeria can't always be the enemy. And the reason I say this is, while Biafra must be free, there can be no compromise on it. At the same time, an independent Biafra is only going to thrive when Nigeria, its neighbor, is at peace with itself and with its neighbors. The fact of the matter is, the Biafrans are an engine of democracy. They were always historically the intellectual capital, the economic capital of Nigeria when they were under Nigerian occupation. But at the same time, they have a role not only to win freedom for Biafrans, but that freedom is only going to be confirmed when Nigerians also win their freedom, when corruption no longer governs Nigeria, and when the Nigerian military and Nigerian politicians don't cynically use religion in order to advance their own Swiss bank accounts. This is important, and this is a conversation, for example, it's understandable that you focus on Biafra, but this is an example which I've had conversations in the past with Iraqi presidents and prime ministers and Kurdish presidents and prime ministers, and there's a recognition, despite the century-long struggle of the Kurds, the so-called largest people without a nation, to win their freedom, to win their independence. Many of them have also come to recognize that that independence is going to take real reform instead of ruin for their neighbor next door. I've had this conversation with the Cypriots and the Greeks, vis-a-vis Turkey as well. Turkey is a problem today, and Turkey is a problem which is going to work with the Nigerian government in order to kill Biafrans. But at the same time, what the Greeks and the Cypriots will tell you is, while today Turkey acts like an enemy, there can only be true peace once Turkey fundamentally reforms. And so it's important when you speak and when you advocate for your cause, not only to promote the freedom for Biafra, but to argue and to recognize that Biafran freedom is going to be symbiotic. It's going to bring stability to the region. Biafra is going to be a model, not only for Biafra, it's going to be a model for Nigeria, so that Nigeria can get its act together, even as Nigeria heads towards the precipice. No one wants to, let me put it this way, many of you are familiar with the American satirical newspaper, The Onion. I remember a headline in that satirical newspaper after Russia invaded Georgia in 2008. It was a fake announcement by Condoleezza Rice, the Secretary of State, who was arguing that U.S. position is that no American allies should border Russia because it was just too difficult. The fact of the matter is, she was warning allies not to border Russia as if they have a choice. The fact of the matter is, it's in no one's interest. It's always going to be a problem for occupied Biafra and for independent Biafra to border a failed state, to border an irredentist state, to border an aggressive military dictatorship. Independent Biafra is going to need to recognize that as Nigeria fails, and let's face it, today it's a failing state. It's a building, it's a 10-story building that's ridden with termites. The fact of the matter is that every military leader inside Nigeria is going to try to distract their own Nigerian public by trying to whip up a frenzy against Biafra. So on one hand, you need to be prepared for that. And you recognize this because this is your history. But on the other hand, if there can be fundamental reform in Nigeria, then ultimately you will thrive and be the most prosperous country in Africa. Now, the other point I need to make, and this is not for the people here, but some of the people abroad, is that when you talk to Americans, especially non-Biafran Americans like myself, like congressmen and so forth, I am honored here to be with the acting Prime Minister. I hope someday to be with the non-acting Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, as well, if he's ever sprung from his Finnish dungeon. But the fact of the matter is, as an American, as someone who obviously has no Nigerian heritage, it's not my job or my concern to decide who the leader of Biafra is. You ask any American like me, any white American, who cares about human rights, who cares about Biafran liberty, what I would say is, when Biafra becomes independent, all these disputes will fall by the wayside because you have monitored democratic elections. But if anyone starts to attack other Biafrans in the presence of European politicians, American politicians, United Nations diplomats, they are essentially creating treason against Biafra. Because what you're doing is giving evidence to your enemies that Biafra isn't serious. Now, let me give you one example. When I came to Washington and began working in foreign policy in 1999. One of the first people I met was a gentleman named Barham Saleh. He was the Washington representative of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. Now, the Kurds, I've referenced before, they're split between 4 different countries, so Biafra's a little bit luckier than this. At the same time, the Kurds in Iraq, in northern Iraq, are divided between 2 major political parties. One was Jalal Talabani's Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. The other was Masoud Barzani's Kurdistan Democratic Party. And between 1994 and 1997, these 2 Kurdish parties fought a civil war to suggest that anger among the Kurds wasn't high would be an understatement. They hated each other's guts. 2,000 people remain missing to this day from that civil war in northern Iraq between the Kurdish parties. And again today, that region is essentially divided. Barham Saleh had a rule as the representative of one of the 2 Kurdish parties in Washington, D.C. His rule was, I will talk Kurdish politics to other Kurds, but I will never talk Kurdish politics when someone else is in the room. Because the only message that Washington needs to hear is Kurdistan must be free. The only message that Washington must hear today is that Biafra must be free. Decisions with regard to the leadership of Biafra are going to be made by Biafrans themselves. But the most important issue for everyone, whether they are legitimate or frankly whether they are illegitimate, is that Biafra must be free. Don't tweet against your political adversaries. Take the high road. Don't talk about your rivals to congressional staffers. And if your rivals talk about you, you may feel that it does you a disadvantage. Let me assure you, it does not. If the acting prime minister, if the acting cabinet are the ones who are speaking softly and achieving things, creating a new currency, creating the structures of state, ultimately every serious congressman, like Chris Smith, like Mark, one of the most important staffers on Capitol Hill, they are going to recognize you for what you are. Because only amateurs talk about their rivals. Those who are legitimate, those who are serious, those who are here today are the people who advance their cause. And make no mistake, momentum is on your side. So I speak here today, and I'm concluding my remarks right now, by thanking you for your activism, by welcoming you to the halls of Congress, where you are free to talk to anyone, and you don't need to risk arrest, because again, your words we're not in Finland. We don't have to talk about the Helsinki standard. The fact of the matter is, I hope to be here when the United Nations General Assembly recognizes Biafra as the 55th or 56th African state. And I have absolutely no doubt that I turn the floor back over to the acting prime minister.
Please, can we give a hand of applause? He is a true friend of humanity, not just Biafra. He fights for me, he fights for you, he fights for the global community. and it is a kind of one we need so that we can have a safer world and a better world, a world that will be great again. Thank you. My name is Oge Chukunkere, Biafra Republic Government Acting Prime Minister. I'm here acting on behalf of His Excellency Mazi Simon Edward. As we are fighting for our freedom, we are making history and we tell our story to the world. And this is the first Biafra congressional briefing. If I tell you, you won't believe. Nigerian government, they protest to stop this hearing. They protest. They have not started protesting. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you. It is an honor to speak today during this historical congressional briefing on Biafra, the first in modern times. I want to thank Michael Ruby, which we are just giving hands of applause now before, of the American Enterprise Institute for his unwavering support and friendship to the Biafran people. Today, I will provide a broad overview of Biafra issue for all those watching. Nigeria is oil-rich country. When we say Nigeria, it's Biafran oil. Marco just on his speech, he made it clear. It's Biafran oil, and a continent power in Africa. It is a multi-ethnic, multi-language, and multi-religious country with a population of about over 200 million people. There are three major ethnic groups: the Igbo, the Yoruba, and the Hausa Fulani, and 250 other smaller ethnic groups. The Hausa Fulani are predominantly Muslim and live in the northern Sahara of part of Nigeria. The Yoruba who live in the southwest are split almost even between Muslim and Christian. The Igbos, along with related tribes, whom we refer to as Biafras, the interface of this submission, inhabit the southeast part of Nigeria, which is Biafra, and we are no longer Nigeria. We don't identify ourselves as Nigeria, we are Biafra. Part of Nigeria, which is combined population of over the Biafrans population and over 70 million. Biafrans are predominantly Christians and traditional worshippers, with constituencies also practicing Judaism. Their land is blessed with human and mineral resources, including vast hydrocarbon. Biafrans are very commercially inclined, industrious, and are given to scholarly and professionally pursuit in addition to their first nature of gifted martialized. They had an established grassroots democracy order known as the Omuna system, which is still practiced to this day, before the advent of colonization. They are very republican and egalitarian in nature and coexist peacefully with their neighbors, including northern Nigeria and Cameroon. Prior to their amalgamation with the rest of Nigeria in 1914, Biafra then, there was no single massacre of Biafrans anywhere in the so-called Nigeria. This is noteworthy. The first start of this program that was levied on Biafrans, particularly the Igbos, among them happened in 1948 in northern Nigeria, where Biafrans were, without any justification, massacred just for being Biafran or merely looking like one, pivoting on false narrative of the so-called Igbo coup, an Igbo plot to dominate Nigeria. Nigeria's military officers and the police and notable civilians, mostly from the north, planned and executed the Biafrans. Over 3 million Biafrans were murdered between 29th May 1966 and 12th January 1970. And had the Biafrans not resisted by unilaterally declaring its independence, the massacre would have been incalculable and more horrendous. There is credible evidence that sectional Nigeria provoked the Nigerian Civil War as a cover-up to accomplish the genocide that they have begun against Biafra. Generally, and the Igbos in particular, as far back as 1948 in northern Nigeria, the difference this time was to take it to their homeland, where they had fled and taken refuge under the Hitler-declared Republic of Biafra, a nation born in dire necessity and desperation to survive a genocide. The following aspect from recent declassified U.S. Embassy diplomatic dispatch of the era on the program and the war that follows is instructive, and it states that the North was minded to use the war as a tool to resort its dominance of natural affairs. Malan Gagu Dambour, regional editor of Morning Post, told the American consul in Cairo, "No one should kid himself that this is a fight between the East and the rest of the Nigeria. It is a fight between the North and the Igbos." The scale of the carnage was such that had the Roman or International Criminal Court statutes been enacted, Nigeria's entire military leadership and its top civilians enablers would have been prosecuted for genocide and crime against humanity, for orchestrating the destruction of Biafrans in whole or in substantial part because of their ethnicity. And to make it worse, those that oversaw the genocide and their natural political successor continue to control Nigeria and thus ensure that no accountability was exacted for a crime of such shocking scale. And to date, no apology or remorse has emanated from official Nigeria or any of the prime state actors. It is this state of affairs and the post-war political suppression of Biafra that grandfathered the insurgency of Biafra agitation in recent times. The modern-day Biafra independent movement surfaced in 1999 with the creation of movement of the actualization of sovereign state of Biafra, Mazur, in 1999 by Chief Owazurike, in 2012 by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a protege of Chief Owazurike, then created the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, in 2012, which became the predominant Biafra independence organization. Post-war agitation for Biafra and support for IPOB accelerated in late 2015 when former President Muhammad Buhari systematically embarked on widespread anti-Igbo policies, coupled with his open toleration of Fulani Islamic terror that was Brgie, the northern reach of the Igbo land. It was in the face of this that the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB and the idea of Biafra government in exile gained much traction as protector and defender of the people that have been detained by the government of the day of Nigeria. It is to be noted that virtually all of us present at the vanguard of pursuing for Biafra were born after Nigeria Civil War ended in 1970. So in our renewed quest for Biafra, we are not driven by any sense of personal loss of the war, revenge or bitterness, but by instead a sense that our people are being mistreated badly and are vigorously in again becoming the victim of another crippled genocide. Vast majority of the Biafrans share the same view, even so, quietly because of fear of retribution by the Nigerian government or other non-state actor in alliance with the government. Amnesty International reports that since the advent of the former Buhari administration in 2015, Nigerian insecurity forces have killed more than thousands of Biafrans and wounded many more while they held peaceful protests against the killing and for self-determination. Amnesty International says that many of those pro-Biafra protesters were shot and killed in their sleep, and others while they gathered in churches to pray. Many of the protesters were shot and killed from behind while they tried to escape. Contemporaries country report released by the United States Department confirmed such of this, particularly the Nigerian government declaration of IPOB as a terrorist organization in October 2017, which gave a dubious legal cover to Nigeria's security forces to resort extrajudicial killing of Biafra perceived by self-determination agitator or members of IPOB. As such, as you are reading this, the other killings of Biafrans by the Fulani Islamic terrorists is ongoing as we speak. The killing have not stopped to date, especially in the northern boundary of Igbo land, such that several innocent villagers were murdered in Ebonyi State in February 2025. Igbo communities to bury their brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters almost every month. And after times, the violence is maliciously and falsely attributed to unknown government or faceless Biafran separatists. In the face of all this, and in the perception that rogue elements of the security forces are complicit, the Biafran government in exile emerged as beacon of hope for Biafrans that have become distrustful of the government. It bears mentioning that when the agitation for Biafra accelerated in late 2015, the response of Nigerian government was disappointingly non-pragmatic. Instead of acknowledging the burgeoning popularity of the agitation and take bona fide measures to contain it through constructive engagement or dialogue, the government went wide with deadly and extrajudicial law enforcement action that backfired by fueling the agitation to levels not seen since the end of the Civil War in 1970. This misguided law enforcement action turned a dangerous corner and boom rage when the government went rogue by extraordinary rendition of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the Biafran leader from Kenya, in late June 2021. No doubt this is an avoidable overreaction that has composed Nigeria's legal system, triggered the international legal order against Nigeria, and bettered the government-driven insecurity that have rocked Southeast Nigeria, which is Biafra, to this day. In between, Fulani Islamic terrorists have capitalized on the situation to disquiet Southeast Nigeria to no end. After Mazi Nnamdi Kanu illegal kidnapping, one of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu proteges, Finland-based Biafran activist, His Excellency Mazi Simon Ekpa, took charge of the Biafra independence movement and created the Biafra Republic government in Brgie, of which he is the Prime Minister. As the next illustration of the Biafra independent movement, the Brgie has galvanized the support of the Biafran population and has engaged in high-level dialogue in Washington, D.C. with U.S. government officials. Furthermore, Brgie organized a self-referendum in which more than 50 million Biafrans voted in favor of independence. Brgie held an independence convention in Lahti, Finland, which started November 29 to December 2, 2024, in which Brgie declared the independence of Biafra on December 2, 2024. December 2, 2024, Biafra was redeclared. The government of Nigeria, according to Mr. Ekpa, has orchestrated 5 assassination attempts against his life. After allegedly failing to assassinate Mr. Ekpa, the government of Nigeria successfully pressured the government of Finland to arrest Mr. Ekpa in November 2024 on political motivated charges. The government of Finland then issued an indictment against Mr. Ekpa, as well as subsequent conviction, which demonstrates the political nature of the persecution at the instigation of government of Nigeria. The indictment by Finland, issued in May of 2025, alleged that Mr. Ekpa participated and supported a terrorist organization, even though pro-Biafra organizations are not designated as terrorist group in Finland or anywhere in the European Union. In fact, the only country in the world where pro-Biafra organization the only country in the world where pro-Biafra organization was designated is in Nigeria. For the government of Finland to accept that the Finnish citizen holding political position regarding internal policy matters within Nigeria is somehow a criminal offense in Finland is a nonsensical and absurd, and demonstrate that Finland is engaging in a political motivated prosecution. Nigeria conduct toward both Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa demonstrate transnational repression. At the moment, the issue of Biafra, the insecurity in southeast Nigeria, which is Biafra land, and all the unpleasant aftermath cannot be resolved, while the federal government of Nigeria persists in detention of Mazi Kanu, while Finland persists in detention of Mazi Simon Ekpa, and Biafrans continue to be marginalized. On this basis of foregoing, we must respectfully suggest the following to the U.S. government. One, we urge the United States government to invoke the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act, Summit 5 of Title S 11 of 114-28328 to identify and impose travel and financial restrictions on all officials of the federal government of Nigeria and any Nigerian non-state actor implicated in the killing of Biafrans, Christians in their homeland in southeast Nigeria, which is Biafra land. We urge the United States government, including through targeted sanction and or tariff, to pressure the government of Nigeria to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and allow him a safe passage out of Nigeria. Three, we urge the United States government to pressure the government of Finland regarding its political motivated trial and conviction against pro-Biafra active Simon Ekpa. 4, we urge the United States government to deny all bilateral assistance and visa to officials of the government of Nigeria if it continues to engage in transnational repression against pro-Biafra activists, and if Simon Ekpa and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu continue to be held in detention. Consequently, Biafra through Brgie are ready to engage with the international community, include the United States of America government, especially in seeking to establish a newly independent Biafran state. The Brigade is willing to engage in deal-making with U.S. government and come to economic defense and security agreement with the United States. Biafrans represented by Brgie are willing to negotiate with the U.S. in reciprocity and in anticipation for specific demand, interest and expectation of the U.S. recent event in Sub-Saharan Africa have created a compelling need for United States of America to get involved in the Gulf of Guinea. There is no better opportunity than that presented by the Biafra. For example, Biafra can be an ideal place for U.S. military base, as well as seaport. Biafra can also be host to African installations. Biafra can be a close ally of the United States and purveyor of Western interests in the region, as well as a bulwark against Islamic terrorists and extremists. This is important now more than ever, given the loss of key U.S. military bases in Sahel countries, as well as the Nigerian government ever closer relations with United States adversaries, a United States designated Islamic terrorist organization. In addition, Nigeria's persecution of Christians continues to worsen and further adds to the case of independent homeland for Nigeria. Christian population, just as U.S. recognized of Somalia, present great benefit to U.S. strategic interest in East Africa. Similarly, Biafra can present opportunities along similar lines for the U.S. in West Africa. We hope today's historical briefing will provide a precedent for further diplomatic engagement. And before I say thank you, we believe that we have sent our message, and we are damn serious for our freedom. We'll continue fighting. Our freedom is our right. No one else can do it better for us than us. And we are sending a message to the world, especially the United States of America. We appreciate the opportunity and the privilege they have given us to voice out so that they can do what is right. We believe they are listening. We believe very soon we'll be having more diplomatic engagement with the United States of America, the leader of the free world. Thank you. All right, we're going to be having some question and answer, and we have some witnesses that will be asking questions about the current situation, what is happening in Biafra land, if it is suitable for them, if it is that what they want. Do they deserve to live better than what is happening here today? We are glad to be here, and this is the beginning of our hearing in Washington, D.C. We believe that U.S. government, they are watching, they are listening, they are following, even if the members of the Congress, the ones that are not here, they are watching, so they know what we are doing and what is going on. I will call on Mazia Bobi. Yeah.
Greetings, everyone. Greetings, Biafrans who are here present. First of all, I want to appreciate everyone for being here. It's not easy. It is only a man who seeks for freedom that goes knocking on all doors. Because every locked door against each and every one of us is a locked door against millions of Biafrans. Especially millions of Biafrans, yourself, myself, who are witnesses, and over 50 million people who gave the Brgie government their vote for a self-referendum conducted in Finland. It conducted back home and ratified in Finland by over 517 Biafrans. So I appreciate each and every one of you who are here. And we thank the United States Congress for giving us this opportunity, for calling us to hear our voice at this time. It is of utmost importance that the Biafran people in general speak up now to stop the killing, to help the world, to help those who cannot speak for themselves, and the entirety of the people who live in the geographical location known as Nigeria, to regain their freedom. The freedom that we seek today is not just for the Biafran people, but for over 230 million people who exist in a place where they are all in a cave. Most of the people who exist there do not know themselves no more, cannot, for some reason, stand up and defend themselves. Of course, we know fear is part of terrorism. With me here are fellow Biafrans who are witnesses to the ongoing genocide in my land, Biafra. The ongoing genocide is a continuation of 1967 to 70, as we all have heard the acting Prime Minister of Brgie speak to us who are Biafrans and to the rest of the world who are listening. So I would like to ask my brothers and my sisters a few questions so that in their own words they can explain to the rest of the world, those who are watching, and to the congressmen and women who have given us this opportunity, who I'm sure would hear everything that we are saying here today, either today or tomorrow or in the nearest future. And whatever we say here will help them make decisions quick and act fast to save lives of Biafra, to save lives of women, children, and even unborn. Because in our case, we lose children in the mother's wombs due to Nigerian terrorism. Now, first of all, I would like to call on my sister, who is a witness, Love Akobondo. I would like to ask you, Love Akobondo, how would you describe the persecution and marginalization of Biafrans from your own personal observation and experience? What are the root causes of this genocide?
Hello, dear friends. Good afternoon. Thank you for the Brgie government. Thank you, the acting Prime Minister and the staff. And I also thank the Congress, American Congress, for giving us this opportunity. I'm going to say what I received as information from those who witnessed those incidents, because I wasn't there at the time. From there, that will lead into what is happening and still happening, unless we put a stop to it. You see, the marginalization has a long-standing history, stemming from the so-called colonization. From the time those people showed up in the shores of Biafra, the Bight of Biafra, there hasn't been peace. Each time they bring up a situation that is not acceptable to our people, the Biafrans, we object it because we already had democracy before they showed up. We were living in organized society in every ramification before they showed up. So when they showed up and want to alter who we are, change us to benefit them, we said no. Instead of dialoguing with us, they come up with aggression. This had been going on through the Edumedu warriors after the fall of Arab Kingdom. Our people regrouped, defending themselves, defending their land, defending their culture, defending who they are as a people. They were met with killing, because that's the only thing to understand. They don't understand dialogue. From there, it moved to the time of taxation that was totally unacceptable, and our great-grandmothers came up to protest, simple protest. They did not kill anybody, they did not destroy anything, they were just protesting because one of the useless people, it is not today we begin to have a flavors in our society. A man called, and I'm going to call him by name, and I wish his generation will get to hear it so they can be ashamed of their grandfather. Chief Okuk from Olugo was the warrant chief who delivered that message of taxation. And after they had finished taxing our fathers, they came up with our mothers. And our mothers said no. What did they do? They turned out, killed some of them. To glorify their action, they termed it a women riot, which is a false thing. From there, when they discovered coal in Enugu, again, to their interest, poor working condition, our fathers protested for a better wages, a better working condition. What did they get? Bullets. They massacred the men. That was the coal mining massacre. It did not stop there. each step of the way is aggression, no discussion. The good thing is, we are not the people you can just walk over. It's not going to happen. It's not yesterday, it's not today, it's not going to be all the tomorrows to come, because we are dear friends, madam. No two ways about to take it or drop it. We're going to fight to the last man standing. Now, it did not stop there. It continues the same marginalization, the same wickedness in all form and shape. Fast forward to the so-called flag independence. What did we get? The 1966 pogrom. I have a sister-in-law who lost her father to 1966 pogrom. Move forward, 1967, the so-called genocidal war, which the world refused to acknowledge. The thing sweeping it under the carpet is going to make a difference. It's going to escalate, and it's escalating. We have no apologies to anybody. Biafra must be free. Okay?
Thank you so much, my sister Love. You heard it all. Now, I will ask another question to another sister of mine, Ms. Nonya Chima, sorry. We know how the United States government categorizes certain countries as state sponsors of terror. How do you rank Nigeria given their killing of Biafrans? And should the US government designate Nigeria as a state sponsor of terror?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, I just wanted to thank Honorables Jim Moran and Elias Terasulis and the U.S. Congress for giving us the opportunity to inform the world of what has been going on in Biafra land for decades. So for the question, these are some of the reasons why United States government should designate Nigeria as a terror organization. One, between 2015 to 2016, Amnesty International reported that Nigerian security forces killed over 1,500 IPOB protesters in cold blood. Remember, they didn't have any weapons. They were just exercising their rights as citizens. And in 2017, there was what they called Operation Python Dance, which targeted the Southeast residents who are Biafrans, with soldiers invading communities, shooting civilians, and committing extrajudicial killings, which led to about 28 young men and women in our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's house. Thirdly, from 2021 to 2023, Amnesty International also documented over 1844 killings in Biafra land, including unlawful executions, torture, and enforced disappearances by security forces. And one might ask whether these killings or these killers have been apprehended and brought to justice, and the answer is no. No one has been held accountable for these killings. In fact, when locals apprehend any of the killers, there is always an order to free them. Up till today, the killings continue, and the painful thing is the fact that Biafrans are killed simply because we are Christians, simply because of the crude oil in Biafra land, and because they want to Islamize us by force, which we are resisting. So I call on the global community to pay attention to what's going on in Biafra land and elsewhere where there is a genocide going on. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. That's what we expect from every Biafran to always carry in their heart. The fact that our people are dying every day. Now, I want to ask my brother Emmanuel Lugo, how would you describe the hatred of Biafrans or Igbos within the Nigerian by the political establishment, which has traditionally been controlled by the Muslim North? Would you say this is an important part of why there is support for the Biafran independence movement?
Thank you all. When we talk about Biafran hatred, the hatred of Biafrans in Nigeria by the political establishment, that goes deeper. Some of us came into this world and we live with this hatred, and we keep asking ourselves, why? Why us? What have we done? Year after everything we have gone through. The hatred runs deep in the Nigerian establishment, in their blood, both the political establishment and people from other parts of the country. We see this hatred every day. We have this economic jihad that has been going on. Our businesses are being born in Lagos, in the north. We are not allowed to scale when it comes to political positions as in the presidency of the country. And now we are seeking for Biafra. We want to be on our own so that we can be able to live in peace without facing this hatred every day. The Fulani Caliphate are the ones controlling Nigeria. And with this economic jihad, they have continued to display this economic jihad on the Biafrans, day in, day out, in every aspect of life. And we are tired of it. And we said this is the reason why over 80 million Biafrans, over 50 million Biafrans voted for the Biafra self-referendum, because they themselves are tired of the hatred. Every one of us can see it, even the young ones. And that is why there is maximum support for Biafra, so that we can have our own independent state and live in accordance with our own values. So that's what I will say about that. Thank you.
My brother Chima John, for those amongst you who lived during the first Biafran Civil War, it's called a civil war, but we know it's a genocidal war against the Biafran people, 1967 to 1970. Please, describe your experience. I know you might not know, but I know you have people who have told you stories. I see you're very much younger than 1967. So describe your experience and how you would compare the Biafran independence movement in the 1960s compared to now. And what do you wish the United States government to do regarding the issues of Biafra?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I want to thank the U.S. Congress for the opportunity that we have today to be at the talk for this hearing regarding Biafra. Some of us were not born in the war, but we have heard, we have read about all the atrocities that happened against Biafrans and against the Igbos during the war. We saw that Biafra land was completely destroyed by the Nigerian state in collusion with its Western allies and the Soviets. They destroyed schools, they destroyed the infrastructure. And while we're growing up, every part of Nigeria was designated as educational industrial village. And these are places where there were no bombs, where there was no destruction. But in Biafra land, the Igbo land in particular, Igbos were never designated as educational responsibility people. And we know what happened during the Civil War. One of the things that happened was the total blockade of Biafra land, and which led to the death of over 3 million people and the starvation of over 1 million children. I'm sure that the world saw some of those pictures, gory pictures of Washignton children because of the starvation. And that led to people like Bruce Merrick, an American student from Columbia, to set himself ablaze in front of the United Nations of Europe. People like Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, saw what happened in Biafra and swore not to step his foot inside the church. And he said, how can the world open their eyes and saw this happen to humans or so-called fellow Christians and never did anything because of oil and hatred and theft, to put it literally. We saw all that. The Nigerian state, as part of the plot to put Biafrans down, and the Igbos in particular, they made sure that after the war, that every Igbo person or Biafran received only 20 pounds to start life from the beginning. And the Igbos and the Biafrans were the richest in that country at that time. It was designed, according to one of Nigeria's recent presidents, that it was designed to make Biafrans poor for over 200 years and become subservient to other ethnic groups. At the end of the day, today, Biafrans are not only successful, but they have reason to say that the only thing that will make us safe to actualize our economic and political potential and destiny is the creation of an independent state of Biafra, or the restoration of it, so that we can live in peace with our neighbors, so that we can be allies of the West and to our global community, so that we can harness our potential, our intellectual resources, our natural resources. We can harness it to the benefit of not only our own people, but to the world at large. That is what Biafrans seek. And we want the United States, as the leaders of the free world, to stand up and begin to do what is right by the Biafran people. Begin to do what is right. Because that's something that they're looking for. That's something that they take, that Nigeria gives them. Those oil and gas comes from Biafra land. We can negotiate. We can reach a deal with any country, America in particular, so that we can have our independence, a place we can feel safe, and to live in freedom. Thank you very much.
Just so you know, my mother served in the Red Cross during the war, and my father was equally a soldier during that war. So, just like himself, and like many of us here, have so many stories of what happened and why we need to be free. It's not just because of the resources, but for our children to be able to see tomorrow. Now, I want to call on my brother, our brother, Mazikelo Israel. Mazikelo Israel, please, as we are in the Capitol Hill building, speaking to the United States Congress and to everyone who cares to listen to the Biafran people, I would like to ask, what would you recommend, or what would be your recommendation to the United States government to hold Nigeria accountable and to assist Biafra? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. First of all, let me thank our great friends, Elias Rasolas, and of course, Honorable Dr. Michael Rubin, who spoke earlier on, and Ogenkere, who has been leading this struggle since our leaders have been incarcerated. I'm talking about Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu. And I want to thank the U.S. Congress for allowing us this opportunity to come here. Again, they are demonstrating that they are the leader of the free world, as against other nations where they don't want you to talk about this. As our Honorable Michael Rubin has said, here you are free to talk and nobody will arrest you. And so we are here requesting that U.S. government to come and stop the killings that is going on in Nigeria. We are talking about the genocide that happened 1966 to 1970. Right now, that happened mainly in the southeast. Right now, the entire Nigerian state is a killing zone. It rivals what happened during the Civil War. And so we are pleading with the U.S. Congress to come to us quickly, not to delay, by doing these following things: to officially recognize Biafra genocide of 1966 to 1970, which has continued up to today. As our Honorable Minister said, Michael Rubin said, because those who committed the genocide have not been charged, instead they seem to have been congratulated by lifting them to be the presidents of that place. This has empowered them to continue with the genocide. So we are pleading with the U.S. government to live up to their moral standards as the free world leader, to come immediately to this aid of Biafrans. We are also pleading with the U.S. government to condemn immediately. Because that will save life. Condemn immediately the abuses that is going on there, which is quite obvious. It's not hidden. You have terrorists that are being recognized, giving a peace deal, while those that are speaking the truth to save the country from the killings that is going on are being incarcerated, like Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. Just yesterday, they agreed on a plea deal with terrorists, a peace deal, and they are walking free. We are asking the U.S. government to invoke the Global Magnitsky Act, identify all those criminals. The Canadian government have declared the political organizations in Nigeria as terrorist organizations. We're asking the U.S. government to go further, identify the individuals themselves, and invoke them and put heavy sanctions on them. That is what we are asking, to further what the Canadian government has already done. We are asking the U.S. government to demand, with immediate effect, to the release of Nnamdi Kanu, a man that has been even acquitted in some of the courts in that Federal Republic of Nigeria. Several courts have discharged him and acquitted him, and in fact requested that the government compensate him. Outside UN have already also requested that he be released immediately. Kenyan government has come out openly to say that he was extraordinarily rendition. He was kidnapped from Kenya. That he should be released, and on no basis should he be tried for anything because of the illegality that they practice on him. and abuses. Yet, Nnamdi Kanu is still in prison. Even recently, he asked for him to be allowed to visit the hospital, to go for a hospital treatment, and they rejected it. They rejected that he would not go to the hospital. So we're asking the US Congress to act immediately. We need urgent help. We also asked the US Congress to pressure Finland to release Simon Eber. He was doing honor and he was worried seeing the decimation of his people. Okay? But that's the thing we're asking, to pressure Finland government to release Simon Eber. Finally, we ask the US Congress to recognize the referendum that was conducted. 50 million. If that is not acceptable, then to help us organize a UN acceptable referendum for Biafrans. And to show that to demonstrate that Biafrans are really in need to be freed. And the freedom we're asking for Biafrans is not only for Biafrans, because it will also free the ordinary people of that country called Nigeria from all the killings that are going on, which is only going to escalate as their 2027 elections continues. These are what we are requesting. Thank you very much.
One single thing to what he said, something that is very dear to me. I really wish that the United States Congress and the United States government would help us pressure Nigeria. I would like for the genocide that took the life of over 5 million of my people to be recognized. If today we speak about the Holocaust, there is no reason why we shouldn't speak about the death of over 5 million Biafrans. Thank you very much.
peace to Washington, D.C., to ask the United States of America to recognize us. And we appreciate the opportunity given to us. We ever appreciate it. And it is just the beginning. Yes. This is just the beginning. The enemy of Biafra, they try everything they can to stop this hearing. The country we call Nigeria, we call them Zoo. They try everything. If they have succeeded, you and I will not going to be here today. And the United States of America, they recognize our cry for our freedom. They recognize that we need help. That is why they allow us to use this beautiful venue for the hearing of Biafra people. This place is being used by Congress, where one or two of Congress that is here is the United States of American Congress. And they are watching, they are following this event. They appreciate it. Thank you all. This is just the beginning. hear our prayer. Thank you all. And God bless.
Great people of Biafra. This is the voice of Biafra. The voice that cannot be silenced. The voice of truth, resilience, and freedom. Speaking to you in the spirit of courage and in the language of liberation. Nigeria government has lost control over insecurity. Fellow listeners, what was once whispered in fear, what was once denied in arrogance, has now become a reality too loud to ignore. A nation staggering under the weight of its own contradictions is rapidly losing control over insecurity. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, the land trembles, not from natural disaster, but from man-made chaos. Communities abandoned, villages raided under the cover of darkness, highways turned into corridors of fear. Citizens left to fend for themselves. In a country where the government once promised protection, the question now echoes across the land. Where is the government? Where are the security forces? Where is the accountability? In recent times, markets have become targets. Travelers have become victims. Families have become statistics. And yet, those in power continue to speak in rehearsed tone. Detached from the suffering of the people, observers say, this is no longer a matter of isolated incidents. This is systemic failure. A collapse of responsibility. A nation where innocent lives are wasted daily. As fear grips the population, a new reality emerges. The people have lost confidence. Trust has been eroded. Hope has faded. But here, on this frequency, we do not deal in fear. We deal in truth. And the truth is this. A government that cannot protect its people has failed its most sacred duty to the people. Listen. Remain vigilant. Remain aware. Remain strong. Nigeria has failed its citizens, and in awareness lies survival. This is a wake-up call. You are listening to the voice of Biafra, where truth lives and freedom speaks. Biafrans stand firm until justice speaks louder than silence. And stay safe. God bless Biafra Republic. God bless Biafra Republic government in exile.
The Subcommittee on Africa will come to order, and good morning to all of you. I do ask unanimous consent that the Representative James from Michigan, Representative Stutzman from Indiana, and Representative Moore from West Virginia be allowed to sit on the dais and participate in today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I welcome my ranking member.
Thank you. Good to see you too.
Good to see you too. I want to welcome all of you to this very critical hearing on the systematic and accelerating violence against predominantly Christian communities in Nigeria. For the record, this is my 12th hearing focused exclusively on Nigeria, with scores of other hearings on human trafficking, religious freedom, food insecurity, human rights focused in part on Africa. I've led 3 trips, human rights trips to Nigeria. I want to thank our distinguished witnesses for being here today to bring light and scrutiny to this unfolding religious freedom catastrophe and to proffer ways to mitigate and to end the violence and the hate. Nigeria is ground zero, the focal point of the most brutal and murderous anti-Christian persecution in the world today. Moderate Muslims who speak out against the radical Islamists or refuse to conform with the serial killers are murdered as well. I applaud President Trump's recent decisive action to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern for engaging in and tolerating severe violations of religious freedom. One of our witnesses today, Bishop Wilfred Anagbe from the Diocese of Makurdi, testified before our subcommittee last March. He said, in part, militant Fulani herdsmen are terrorists. They steal and vandalize, they kill and boast about it, they kidnap and rape, and they enjoy total impunity from elected officials. None of them have been arrested and brought to justice, close quote. Today, by Zoom, Bishop Anagbe will say, in part, on the 13th of March, 2025, when I last appeared before this committee, I warned that the situation was dire and demanded urgent attention. Tragically, the past half year has proven those warnings understated. The continued attacks on vulnerable Christians, villages by the Fulani ethnic militia and their counterparts, both in the middle belt of Nigeria and elsewhere in the country. In my own diocese of Makurdi, you are all familiar with the massacres of Saturday, the 13th of June in Yalawada, where 278 persons, men, women, and children were killed in a manner too gory to describe here by people shouting Allah Akbar, while slaughtering their victims. It took the prayer of the Holy Father, Pope Leo, on Sunday, the 14th of June, for the government of Nigeria to even acknowledge this evil. Even so, the federal government still seeks to downplay the numbers and has yet to properly care for the survivors, even as I speak, as he will be speaking momentarily by way of Zoom. Abductions of the clergy and laity remain rampant. Priests and pastors are prime targets for elimination. In 2015, one of our colleagues, a member of this subcommittee and also this full committee, I should say, and of Foreign Affairs, and a former House colleague and Green Beret officer, and now U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, he was deployed in 2015 to Nigeria as part of a Nigerian, he was part of the Special Forces to provide training and security assistance to the Nigerian Navy SEALs in their fight against Boko Haram. During this time there, he said yesterday, a couple days ago, more than 300 girls were reported missing because of Boko Haram's extremist violence. Working alongside his team, Ambassador Waltz supported Nigerian SEAL operations that ultimately helped rescue many of these girls from the oppressive conditions imposed by Sharia law. This past Tuesday, Ambassador Waltz also said at a special seminar on Nigeria that the situation in Nigeria now has only grown more dire. He went on to say, churches burn, mothers bury their children for the crime of singing Amazing Grace, pastors are beheaded for preaching the Sermon on the Mount, and entire villages awaken to gunfire simply by calling Jesus their Lord. This is not random violence. It is deliberate persecution as northern militant groups enforce Sharia law and unleash targeted attacks on Christian communities. He also pointed out, and it was this week, The 25 girls went missing, many of whom who will now vanish and have vanished into the dark underbelly of extremism and sex slavery. Make no mistake, these ongoing attacks are based on religion, and diverting attention from it denies what we have seen with our own eyes. Yeah, there may be other factors, but religion is driving this. Kill the infidel. We see it in other places, and we're seeing it now, sadly, in Nigeria, and it's been going on for many, many years. 13 years ago, in this room, 2012, I chaired a hearing focusing on the slaughter of Christians by Boko Haram, and the Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, Johnny Carson, testified at that hearing and said, and I quote in part, that the phenomena of Boko Haram is one of discrediting the central government in power for its failure to deliver services to the people. I asked him at the time, are you kidding? I responded by asking why Boko Haram abducts and rapes Christian girls and uses force and coercion, even death, to convert Christians to Islam. On a trip to an IDP camp in Jos, I met many survivors. One man who we had testify here, named Adama, who they took him out of his house. His wife was screaming, please don't hurt my husband. They put a AK-47 to his cheek and said, you renounce your faith or we'll kill you. He said, well, I'm ready to meet my Lord. They asked him again. He repeated that, and they shot him. They blew his face very, very horribly. He survived. And when I met him, I invited him to come and testify. He did. And he said, you've got to realize who Boko Haram is and stop this idea, this is my words, but his sentiment of denial, of saying, it's nothing to see here. So I asked Johnny Carson further, why won't they designate Boko Haram, at least, if not a CPC country, as a foreign terrorist organization? And he said they don't believe it. They're not a foreign terrorist organization. I worked on that for 3 years, additional hearings. On the day I was marking up my bill, and it was called the Boko Haram Terrorist Designation Act of 2013, to put Congress on record demanding an FDO designation, that day, the administration declared Boko Haram a foreign terrorist organization. I was very happy with it, but we could have done that 3 years earlier, maybe had found out what their sources of weapons and funding and everything else might have been, thereby, again, mitigating some of the harm. For too long, the world has looked away, a culture of denial, as radical Fulani militants, Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa have waged a relentless campaign of terror, murder, and displacement across Nigeria, including the states of Plateau, Benue, and Kaduna. According to Open Doors, and I just want to say something about Open Doors, I've worked with Open Doors for 40 years. I knew the founder, Brother Andrew, an absolutely honest and committed man, and that organization to this day continues to speak truth to power all over the world, including in Nigeria. Well, they have said, Open Doors, more Christians are slaughtered in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. I co-chair the China Commission. I just left a hearing that we're holding over on the Senate side on religious persecution there, against everyone, against the Falun Gong, against the Christians, against the Buddhists in Xinjiang, not the Buddhists, the Buddhists in Tibet, and the Muslims in Xinjiang. And while they kill many, they incarcerate and harass more than they slaughter. These groups in Nigeria are doing just that, slaughtering. Another group has said over 52,000 Christians in Nigeria have reportedly been targeted and killed by Islamist extremists, while approximately 34,000 moderate Muslims have been murdered as well since 2009. And, that is less focused upon. I raise it every time, and I hope we all will. They're killing those who don't conform to the radical Islamist view, and so they get killed too. I met with many imams on trips to Nigeria as well as here, and they say if we speak out, we'll be firebombed too. During a visit, there are 19,000 churches have also been attacked. More than 7,000 have been murdered in this year alone. During my visit to Jos in 2013, I visited many churches that have been firebombed in Jos. And I listened to the survivors and was moved almost to tears and to tears with some when they talked about the numbing loss and pain of losing loved ones. And the churches were decimated, each and every one of them, either by cars coming in and plowing everybody and destroying the physical, or by bombs, and of course always the ever-present AK-47. They pleaded with their own government and the world to end the cruelty and violence. And I've been raising it, as have many others ever since. About 5 million Christians have been displaced and forced into internally displaced persons camps within Nigeria and refugee camps at regional and sub-regional borders, according to an Inter-Society report. Open Doors reports, and again, I hope we can finally get beyond just saying nothing's to see here. While Christians used to be vulnerable only to Muslim-majority northern states, this violence continues to spread into the Middle Belt and even further south. The attacks are shockingly brutal. Many believers are killed, particularly men, while women are often kidnapped and targeted for what? Sexual violence, rape, and other abuse. More believers are killed for their faith in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. These militants also destroy homes, churches, and livelihoods. And many people don't go to school anymore. One estimate is 10,000 schools have been closed due to this violence. The Nigerian government has a fundamental constitutional obligation to protect its own citizens. Yet the brutal reality is that the perpetrators of these crimes operate with impunity. The lack of accountability sends a chilling message that the lives of Christian farmers and their families are expendable. This failure has rightfully been called out by the President of the United States, President Trump, and Secretary of State Rubio. The United States must not stand by idly. I've introduced resolutions, and others have been introduced as well. H-Res 82, I had done that previously on 82, asking that the Biden administration, we had an interesting conversation and debate on that resolution. It did pass 26 to 21. And part of the argument that was made by Mr. Meeks and my very distinguished colleague to my left is that it's the President and the Secretary of State that needs to make that call, not us. I think we can encourage something. That's what it did. But nevertheless, now they've made the call. And I think we need to, double down and try to stop this. H-Res 860, which I've introduced, also calls on conditioning U.S. foreign assistance, and it must be tied to progress from the Nigerian government in preventing persecution, prosecuting perpetrators, and protecting all communities. Second, it would provide direct humanitarian assistance, especially the faith-based groups working on the ground in the Middle Belt. What we're hearing is that it's not getting through. People are hungry, so we need to make sure that they're helped. And third, we must impose targeted sanctions pursuant to the Global Magnitsky Act, using visa bans and access freezes against individuals and entities responsible for these gross human rights abuses. President Trump, as I conclude, said, Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria. The United States cannot stand by while atrocities are happening in Nigeria. I yield to my good friend and colleague, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of the witnesses who are going to be testifying today on conflict and religious persecution in Nigeria. I'm very much looking forward to the conversation we'll have with Ambassador Pratt and Deputy Assistant Secretary McGee, as this committee is long overdue to hold a hearing with Trump administration officials. The African continent continues to be both increasingly important and increasingly overlooked. The continent is the youngest in the world, and in Nigeria alone, 70% of the population is under 35, and 40% is under 15. So it represents the future generations who will continue to lead and solve the world's problems. Nigeria has a unique position as a bellwether, as Africa's largest economy, most populous nation, and a significant actor in the region and on the world stage. And meanwhile, Nigeria is facing its own challenges, like rising insecurity, shrinking freedom of expression, and a struggling economy. So let's talk about the very real conflict and violence happening in Nigeria. Nigeria is facing multiple different security challenges in various parts of the country, including violent extremist groups in the Northeast, criminal banditry in the Northwest, and across the country, farmer-herder conflict in the Middle Belt, and other intercommunal violence in central and northern regions. Several factors are driving these conflicts. Yes, ethnicity and religion play a role in some cases, but other dynamics like poor governance, resource competition, climate change, and population pressures are important drivers that need to be addressed. I appreciate the chairman's passion on this and his long work on Nigeria. I think it's a distortion to say that what we're trying to say is that there's nothing to see here. In fact, there is something to see here. There is very real conflict and violence that we need to address. I've been working on addressing conflict in Nigeria since 2013, 2014, when I was part of the counter Boko Haram strategy at the State Department. The violence impacting both Christian and Muslim communities is real, and the Nigerian government can and should do more to address it. I was horrified to learn of the killing of 2 people and the kidnapping of the pastor and a worshiper at a church in Kwara State. And this came only a few days after, as the chairman mentioned, criminal bandits kidnapped 25 girls in Kebbi State. But it is counterproductive to adopt oversimplistic narratives about the multiple complex overlapping security challenges and violence across the country. The victims in the Kebbi State kidnapping were all Muslim girls. So violence affects everyone, and false narratives perpetuate harmful stereotypes and motivate tensions and violence based on religious identity. Distorting what's happening into a solely religious narrative erases the real drivers of violence and makes it harder to implement effective solutions. And it can fuel violence against the very groups the Trump administration claims it wants to protect. That's why I'm alarmed by President Trump's rhetoric about this violence and threats to go into Nigeria, guns a-blazing, and to wipe out terrorists. We are already receiving reports of increased tensions between Christian and Muslim populations following this rhetoric. President Trump's threat is reckless, and any unilateral military action in Nigeria would be illegal. Congress has not authorized force in Nigeria to protect Christians, and any action without Nigeria's consent violates international law. We also know that a military-first response won't actually address the violence and will do very little to protect Christian communities. As I said, I worked on Nigeria policy since I was at the State Department in 2014, so I know firsthand these security challenges are multifaceted and they require a holistic approach. A military-led approach risks more civilian casualties and impunity, which will only fuel violent extremism more. So we need to use more tools from our foreign policy toolbox if we're serious about helping Nigeria protect its citizens. That means we need to leverage diplomacy and engage with Nigeria on how we can help support their response while pushing for important reforms within Nigeria's institutions. We also need to utilize foreign assistance to fund programs to help prevent violence and address conflict drivers. But the Trump administration so far has hobbled these tools. On the diplomatic front, while I'm glad to see Ambassador Pratt will be here representing the African Affairs Bureau, we still have yet to see even a nomination for an Assistant Secretary for Africa. And we don't have a Senior Director for Africa at the NSC either. There are several emergent conflicts in Africa, including in Nigeria, but also in Sudan, DRC, and across the Sahel and in Ethiopia that demand high-level, consistent, and substantive engagement. Occasional attention from the president, while most of the time welcome, won't be enough to see lasting results on all of these different crises. And on the development front, President Trump's dismantling of USAID and cuts of hundreds of millions of dollars worth foreign assistance in Nigeria is worsening the violence. For years, the United States has supported Nigerian institutions, civil society, faith-based leaders, and researchers to address the conflict, violence, and religious freedom challenges. These programs proactively prevented and directly addressed the violence this administration is now concerned about. For example, a recent article in DevX highlighted a program that Secretary Rubio terminated, which has left a void in communities that suffer violence. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a DevX article titled "The Cuts That Bleed: What Happens When Peace Programs Go Dark." Thank you. This article focuses on a former program implemented by Search for Common Ground, a peace-building organization that provided critical early warning in communities in Yelwata, a region in Nigeria's Middle Belt, where conflict and violence have erupted between Muslim herders and Christian farmers. This early warning program was responsible for fewer violent incidences before Secretary Rubio terminated it. In June, this same community was left in a lurch without this extra early warning support when an attack happened in Makurdi. Nearly 200 people were killed, hundreds burned alive in their homes and market stalls torched, and almost 4,000 people fled. And this is just one example where the United States has abandoned communities with no explanation. I have another article, this time from the LA Times by former USAID Foreign Service Officer Daniel Morris, that details another program that was helping prevent violence, but was discontinued. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an LA Times article titled "Trump Cuts Nigeria's Aid Back in March, Now He Wonders Why It's So Violent." Thank you. This article discusses a program called the Community Initiatives to Promote Peace that operated in northern Nigeria. It trained community elders, including religious and tribal leaders, in conflict resolution, and the results were impressive. After giving one group training and making another one a control group for 6 months, each group was asked if their communities experienced violence. Here's what the article says. Only 10% of people in communities that received negotiation training and dialogue meetings said yes, compared to 41% of people in communities that hadn't. The Nigerians in the treatment group reported feeling more secure, more likely to walk around their communities, and less likely to avoid certain areas than those in the control group. We don't always see these kinds of results. So the fact that we were and the administration eliminated this program is incredibly short-sighted and counterproductive given their apparent interest in this issue. So if we want the United States to help prevent and address conflict in Nigeria, we can't pull back and eliminate our tools like President Trump has done. I urge the administration to reverse these decisions, nominate people at senior levels to work on Africa issues, and commit to working on this seriously, not just through a few Truth Social posts. So I look forward to hearing the testimony of Ambassador Pratt and Deputy Assistant Secretary McGee on what the State Department is planning to do to address the violence in Nigeria and how it plans to partner with Nigeria on doing so. And lastly, while I'm glad we have our witnesses here to discuss Nigeria today, I would be remiss to not also raise Sudan, since this is our first time with the State Department witnesses in front of this subcommittee this Congress, and we still have not had a budget hearing. The situation in Sudan is horrific, and while I'm glad to see this war finally getting high-level attention from President Trump, I look forward to hearing from Ambassador Pratt about what the department's plan is to both make a deal that brings a lasting end to the war in Sudan and invest in a real peace process for the Sudanese people. Thank you. I yield back.
We will now receive a testimony from Bishop Anabe. He is leaving for a major speech in Germany, and will miss his flight if we wait until thankfully our two very distinguished witnesses from state have agreed, because normally the protocol is they go first, and I do thank them for that. But I'd like to welcome Bishop Anagbe back. He gave very compelling testimony back in March, and we all appreciated that very much. But he is in Benue State. He was ordained a Catholic priest in August of 1994, and Pope Francis elevated him to bishop in 2014. So, Bishop Anagbe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Congressmember Chris Smith. The Most Reverend Wilfred Chikwa Anagbe, Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Makurdi, Benue, Nigeria. Before the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, African Subcommittee, November 20, 2025. President Trump's redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, a serious, well-founded wake-up call. I am here this evening talking that because I have the privilege of witnessing, the privilege of experiencing. I'm not talking as a privilege of opinion. Mr. Chairman, ranking members, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me back to testify on the escalating crisis of Christian persecution and genocide in Nigeria. 6 months ago, precisely on 13th March 2025, when I last appeared before this committee, I warned that the situation was there and demanded urgent attention. Tragically, the past half year has proven those warnings understated the continued attack on vulnerable Christian villages by the Fulani ethnic militia and their counterparts, both in the Middle Belt of Nigeria and elsewhere in the country. Since my testimony in March 2025, credible reports from organizations monitoring religious freedom, including Open Doors and our own Justice, Development and Peace Commission in Makurdi Diocese, have documented continuing attacks on Christian villages, especially in the Middle Belt states of Benue and Plateau, perpetrated by the Fulani militia. Thousands more have been displaced, some adopted or subjected, with entire villages razed and churches destroyed. My own village of Aondana in Gwe West local government was attacked and several of my relatives killed on May 22nd, 2025. An entire convent of Reverend Sisters of the Clarisha Missionaries was displaced, along with the local Catholic parish. Within the days following that attack, nearby villages like Naka also witnessed attacks. In fact, on the 24th May 2025, one of my priests, Father Solomon Atongu, was shot and left to die in the pool of his blood, while those traveling with him were adopted. Though he survived the attack, he is unable to walk freely because he has a broken bone. A few weeks before, on Palm Sunday, April 13, 2025, with the attack occurring late that night into the early hours of April 14th, Fulani militants launched a coordinated assault on Christian communities in Plateau State, Nigeria, primarily targeting the village of Zike in the Basa local government area near Jos. This incident was part of a broader wave of violence in the region during Holy Week, targeting Christians as they prepare to celebrate one of the most holy, important feasts in our church. In my own diocese of Makurdi, you are all familiar with the massacres of Saturday, 13th June in Yellowater, where 278 persons, men, women, and children were killed in a manner too gory to describe here by people shouting Allah Akbar, while slaughtering their victims. It took the prayers of the Holy Father Pope Leo XIV on Sunday, June 14th, for the government in Nigeria to even acknowledge this evil. Even so, the federal government still seeks to downplay the numbers and has yet to properly care for the survivors, even as I speak. Adoptions of clergy and laity remain rampant. Priests and pastors are prime targets for elimination. On 17th November 2025, another priest from Kaduna Archdiocese was kidnapped while his brother was shot dead and others taken into captivity. On the same day, a school was kidnapped, attacked in Kebbi State with many kidnapped, and the vice principal of the school was killed. Reports are also rife of the capture of a brigadier general of the Nigerian army with some army officers and soldiers by the Islamists. This is the daily experience of many Christians in Nigeria. Violence is spreading southward, displacing millions and destroying farmland, creating a humanitarian crisis compounded by food insecurity. Attacks by Fulani militants, Boko Haram, Islamic State of West African province, ISWAP, have intensified not only in the Middle Belt and northern states, but spreading southward and targeting Christian communities with impunity. We hoped the CPC designation by President Trump at the end of October might stabilize the situation, but instead it is deteriorating into one of the most later periods of for Nigerian Christians in recent memory. Like it is now commonly acknowledged, Nigeria remains the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. More believers are killed there annually than in the rest of the world combined. Yet, perpetrators face little accountability, and the Nigerian government's response since the CPC designation is to unleash vain glory speakers and willing tools to spin the narrative and make false equivalencies about Muslim deaths. But I would like to ask the question here, who is killing the Muslims up north? Is there any Christian militia displacing millions and occupying lands in Nigeria? The government of Nigeria's silence and refusal to engage in the face of continued killings and displacements has deepened feelings of abandonment among the people. The national leadership appears disengaged, treating the Christian genocide report as a non-issue instead of considering it a national emergency. This lack of political will undermines trust in government institutions and fuels perceptions of complicity or indifference. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, allow me to briefly mention another point so close to my heart, the humanitarian and social impact of this genocide. In the Middle Belt alone, millions of internally displaced persons remain in camps, unable to return to their ancestral lands. This threatens cultural continuity, religious and economic survival. The psychological trauma of survivors of these attacks is immense, with little access to counseling or rehabilitation. Widows, orphans, and survivors face ongoing threats. Girls and women endure sexual violence as a weapon. So many others resort to unsafe coping mechanisms for daily sustenance, destroying families' guarantees that no more Christian will be born from so many traumatized women. This is one of the elements of genocide, securing the disappearance of a group by longer-term measures other than murder. Without quick intervention, Christianity risks elimination in parts of northern and middle belt Nigeria within a very short time. Let me put it on record here that on behalf of millions of Christians in Nigeria and in the diaspora, we want to thank President Donald J. Trump for his bold leadership in designating Nigeria as a CPC. I commend you, Mr. Chris Smith, and this subcommittee's ongoing leadership and the recent U.S. designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. It is a vital step, but must be backed by serious action. 1, using the Magnitsky Act for targeted sanctions on Nigerian government officials and others tolerating or condoning Islamic violence in the country. Tie security and other development or humanitarian aid to measurable protection improvements. Expand humanitarian support for IDPs. The IDPs must return to their ancestral homes and lands with security guarantees by the Nigerian government. They must also be supported to rebuild their economic livelihoods and enjoy basic services such as education and sanitation. Support bills like the Nigerian Religious Freedom Accountability Act to hold perpetrators accountable. This point cannot be overemphasized because it is impunity that fuels the violence we suffer. Irrespective of who are being killed, the prime question is, are there killings in Nigeria? And the government should stop it. International advocacy, work with allies to praise Nigeria at the UN and ensure discriminatory laws and blasphemy laws are eradicated or expunged from the Constitution. Closing call to action. The CPC designation has brought immense joy, hope, and spiritual resilience to communities under siege in Nigeria. The Christian faith-based organizations remain among the few sources of relief and encouragement, filling the vacuum left by government inaction. However, the church alone cannot stop the killings. It requires coordinated political, military, and humanitarian intervention. Mr. Chairman and members, the blood of Nigerian Christians cries out to you people. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Renew hearings, pass binding legislations, and use every tool of U.S. influence to demand change. America remains the only country in the world with an International Religious Freedom Act. America has a unique role in defending religious freedom globally. Please enact concrete actions according to the CPC designation. We all know that inaction emboldens the extremists even more. Thank you for listening. I welcome you for this. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Bishop Adabe, thank you so very, very much for your testimony, for your leadership at great risk to yourself and so many of your priests and diocesan folks. I do thank you, and I wish you well on your trip, and I hope you make your plane. Thank you so very much. It now falls to me as a great honor to introduce our two witnesses from the administration, and they're on their way in right now. Okay. While we're waiting for them to be seated, what is? No, I got it. There we go. Good. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here. And let me introduce Ambassador Jonathan Pratt, who is the Senior Bureau Official for the Bureau of African Affairs. From January 2023 to 2025, he served as the Bureau's Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary. Prior to that, he was U.S. Ambassador to Djibouti from 2021 to 2023. He is a recipient of the Presidential Rank Award, a Distinguished Honor Award, the Director General's Award for Reporting, and the James Clement Dunn Award for Excellence, and he has spent a lifetime working very effectively on African issues. Thank you, Ambassador Pratt, for being here and testifying. Then we'll hear from Jake McGee, who joined the Department of State in April of 2025 as Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. Prior to joining the department, Mr. McGee was an attorney at the global law firm in Washington, D.C., and spent several years in the Middle East as an executive recruiter and taught English in a refugee camp in northern Jordan. Without objection, your full bios will be made a part of the record. Ambassador Pratt, the floor is yours.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Jacobs, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the administration's redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern under the International Religious Freedom Act. In June of this year in Benue State, Nigeria, Fulani militants armed with guns and machetes set homes and food stores ablaze and locked families inside burning buildings, killing over 200 Christians. Witnesses reported assailants shouting Allahu Akbar as they assaulted St. Joseph's Church. The Fulani militants targeted Christian farmers, many of them internally displaced persons, already seeking refuge from previous violence. Benue State Governor Hyacinth Ali recently warned that his state is, quote, under siege and being attacked by terrorists and bandits, highlighting the Nigerian government's failure to intervene. The scale and brutality of violence facing Christian communities is tragic and unacceptable. It represents a serious failing on the part of the authorities. Similarly, on December 23, 2023, a series of coordinated attacks began and continued into Christmas morning in Plateau State. The attacks resulted in hundreds of victims. Many were women, children, and elderly unable to flee. At least 8 churches were destroyed. Plateau State communities are still reeling today from the overt religious-based violence of those attacks and their unanswered calls for help. The Nigerian government must do more to protect its Christian citizens who are being targeted and killed. Terrorists, separatists, bandits, and criminal militias in Nigeria wreak havoc throughout the country, with ongoing attacks often deliberately targeting Christian communities. In addition to the violent Islamic extremism and banditry experienced in Nigeria's Middle Belt, there has been a surge in violent attacks across northern Nigeria by violent extremist organizations like ISIS West Africa, ISIS Sahel, Boko Haram, Jainim, and Al-Qaeda affiliate Ansaru, and Lakurawa. The ongoing violence is a problem of prioritization for the government of Nigeria. Although its military and police are engaged and taking significant losses in their counterterrorism efforts in the Northeast, the Nigerian government has not done enough to effectively combat violence in the Middle Belt, protect Christian communities, or hold perpetrators accountable. The intent of the administration's approach is to raise the protection of Christians to the top of the government of Nigeria's priorities, especially in the Middle Belt. Nigeria is a key regional partner, Africa's largest democracy and most populous nation, with whom we share economic and security interests. It is in the United States' interest to work with the Nigerian government on a plan of action to strengthen security for at-risk Christian communities and Nigerians of all faiths whose ability to practice their faith is put in jeopardy by endemic violence and terrorism. We welcome Nigeria's willingness to cooperate following the CPC designation. We look forward to seeing these commitments put into action. The Trump administration is developing a plan to incentivize and compel the Nigerian government to better protect Christian communities and improve religious freedom. This plan will consider U.S. state and Treasury engagement on sanctions, as well as possible Department of War engagement on counterterrorism and other efforts to protect religious communities. Secretary Rubio and Deputy Secretary Landau have engaged already with members of the Nigerian government on the importance of addressing the violence facing Christians in the Middle Belt. Ultimately, the President's decision underscores the administration's commitment to promoting religious freedom as a universal right and a fundamental freedom. The levels of violence and atrocities committed against Christians and communities of all faiths in Nigeria are appalling and threaten this universal right. We remain open to working together with the Nigerians, but we also expect the Nigerian government to deliver results on the ground as proof of their commitment to this universal right. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. McGee.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member. I'll start over. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Jacobs, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to join my colleague, Senior Bureau Official Pratt, to discuss the Trump administration's decision to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern in accordance with the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998. President Trump's decisive action to designate Nigeria as a CPC made clear that the United States stands ready to champion the rights of Christians and protect them from religious persecution. The religious freedom situation in Nigeria is well documented in the annual IRF reports. The IRF Act, designed by Congress nearly 3 decades ago, establishes religious freedom as a U.S. foreign policy priority and mandates that the president call out religious freedom violators as a reflection of the importance our nation places on America's first freedom. As my colleague stated, the levels of violence and atrocities committed against Christians in Nigeria are appalling. Particularly in the Middle Belt, these attacks directly target Christian populations. Ample witness testimonies have confirmed attackers used religious language during their attacks and specifically targeted Christians for killing, abduction, and rape. It is clear Nigerians are being attacked and killed because of their faith, and the Nigerian government must uphold its duty to protect them. The United States stands with civil society and religious actors brave enough to speak about the tragic violence and discrimination they face in Nigeria. When Bishop Wilfred Anagbe and Father Remigius Eyula testified before Chairman Smith's hearing last March about religious freedom, these 2 courageous religious leaders reported they received threats rather than protection from the Nigerian government. But the United States listened, and we will continue to listen and act until the Nigerian government protects religious freedom, strengthens its protections for vulnerable Christians, and holds perpetrators accountable. In addition to these failures, Nigerian officials also continue to prosecute individuals for alleged blasphemy, which stands in clear violation of Nigeria's obligation to safeguard free speech. Under the Sharia penal codes enforced in 12 of its states, Nigeria is one of only 8 countries in the world that allows for penalties up to execution for blasphemy, along with Iran and Pakistan, which have long been designated CPCs. When authorities detain individuals accused of blasphemy, the judicial process often takes years while they remain in prison, sometimes on death row. Mobs often take the law into their own hands with impunity. For example, in 2022, a mob killed Deborah Samuel Yakubu, a student of Shehu Shagari College of Education, Sokoto, in a heinous attack after she was accused of blasphemy. This young Christian woman's life was taken too soon, yet her murderers remain free. With horrifying reports of discrimination, abuse, torture, disappearance, and even the murder of individuals simply trying to practice their faith freely and safely, religious freedom is not an abstraction, but an obligation Nigeria must uphold. This administration has heard the steady, clarion call from civil society and religious actors about the pernicious impact of the violence on religious communities. The Nigerian government must protect religious freedom, strengthen protections of vulnerable Christians, hold perpetrators accountable, and make measurable progress toward ending this violence against Christians as well as any Nigerians persecuted for their faith. We greatly appreciate the committee's dedication to shedding light on the situation in Nigeria and support in advancing freedom, religious freedom, not just in Nigeria, but around the world. And I want to personally thank you, Chairman Smith, for your tireless efforts over the decades about religious freedom, and of course, other human rights abuses, including combating human trafficking. So thank you, Chairman Smith. I welcome your questions.
Thank you so very much for your testimonies. The phrase incentivize and compel, which you used, Ambassador Pratt, I think is an excellent one. Last night, and I know others met with the delegation that traveled here, and I know they're meeting with you and other at state. The head of National Security Advisor, Rabuda, and his delegation, including the Attorney General, I raised the very significant issue of CPC is not forever. You can get off of it, and everybody who gets put on CPC, or especially including on the trafficking laws, and I wrote them, Trafficking Victims Protection Act, I wrote that in the year 2000. And I have met with more delegations who always say, not us, that's, somebody else is doing the trafficking, it's not us. There's always this culture of denial. And that goes for states that are our allies who get put on that list, and that includes CPC, and as well as countries that are not necessarily our allies, like China, which is both a Tier 3 country for trafficking and a CPC country, and has been from the very beginning of implementation of Frank Wolf's famous law, the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998. So it's such a familiar refrain, and it flies in the face of evidence, and evidence is what it's all about. The prosecutorial discretion that is not shown in Nigeria to go after and to deploy detectives and protection capabilities from the police, it's just not there. We hear it so frequently, and if it is there, show us. They always say, well, they're bandits, they're this, they're that. But what's the motivation behind Boko Haram? And I went to my opening statement, or would remind you, I kept asking the administration then, why do you keep dismissing that this isn't a radical Islamist organization called Boko Haram? Yeah, they hate moderate Muslims too. I've heard that, like I said, from many imams myself, and they certainly hate Christians and will kill them to procure their ends. So I just, we need to have that in all human rights. I found that be the case. The author of 2 laws on religious freedom. I did the Frank Wolf bill in 2016, which put entities of particular concern, a lot of other things into the law, working with Frank, who's in retirement, Wolf, that champion for religious freedom. And I gotta tell you, every time I talk to a delegation, every single time, they deny it. Every time. And after a while, it's like, what's your denial going to be? So last night when I was talking to this high-level delegation, I know some of my colleagues met with them as well, I said, we're just looking for progress. We're standing with your oppressed people. These Nigerians are not Americans. We do have a very large diaspora. They're wonderful, many in New Jersey, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about in the country, and we stand in solidarity with the oppressed and not the oppressor. And we wrote in the original Religious Freedom Act, and this is very important because they say, well, we're not killing people, we're not doing, well, engaged in or tolerated. Tolerated, when you don't prosecute, when you don't protect, that's toleration, and that's written right into the law as a criteria for designation of CPC. So I know that's what you've done, and I thank you for your due diligence on this. And there are a lot of other groups, left and right, and Amnesty International keeps saying, and I've raised this with the ICC. I've had ICC prosecutors testify at my hearings, particularly on Nagorno-Karabakh, when they were using food as a weapon. We're not signatories to it, but it's out there. Well, Nigeria is. And Amnesty, again, last year, they keep asking, where's the prosecutions for this? Nigeria, Amnesty International petitions the ICC judges to end prosecutors' delaying of justice for atrocity crimes. So are they wrong too? And I do hope that, and without objection, I would ask that article be made a part of the record about amnesty. So it's very, very concerning, and I do hope that you will know that this is just par for the course. It's just not us, and it gets very, very tiresome. Show us that it's not you. Open it all up. How many of you, where are the prosecutions? We hear from so many Christians that they dial into the police and nobody shows up. And then there's no investigation. One of my sons is a detective. You've got to do detective work. Find out who it is and put them into jail if they're guilty. And that's not happening. They give some numbers. I remember with Nicholas Ceausescu, when I fought against the Securitate, we used to have people coming around this place saying, oh, he has church, he has no religious freedom issues. He allows churches. He was crushing the Jewish as well as the Christian communities through his Securitate, the secret police of Romania. So it's like we just see this reframe over and over again. So if you might want to comment on that, because again, my argument last night to that high-level delegation, we want you to succeed. We absolutely want you to rid yourself of this cancer that hates moderate Muslims and absolutely hates and kills as well Christians.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, as you and I discussed yesterday, the designation, we hope, will sharpen minds and sharpen attention to the issue. As you mentioned, there is a delegation already here now in Washington this week, a very senior delegation. They'll be meeting with the Deputy Secretary of State. They're meeting with Department of War officials as well. And the Secretary of State has directed us at the State Department to work with the Nigerian government on an action plan and to set up a task force to address this issue and use all of the tools that are at our disposal to focus minds and focus attention on this issue. Thank you.
As you mentioned, Chairman, this is not a new issue. This has been going on in Nigeria for several years. President Trump designated Nigeria in 2020, and the previous administration removed Nigeria as a CPC in 2021 and 2022 and 2023. And so a CPC designation, as my colleague just mentioned, focuses the minds of people in Nigeria. It puts the onus on the government of Nigeria to take action to protect its own citizens, including people of all faiths, not just Christians. Muslim communities are affected as well, other communities. And so the CPC designation is a step that starts a conversation that leads to greater engagement with the Nigerian government, because ultimately this is their responsibility.
Let me just, there is talk, while the CPC is not a designation of genocide, there is a very cogent argument to be made that this is a genocide. And I remind people that, again, there's all this denial. I had 3 hearings on the Armenian genocide, and I had, sitting right where you're sitting, Mr. McGee, an ambassador from Turkey, who said, if you recognize, and we had a good bipartisan effort going on this, if you recognize the so-called Armenian genocide, we'll throw you out of your base in Incirlik. And I said, what a great NATO partner you are. It was just amazing. We've seen it over and over again. When I went to Darfur and met with Bashir, we then went to the UN, Human Rights Commission, as it was called then, not the Council. We were flabbergasted that they wouldn't call what was happening in Darfur a genocide. And again, I remind everybody, Article 2 says genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such, in whole or in part. It's very clear. Now, we're not talking in CPC about genocide, but when we fought against ISIS, and Jeff Fortenberry did a very serious bill because the administration then would not recognize what ISIS was doing to the Chaldeans, and I went and visited with them in that part of the world. I was shocked that they wouldn't do it. We got a bipartisan piece of legislation passed that did recognize the genocide, and then finally John Kerry said, "Okay, we'll call it what it is." So, whole or in part, And that's what's happening here, at least in part. And the president did say he's worried about the extermination if it's allowed to continue onward. So I would like to ask, just for the record, the department has 7 positions vacant in our embassy in Nigeria, including individual rights, religious freedom reports, and the like. I just encourage you to fill those as quickly as possible. I think that would be very helpful if you could. And I yield to Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I noted in my opening remarks, a recent DevX article described a former program from Search for Common Ground that Secretary Rubio terminated earlier this year. This program set up critical early warning systems in communities in Yelwada, a predominantly Christian region in Nigeria's Middle Belt, that actually worked in decreasing instances of violence and deaths. In June, this same community experienced an attack, but without that early warning system. Nearly 200 people died and 4,000 people fled their homes. Security forces arrived long after the attackers left. And had this program still been in place, it could have prevented some of these deaths by sending early warning signs ahead of the attack and taking actions to prevent or respond to it. Mr. McGee, this program was funded by your bureau, the Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor Bureau. Can you explain to the committee why the department canceled this program?
Thank you for your question, Ranking Member Jacobs. As Secretary Rubio has said time and again, America is the most generous country in the world, and we will continue to be the most generous country in the world. We are looking at every option to stop this atrocious violence, but ultimately the violence must be stopped by the Nigerian government.
Okay,
in terms of programming,
will you recommend restarting this program to the Secretary?
So to your question, Ranking Member Jacobs, we do have ongoing program, including early warning and early response systems that are effective across the Middle Belt, and they have saved lives. And so we have a lot of tools at our disposal in DRL and across the State Department that is not just assistance, but is security, that is economic engagement. Across the State Department, we're reviewing every single tool that we have to make sure that this violence stops. But ultimately, America can partner with the Nigerian government, but the Nigerian government must take responsibility and protect religious freedom for all communities, especially Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately.
So my understanding is that most of those programs have been canceled, but I look forward to hearing from you which of those programs have continued to be funded and which you intend to restart. Earlier this month, President Trump posted on Truth Social threatening to cut off all aid to Nigeria and go into the country, quote, guns a-blazing, to, quote, completely wipe out terrorists. He ordered Secretary Hegseth to prepare for possible actions. This reckless threat provoked calls within the Nigerian government and public to respect Nigeria's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Ambassador Pratt, what role has Secretary Rubio been given to respond to this challenge using diplomatic and development tools?
Thank you for the question. The Secretary of State, as I mentioned, has directed us to come up with a comprehensive plan using all of the tools that are at our disposal, primarily diplomatic, but also security, also assistance, cooperation programs. This would span from security to policing to economic. We want to look at all of these tools and have a comprehensive strategy to get the best result possible.
Great. We will look forward to seeing that strategy. There were public reports that AFRICOM has laid out 3 potential military options. What is the status of this decision at an interagency level?
We have had interagency discussions about all of the tools that are at our disposal, including on the security side of the equation, and we have a live discussion with the Nigerian government about how we can assist them in responding to security threats in the country, including this one.
Have there been any NSC meetings on this issue?
There have.
Okay. And I want to turn to another program that I raised during my remarks, the Community Initiatives to Promote Peace. Again, this one incredibly successful, saw positive results showing that only 10% of people who received this training experienced violence in their communities compared to 41% of people who didn't. This is an extremely low-cost, effective intervention, and yet again, this program was eliminated. Mr. McGee, can you help the committee understand why this program wasn't deemed worthwhile to continue?
So again, the programming that I mentioned that we still have continuing in the Middle Belt, early warning, early response, also includes dialogue amongst religious communities. And we have seen effective dialogue between those communities that do promote religious tolerance, addressing some of the root causes that you mentioned earlier. And so we're committed to continue to provide support to the Nigerian government. That obviously programming doesn't go to the Nigerian government. It goes to locally owned and locally managed programming opportunities. And so we're still doing that programming, and we're committed to use every tool at our disposal to help the Nigerian government take care of this issue.
Thank you. The State Department still has not submitted the annual International Religious Freedom Report that is statutorily required by May of this year. It's November. This committee has not seen this administration's analysis, therefore, of the situation in Nigeria or actions taken in support of religious freedom. Mr. McGee, when will we see this report? When will the State Department submit it?
So as you mentioned, Ranking Member Jacobs, the IRF reports are a valuable tool to give an overview of religious freedom in every country around the world and to tell the Nigerian government steps they can take and the situation on the ground. So we're working on those and will be released soon. There's also, of course, the human rights reports that have been released that are a snapshot or an overview of the human rights condition in every country around the world, 198 countries and territories. And so we're committed to releasing the IRF reports as soon as they're ready.
Okay, great. In mid-October, Senior Advisor Boulos stated that Boko Haram and ISIS are killing more Muslims than Christians. What is the State Department's assessment? Have these groups killed more Muslims or Christians? And what evidence is the State Department citing that Christians in Nigeria are at specific grave risk of atrocities?
So President Trump has made clear that we are to respect and promote religious freedom for all communities. In Nigeria, there is a particular problem of targeting of Christians, and they have suffered a disproportionate number of killings compared to their population, especially in the Middle Belt. And when we see attackers chanting religious slogans, churches being destroyed to the tune of thousands of the last several years, thousands of Christians being killed, and particular targeting on Christian holidays like Christmas and Easter and other holidays. This shows there's a religious component targeted towards Christians in particular. That being said, we stand with all communities around the world who are suffering religious persecution because of their faith. We value religious freedom as a per se good, and we're committed to protect religious communities no matter where they are. As I think Chairman Smith mentioned in his remarks, of the thousands of Christians who have been killed this year around the world, the vast majority have been killed in Nigeria, which is a problem the government of Nigeria must take seriously.
Okay. I disagree with your assessment, but I look forward to seeing the report that has it all laid out. Last question, Ambassador Pratt. Yesterday, President Trump announced this administration would start focusing on trying to end the war in Sudan. This is a welcome development, and I hope you all are successful. I am, however, concerned that the sporadic high-level attention without the appropriate staff at the working level will not be enough to bring a sustained end to the war or transition to a real peace process that includes Sudanese civilians. Could you share more about the State Department's strategy to bring the war in Sudan to an end? How many people on your team are dedicated to this portfolio? Has there been an NAC meeting about this recently? Will there be shortly? How can we be sure that this will be a sustained approach?
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Jacobs. I'm very proud to have fought very hard to retain all of the staff in the Africa Bureau during the recent reorganization that the State Department undertook. We were able to present very convincing data about the understaffing historically in the Bureau. And so not only did we retain staff, we also gained additional staff to help on the assistance side. On Sudan, we retain a very large office by State Department standards focused on Sudan, and we are very lucky to have Senior Advisor Boulos, who has brought high-level White House attention to two key issues for us, which is Eastern DRC, as you know, and Sudan. Senior Advisor Boulos has also worked on other issues to bring profile and attention to them. And so we welcome the President's comments and profile in his meetings with the Saudi leader yesterday to draw attention and resources to this issue.
Okay. Listen, I know you all are doing what you can. AF is mostly intact. Staff bandwidth is still limited by USAID cuts at embassy and the cut to the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations that I know was working hard on this issue. And the administration has yet to name a special envoy for Sudan. So I look forward to continuing this conversation to make sure that you all have what you need to be successful in this endeavor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Baird.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witnesses for being here. My question deals with the responsibility, and we've heard a lot about that already, of the Nigerian government for putting an end to this prosecution or persecution. So has the United States really been able to see any progress in terms of the Nigerian government recognizing a duty on its part to reduce this persecution and targeted violence? And to what extent, if any, has the government's accountability made any improvement in reducing these persecutions?
So as I mentioned in my opening statement, thank you for your question, Representative Baird. The Nigerian government has to do more. There have been attacks where 0 perpetrators have been held to account and 0 prosecutions. Heinous attacks that cost lives, that drive people out of their homes. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of internally displaced peoples, and those individuals who caused that displacement have not been held to account. So as SBO Pratt mentioned, we're having high-level engagement with the Nigerian government. We have a great partnership on a lot of issues like security, trade, other things, but we're encouraging them to actually take ownership of this responsibility and prosecute the criminals and terrorists who have perpetrated this persecution.
So do you feel like there's any movement on the part of the government, Nigerian government, to do that, to move to protect their people? I mean, I just wanted a hint of whether they're moving that direction or not.
So I think President Trump took bold action in redesignating Nigeria as a CPC, and that, I believe, has gotten the attention of the Nigerian government. We're engaged in high-level dialogues with them, including this week at the very highest levels. We're planning engagement on the ground, both through our embassy there and other trips, to make sure that Nigerians hear our very important message that they have to do better. So I think we're making progress in the right direction. President Trump's bold action on the CPC designation was an important step. It's gotten their attention in the Nigerian government, but we need to do a lot more.
So, Mr. Pratt, I want to delve a little deeper into that CPC designation that he just mentioned. And you know, the Trump's administration was designated Nigeria as a CPC. So do you anticipate the administration will be less likely to issue a waiver in the current administration as opposed to President Trump's first term? And if the president does not issue a waiver this time, do you think that the lack of a waiver now will apply to the necessary pressure to the government to reduce these persecutions?
Thank you very much. We are putting together, as I mentioned, a comprehensive plan to use all the tools available. And so I expect, as we're cooperating with the government of Nigeria on what those tools will be, if there is specific U.S. government programs or assistance that will require a waiver, and through agreement in our cooperative relationship with the government of Nigeria on what will be effective and successful, that we may need to seek waivers for some programs. There may be other programs that we will not seek waivers for.
Thank you. Mr. McGee, do you have any comments in that regard?
I would just echo what SBO Pratt has said, that we're engaged in high levels, and if waivers are needed for certain programs, we're willing to do that. But the important thing is to get the Nigerian government's attention, including about the Sharia law that still exists in the 12 northern states, up to and including the death penalty as a device of punishment. And so we're having frank conversations with Nigerians at all levels of government and are committed to do whatever it takes to continue to encourage them to take actual action and not just talk.
So I thank both of you for being here, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank you very much. Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses for being here this morning. And before we turn to Nigeria, since this is the first time we have you in front of us, in front of the committee, I just want to quickly talk about Sudan, because I do think this is so critical. And the humanitarian situation there, the incredible numbers, 400,000 killed, over 11 million displaced, 30 million in need of humanitarian aid. This is just a stunning crisis, and I did want to appreciate the administration's recent comments on this, particularly Secretary Rubio, when he called for action to cut off the supply of weapons to the Rapid Support Forces. And as the Secretary had previously acknowledged, it has been widely documented that the UAE has been one of the primary drivers in fueling those weapons to the RSF. So I hope that I want to urge the administration to use every piece of leverage that we have to halt that support. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership and for the ranking member's leadership on this issue. I hope that we can take up the bill from Representative Meeks and Representative Jacobs. I know it was on our agenda, but I think it's important for us to take up that bill at the earliest opportunity, because this is a moment for us, I think, to all focus on the horrific crisis there. So just want to urge you to do everything you can, and we are spending a lot of time on this issue. I have a lot of constituents who are directly impacted by this in the Sudanese diaspora. So thank you for that. The devastating levels of violence in Nigeria are clear, but I appreciate that people have also recognized it isn't just the persecution of Christians. This is persecution of multiple groups, and I think we have to be careful not to portray it just as persecution of Christians. That feels to me simplistic, and it doesn't account for the intersectional diversity of Nigeria. Certainly religion is a contributing factor to the violence, but a review by the Search for Common Ground found that in Nigeria's Middle Belt region, religion was not a primary driver of conflict. Instead, violence has been directed against both Christians and Muslims, regardless of religion, at the hands of armed terror groups like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa, or fueled by differences in lifestyle between farmer and herder groups compounded by climate change and governance issues. And so I want to start by saying I'm very concerned that a day after President Trump saw a clip on Fox News about the persecution of Christians in Nigeria, he threatened to go, quote, guns a-blazing in Nigeria and revoke all assistance. That would include all global health funding, despite Nigeria accounting for over a quarter of annual malaria deaths a year, and being home to the world's third largest population living with HIV. These are all issues I worked on in Africa long before coming to Congress. In response, the Nigerian government criticized any action that would violate Nigeria's sovereignty and territorial integrity. I know, Ambassador Pratt, that you've spoken about some agreements, some conversations and a task force with the Nigerian government, but can you tell me under what authority would the U.S. military strike inside of Nigeria?
Well, the Secretary of State, and thank you for the question, Congresswoman. The Secretary of State has directed us to put together a comprehensive plan that uses all tools at our disposal, including security and Department of War. And this would be primarily focused on the security that we are providing to the government of Nigeria and how they are deploying their assets. We can also share information and intelligence. We can talk about counterterrorism. And so those are the tools that we are primarily looking at in our strategy.
Don't you think it would have been appropriate to have the task force discussion and the alternatives presented prior to the president going on Truth Social and saying we're going to go guns a-blazing into Nigeria?
We've been working on these problem sets in Nigeria for a long time. We have a lot of programs of assistance in the country. They did undergo a foreign assistance review, but many of them continue, and we want to make sure that we're using them strategically to get the best outcomes.
Very diplomatically said, Ambassador. I just wish we would actually stick to that playbook rather than a bully and threaten of a country that is extremely important to us and to the region. I don't think that's the right way to go, to just go on Truth Social and threaten guns a-blazing. I think what you've described is much more appropriate, and I look forward to seeing what comes out of that. You know, we had Ambassador Kelly Curry here before a different subcommittee of this committee, former Trump appointee, and she said in front of the committee in a hearing yesterday, I think it's a very relevant quote, "You cannot solve problems created by men with guns by turning to men with guns for this solution." And I just would urge us to think about that. This is coming from a former Trump appointee. I think if we were to do this, it would just serve to further radicalize communities and risk turning the aggression of actors like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa directly to the United States. I just have 50.
Gentlelady has expired.
Oh, it's expired. I'm so sorry. I thought I had 50 seconds left. Thank you for your indulgence. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hosenga.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. And I'm going to deviate a little bit from my written remarks, much to the chagrin of my staff, but I feel it needs to be addressed right from the very beginning. The simple fact is radicalized Islamists are running amok in Nigeria. They're terrorizing moderate Muslims. They're terrorizing Christians. And they are targeting Christians. That cannot be disputed. And while we see many people trying to emphasize the outside issues, lifestyle, who owns land, who is the herder, et cetera, they want to emphasize that those are the key drivers and that they're the key drivers of everything but religion. And I and many others, and I'm not just talking about those of us on this committee or Americans, I'm talking about religious leaders in Nigeria, believe religion is one of, if not the main driver of targeted violence right now. We just heard from Bishop Anagbe. A week and a half ago, I talked to President Magaji. President Magaji is the president of my own, he's the Nigerian president of my own faith sect, the Christian Reformed Church. We have 400,000 mostly from a Dutch background, 400,000 participants and members here in North America between the United States and Canada. We have 500,000 in Nigeria. We are essentially an African church that happens to be headquartered in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I want to ask this question, because this seems to be sort of part of the central argument. Well, this isn't necessary. Well, certainly the Trump administration believed it was necessary the first go around. And I want to ask this question. Did things improve when the Biden administration removed the CPC?
Thank you for your question, Representative Huizenga.
And just for the record, I'm seeing a number of heads shaking no in the right behind you. And these are people that may have a little better information than what the American media is, and they're all nodding their head right now. So go ahead.
Thank you for your question, Representative Huizenga. As you mentioned, violence has increased over the last several years. It was unfortunate that the Biden administration chose to remove Nigeria as a CPC in 2021 and 2022 and 2023, and President Trump's bold action to redesignate them is a wake-up call to the Nigerian government. And as you mentioned, extremist religious ideology is of course a primary motivator of these attacks. The attackers themselves use religious language. They target churches. They target Christians on holidays.
Yeah, and absolutely. It was Christmas Eve of 2023 when 200 people were murdered, killed in a church. Now, I want to ask this. So one question was, did things improve? I think the answer is no on that. Here's the question. Proportionally, do we see Christians killing Muslims in Christian areas of Nigeria the way that we are seeing radicalized Islamists killing Christians in Muslim areas of Nigeria?
What I can tell you, Representative Huizenga, is that Christians are disproportionately targeted based on their population.
Exactly. And by the way, for those that you can't pick up with the microphones, there's audible yeses behind you. Again, the people that are watching who are nodding their heads. Why? Because they have lived this. Their families have lived this. I went to school with kids from Nigeria. I've got neighbors who've been missionaries there, who have family there, who have friends there, who know this is going on. Yet we've got not just the mass media, we got people within the Congress denying that this is happening, or certainly de-emphasizing it. It ought to be outrageous that it is Christians, moderate Muslims, anyone being terrorized by these radicalized Islamists in Nigeria, and we've got the Tinubu government sitting back and not doing enough. And I recently just was interviewed by Nigerian television, Arise TV, and that was really their question. Is the Tinubu government doing enough? And I had to answer, no, they are not. And I do not understand how a delegation can come here to the United States and downplay and come up with all of these other excuses as to why this is allowed to happen. It should be rejected and should be called out for what it is. And I've got a couple of other questions that my time has expired that I'm going to have to go and ask for them in written responses. But one of them I need to highlight is in Benue State, there's 1.4 million people who are considered internally displaced. Understanding that the administration has supported refugee assistance in dozens of other countries since taking office, what humanitarian assistance support are you providing or plan to provide to the IDPs in Benue and Taraba states, where many of those Christian communities reside? And I'll have to take the answer in writing. And Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, just to show the breadth of this, I want to submit for the record remarks from the chairman of the Financial Services Committee, French Hill from Arkansas, who also serves on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, the Intel Committee. And I serve as vice chair of the Committee of Financial Services. This is where many of those sanctions originate and the enforcement. And I will say this, sanctions are only as good as your willingness to enforce them. And as the chairman has pointed out, there are ways to get out of those sanctions. And that's through correct your behavior. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit the letter. Thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Thank you, Ranking Member Jacobs, and the distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for convening this critical hearing. The crisis in Nigeria demands our clear-eyed attention, not political exploitation. I'd like to thank our esteemed panelists that have taken the time to come before us today. Thank you for your work on Africa on the ground, and at least one of you brings that experience. However, I must express my shock and, if you will, a bit of outrage that we are not putting into these top positions people who are directly from and represent the culture and the lived experiences of the African people. Currently, we still have unfulfilled positions that are very important, which demonstrates this administration's lack of sincerity towards moving us towards more dialogue as opposed to destruction. The Assistant Secretary for African Affairs has not been appointed or even nominated. The Senior Director for Africa at the NSC has not been appointed or directed for Middle East and African Affairs. I've had the honor of traveling to Nigeria now for 4 decades and meeting with Nigerians in the diaspora for decades as well. They are unequivocally some of the most tolerant, productive, and loving people that you will ever meet. We are speaking today about a nation of extraordinary promise and complexity, a country of nearly 240 million people, home to 250 ethnic groups and 2 major religions, Christianity and Islam, that have coexisted and built a society together for generations. The idea that this nation is simply engaged in a one-sided religious war, I believe, is a dangerous fiction. The current government, led by President Tinubu, a Muslim married to an ordained Christian minister, reflects this complexity. Out of the 9 top security chiefs, 5 are Christians, including the Chief of Defense Staff and the head of the Air Force. Nigeria is a diverse, complex democracy, and we must treat it as such. The suffering in Nigeria is immense. The insecurity is a major issue for all Nigerians. We must stand firmly with every victim and survivor. Violence against any person of faith is unacceptable. With approximately 8,000 civilians of all faiths killed so far this year, the pain felt by Christians and Muslim communities alike deserve our compassion and, again, not our exploitation. The truth is that Nigeria's wave of violence stems from a complex mix of ethnic, economic, external, and religious tensions. Boko Haram and other extremist groups have killed both Christians and Muslims indiscriminately. Communities across Nigeria, from farmers in Plateau State to herders in the north, have suffered unspeakable, staggering losses. To simplify this tragedy by calling it solely a Christian genocide, I believe ignores the full, difficult truth and the suffering of all Nigerians. Therefore, the answer, I believe, is not and will never be American bombs or boots on the ground. We have not given diplomacy an exhaustive chance. I have previously denounced the threat to deploy U.S. troops to Nigeria, calling it a dangerous overreach that risks reigniting colonial-era patterns of intervention on the African continent. We cannot allow the sudden interest in Nigeria's internal conflict to be a pretext for military action when this same impulse was absent in the Sudan, in the DRC, or the Central African Republic. Furthermore, we must address the sheer hypocrisy of a military-first approach when non-military support has been repeatedly undermined. As the New York Times' Nicholas Kristof has rightly stated, Trump aid cuts kill more Christians than jihadists. Deep cuts to the USAID program and global food and health programs have severely limited America's ability to provide the kind of non-military support that was estimated to be saving the lives of more than 250,000 Nigerians each year. When you defund USAID and shut down peace-building initiatives, you leave communities vulnerable. You don't stabilize Africa with missiles. You stabilize it with schools, with clean water, with economic opportunity, with true partnership. The path to peace in Nigeria must come through dialogue, development, and dignity, not denomination. America should be a partner in healing, not a hammer looking for a nail. I urge this subcommittee to prioritize a diplomacy-first approach, fully fund our humanitarian aid and peace-building initiatives, and work with the Nigerian government to eliminate terrorist, criminal groups, securing a safer and more stable future for all Nigerians. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to the testimony. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Who's next? Oh, Mr. Fine. Chair recognizes Mr. Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to participate today. You know, as I thought about what I would talk about today, I thought of a flag that I saw flown on October 7th, 2023. It said, "First we come for the Saturday people, tomorrow we come for the Sunday people." And as we have this hearing today, I ask myself, how many countries are we going to allow this to happen in until we take it seriously? On October 7th, 2023, people yelling Allahu Akbar attempted to genocide the Jews. A few months ago, people yelling Allahu Akbar attempted to genocide the Druze in Syria. And here we are talking today about another group of people yelling Allahu Akbar trying to genocide Christians. How many countries are we going to have this happen to? How often are we going to allow this to be whitewashed and both siderists until we acknowledge that we have a serious problem that we have out there? You know, I want to thank President Trump for doing this. Joe Biden never should have done it. And my question when I get to it will be, why do you think he did? Why do you think he took them off the list? But I want to thank President Trump for taking a leadership role, because we must stomp out this evil wherever it presents itself. I want to thank the chairman for choosing to have a hearing on this. And I want to thank my colleague, my fellow freshman, Representative Moore, for also raising the profile of this issue around the world. It is easy for me to criticize this when it happens in Israel and when it happens with the Jews, given who I am. But it is important that we call out evil wherever it is. And I am sick and tired of the fetishism and the whitewashing of the problem. This is a real problem that we have to acknowledge. In a country where you can get the death penalty for criticizing a religion, and we'll talk about that if I have time to get to questions. That is not okay. That is not acceptable. That is not a value that America should ever stand by and allow. We are allowed to have whatever opinions we want in this country, no matter how reprehensible they may be. We should demand that from others if they wish for our aid and assistance. But what I'm most tired of is the delusional belief that if we all just sit down around some sort of hypothetical drum circle, as I heard earlier, that we can resolve our differences. People are being killed, and it requires people to stand up and use force to keep them and to make them safe. I'd like to ask the ambassador, since 2009, it's believed 19,000 Christian churches have been destroyed. My question to you is, was that a coincidence? Were they just like randomly targeting buildings, and these 19,000 buildings happened to be churches, or were they targeted because they were churches?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. As my colleague has said, and the Trump administration strongly believes that there has been a disproportionate number of attacks on Christian communities, which is the reason for the designation.
Okay. And so let me follow up with this. Why do you think Joe Biden decided, given this was going on, we're all good, we're taking this away, everything's going to be fine now? What led to this delusional strategy that led to the deaths of Christian people?
I can't speak to that decision.
What do you think?
I would say that there was probably a discussion around strategic interests, but the performance did not achieve the result intended, which is why this administration has made a decision that we need to see more performance in this area in terms of security for all Nigerians, but especially to tackle this particular problem.
Okay. I'd like to ask Mr. McGee a question. What is the administration's position, and how strongly have you encouraged the Nigerian government as it relates to blasphemy laws? You know, this idea, you talked about problems that people are having there. They go to jail for years because of their words, because of their criticism. Not saying I agree with their criticism all the time, but all they're doing is they're not threatening anyone, they're not killing anyone, but somehow they go to jail for blasphemy, something unfortunately many people moving to this country want to impose on us here. What has the administration done to say to that, that's not okay, we're not going to abide by that?
So it is unacceptable in a free and democratic society to have blasphemy laws, period. They are not only imposing on somebody's free speech, but they're also imposing on the right to practice their own religion freely. And when blasphemy laws are used as a tool by the mob, or bandits, whatever you want to call them, to attack Christians, it shows that blasphemy laws are a problem per se. It's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why the Trump administration opposes these laws, and it's one of the reasons why Nigeria is on the CPC list, because these Sharia laws are being used as a bludgeon against Christians oftentimes.
Well, I want to thank you both for being here, and I will close by thanking President Trump for being willing to go after Muslim terror wherever it rears its ugly head around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fine. Dr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for having this hearing. Africa is an area of particular concern to myself, a person who's been deployed there a couple times on Marine Expeditionary Units, seen some horrible things. It was interesting to me when one of the caucuses here in this august House claimed that President Bush waited too long to go into a certain country to secure the capital of Liberia after a presidential exile because he didn't give a damn about Africans. Meanwhile, we stood by during the Clinton administration in '94 when I was in Entebbe, Uganda, waiting to go into Rwanda, while about 1 million people were killed in very similar fashion to what's happening right now. People are being hacked to death with machetes. I've seen some very graphic things of what's going on right now. People literally being dismembered by machetes. People digging their own graves and literally being just summarily executed. And yet the right thing to do is to continue with the diplomacy that's resulted in this all along to take them off the CPC. And this idea that this ever went away is ridiculous. We're right now considering selling arms to them, one of the most advanced attack helicopters, the AH-1 Whiskey, the Viper, or actually it's the Zulu. I'm very concerned with how that's going to be deployed and against whom. We've seen the integration of very, very radical people inside of the government agencies themselves. And we've seen this in Afghanistan. When I was in Afghanistan, we saw the same thing, where the bad actors actually get inside of the government agencies and turn upon their own people. Very concerning. We saw Tigran Gambarian, one of my constituents, taken hostage by the Nigerian government and held hostage for several months because of some business dispute they had with somebody in America. Bad acting on the Nigerian government's behalf. Now, you talked about, I'm going to quote you on high-level things, Mr. McGee, high-level meetings, what the next step would be, a lot more. But I'm asking for specifics at this point because I've never seen generalities ever result in anything that's been of consequence. What can we do on the by an international community, whether it be from the trans nation in Africa or through the international community, through the UN, which I've seen be highly ineffective in the past, but what can we do of quantity and quality that's actually going to make a difference in Africa because we haven't been doing it? What specifically, not generalities? Can you give me those answers between the two of you?
Sir, just a clarification, please. Across all of Africa or specifically in
Specifically in Nigeria, but all of Africa can actually contribute to solving this problem. We can use several countries to help us out with this. We don't have to be the only force to be.
Development and commercial investment in the continent can yield the best dividends, which is one of the reasons why this administration has focused so heavily on our commercial strategy in Africa. We rewrote the strategy and we've focused very heavily on delivering U.S. companies to the continent because we believe that they offer the best in terms of quality and can bring the most development. And it also delivers for the United States. We've focused very heavily on security, and AFRICOM has engaged heavily across the continent, so security is very important. Law enforcement is a very important piece of that as well. And so I'd say, as you look across the continent, the number one priority that I would place, because it lifts all boats, is the economic piece, and I'd focus on commercial.
So the AFRICOM commander is a Marine, four-star, good friend of mine, and I understand what his limitations have been. You know, obviously, we don't want to be, if you're not invited into a country, it makes it much more difficult. I've seen the leverage we have economically, but I'm worried also about pushing them into Chinese arms, which they're ready and waiting to pilfer that country and its resources. What about how we deal with the international community coming in there and stabilizing it in a military fashion so that we can actually stop the violence? Because it doesn't seem like the government's being effective in that at all.
The new AFRICOM commander, General Anderson, it's good to hear that is a colleague of yours, is highly capable, as you know, Special Forces. He's brought a lot of focus to the continent and how he would like to work with African governments, including Nigeria, on sharing information and on achieving better outcomes on the security side of the equation. And so he's been very, very engaged, and I believe will achieve results in terms of security on the continent.
Okay. I'm just going to once again get back to the center point that wasn't really addressed, but I hope is addressed. Yes, we need that financial leverage on them, and I think they will pay attention to that. We have their attention, but it's not finishing the race. We need to bring the international community on board to solve this in very tangible assets because the violence is real. It's not stopping, and Nigeria does not seem to be taking this seriously. Thank you. With that, I yield.
Thank you very much, Dr. McCormick. Mr. Oshatsky.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to our ranking member Jacobs, to all our witnesses. Ambassador Pratt, thank you for your many years of service to our country. I'll just open by saying I am a man of deep faith. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. I have no problem sharing that. I am also troubled by the state of religious freedom in Nigeria and around the world. So I want to be clear up front, violence against Christians in Nigeria is a serious issue. Christians are being massacred and communities are living in constant fear. But this suffering is not just confined to one religious group. Masad Boulos, President Trump's own senior advisor for Africa, recently said, quote, "People are suffering from all sorts of backgrounds. This is not specifically targeted at one group or other. Terrorism has no color and no religion and no tribe." President Trump's own senior advisor. Muslims and Christians alike have lived under the constant threat of extremist groups like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa for far too long. And so the real story here for me is not about Nigeria's intent at the institutional level to persecute people based on faith. Instead, it's really an issue of capacity. The Nigerian government lacks the means to protect communities against groups that kill indiscriminately. To be clear, this does not abdicate the Nigerian government from responsibility. A government's duty is to protect its people, and when there's a failure to do so, whether that's neglect or corruption or governance, leaders must be held accountable. But capacity within Nigerian institutions maintain peace is a real question, and we should be asking what the U.S. is doing to help Nigeria build that capacity. Are we offering real partnerships or just threatening airstrikes and sanctions? Or instead, are we thinking about technical support, training, and investment in the institutions that prevent violence in the first place? So let's work together to fix what is broken. And I appreciate the ranking member for opening up this hearing with additional support options. And I want to thank, again, the chairman for convening this. On the issue of capacity, Ambassador Pratt, you've said that Nigeria needs to do more. If they don't have the capacity to do more, we should help with that. And so I want to know, I guess my question there is, does the State Department assess that the Nigerian government has the capacity to protect Christians and other religious groups from extremist violence?
Nigeria is a very wealthy country, very populous country. We believe that this is a question of focus. There is a security problem in Nigeria, a very serious one, that we are trying to help the country address. And we have brought tools to the table in terms of U.S. programs and assistance. In particular, on the issue we're discussing today, we would like to see more focus on that particular issue, in addition to addressing the larger security question that you referred to.
Okay, I look forward to working with you on that. One other issue that's important to me is youth and youth development. The U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom's 2025 annual report recommended broad support for Nigerian civil society organizations. The U.S. has historically done that. A State Department-funded program in northeast Nigeria called Nigerian Youth Care brought together Christian and Muslim youth leaders to promote dialogue between those two communities. These programs divided Nigerian youth with mentorship and training on how to bridge religious divides. Unfortunately, that program was disrupted for months because of stop work orders, and the State Department did not grant the implementer an extension of the project at the end of the fiscal year. To either the ambassador or Mr. McGee, can you explain why this project did not receive a no-cost extension at the end of the year? And would you recommend to the Secretary to reinstitute this program to reduce violence and promote that interfaith dialogue?
Thank you for your question, Representative. As I said earlier, the United States is by far the most generous country with our foreign aid, and we plan to still be the most generous country with our foreign aid, as Secretary Rubio has said. So some programming that you mentioned, we actually have ongoing programming in my bureau that leads to early warning, early response systems that also includes dialogue between religious communities. As many members have stated, this is a complex problem. It's not one that can be addressed with one neat solution. There are, of course, like every human action, multiple drivers of this persecution, and there are multiple communities being affected, not just Christians, as you mentioned. Yeah. But we must tell the truth. That begins an honest relationship with the Nigerians is to tell them that a lot of this violence is driven by religion, religious persecution, religious extremist ideology. And so in terms of programming, we're committed to the programming that we have on the ground that is effective. It's saving lives, and we are reviewing every foreign assistance dollar at the State Department to make sure that taxpayer dollars are used effectively and actually helps people on the ground.
That's great. I thank you both for your time and your testimony today. I look forward to following up on those programs with you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
I'd like to now recognize Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Smith, for convening this hearing. And I just want to recognize real quick the tremendous impact that Chairman Smith has had in this realm of human rights, Christian persecution over the decades. I'm a former staff member, actually, of this committee. I worked on this committee when Chairman Smith was on this committee. He had a very large impact on me as a staff member, and to come full circle back around to be on a hearing on such an issue that was really inspired by Chairman Smith's work here when I was a staff member. Thank you for that. And but I think one of the things that's, and I would say disheartening in this, hearing some of the media reporting and frankly, some of my colleagues on the other side of the dais here, is this misdirection of what is happening. There is a persecution of Christians in Nigeria. The witnesses have made that clear. We heard the bishop speak. I don't know how many times we have to hear it or how many reports of martyred Christians, my brothers and sisters in Christ in Nigeria, how many times we have to hear that happen to take it seriously. And one of the things that concerns me is that it feels like at times it's echoing an indifference around this, and somehow we're going to develop our way out of it through developmental programs, and this indifference sounds like echoes of Rwanda to me, where we did nothing on that. And I think, as you remember quite clearly, President Clinton has stated that as one of his largest failures in his administration. President Trump has made a definitive decision to actively engage and stop the killing in Nigeria, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. You all have used a word that I think is very apt in this, and this is prioritization. And as Chairman Smith put it perfectly in his opening statement of this hearing when he spoke with the senior officials of the Nigerian government, is that we do want to work with them. We have the opportunity here. I think the Nigerians have an opportunity to deepen and strengthen their relationship with the United States if they will prioritize the protection of these communities. Of course, non-Christians are being killed too. We're not saying that's not happening, but there is a systematic, targeted campaign that's happening here. I met with that same delegation, same as Chairman Smith did, and some of the feedback we were getting is a little bit of that same misdirection. But let's not turn a blind eye to what's happening. Let's not believe our lying eyes, right? One thing I'd want to point out here is we've had religious organizations and advocacy groups have been calling for humanitarian assistance in the Middle Belt region. And my understanding is that the Tinubu administration has not specifically requested it. That's why it's not there. They just have to ask for it, and our State Department will then provide that assistance to those organizations on the ground. That is a perfect example of prioritization and indifference to what is happening here. So that would be a great, to use your department's term, confidence building measure on the part of the Tinubu government in this, if they are serious about this. Because I can promise you President Trump is. He is very serious about this. A question that I have for you is, the Nigerian Constitution prohibits the ownership of firearms. But somehow, these Fulani militants operating in the Middle Belt of region of the country, they're all armed. And we're not talking about ISIS, we're not talking about Boko Haram. Why hasn't there been some type of move or campaign by the Nigerian government to disarm these militants that are operating there, where we're seeing a lot of this killing that is coming from them? They have access to AK-47s and other small arms to slaughter Christians. Is this something that you've been talking to the Nigerian government about? Because I think it would actually have a serious impact, and it is something that I raised with the Nigerian government officials when we met with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moore, and thank you also for your service on this task force that will be providing recommendations and your meetings with the Nigerian officials. Appreciate that. I think that this is an excellent suggestion as part of the strategy that we are putting together, in particular to talk about the policing aspect of this and what is happening in the Middle Belt, so that we can focus resources and have specific recommendations on actions that the Nigerian government can take. I very much appreciate that suggestion.
Yeah, it just seems to make all the sense in the world to me. It's like, here we are. I mean, I understand we're not going to get like ISIS to lay their arms down. That's probably more of a kinetic option there that's going to result in their arms no longer being brought up in anger against Christians. But in any event, this seems to be something that, obviously, I'm not saying it's easy, but it is something that they should be doing, they should be looking at. And while I got just a couple seconds left, I would urge the Nigerian government to take a look at pardoning Sunday Jackson, who is an individual who was fighting for his own life, defending his life against one of these Fulani militants. That Fulani militant lost his life in that struggle, and now that person, Sunday Jackson, is facing the death penalty. Now, where's the justice in that? Where is the justice in that? And all these Fulani militants are breaking the law. They are breaking Nigerian law. And so this Sunday Jackson disarms this person with a knife, protects his own life. He's going to prison and now faces the death penalty, and Fulani militants just roaming bands of them with AK-47s, and that's no problem. You are so right about this question of prioritization. I know I'm over time, Mr. Chairman, but I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moore, for your leadership, and do appreciate it, everybody. Mr. Stutzman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your leadership on not only this issue, but so many other issues related to life and to religious freedom. I want to thank the ranking chairman as well, and appreciate the witnesses for being here. You know, before I begin, I just think it's really important to recognize that, you know, what is happening in Nigeria, it's not unique, and that's why religious freedom really matters. It's the core foundation of our Constitution. I mean, I would argue that you can't have economic freedom if you don't have religious freedom. I've been doing some work with the new administration and the changes that are happening in the Middle East and Syria. And, you know, Syria is a very diverse country, and it's so critical for them to have religious freedom, and respect goes both ways. And I think it's really important, and I think could have a huge impact if Christians and Muslims and Jews and, you know, name all of the religions, if we would all stand together and condemn violence, condemn this sort of violence that's happening in Nigeria, condemn the violence that's happening in Soweto, in Syria, against the Druze and against the Christians and against those that, you know, would push back. I appreciate President Trump, who I believe is the strongest diplomat, he's the strongest negotiator, and especially when it comes to religious freedom. He's been willing to call it out around the world. And so we have this opportunity as Americans to really push the importance of respecting religious freedom and it really being part of the fabric of every country. It's also important for us here at home. I mean, you know, not only is religious freedom important around the world, but it's really important for us here at home. I mean, the last thing we want to see is threats to religious liberty in the United States. We need to be the example, and rather than just looking at others. I mean, we have, of course, a very strong, diverse nation as well. One of the things I want to ask and get to is we talked a lot about the tools that the administration has. Senator Cruz and I introduced legislation that would redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. And again, of course, very disappointed to see that that was revoked during the Biden administration and the steps back that has caused there. I want to ask, Daniel Ada is from Benin. He's as a candidate for president. I just visited with him. He's a friend of mine. I was asking him, since Benin is right next door to Nigeria, what are we seeing in the surrounding areas? Are we seeing some of the same attacks and atrocities in other countries? And is there any sort of coalition? I know the Nigerian government is acting like this isn't happening, but is there any sort of coalition being led by us or within the region to fight back and to push back? You know, I appreciate Mr. Moore's comments about disarming the jihadists and those who are attacking, but is there any discussion about arming the innocent as well, as in making sure that they have the ability to defend themselves with their local law enforcement, and is local law enforcement working for them? So a couple of questions in there, but I'd be happy to hear from either one of you.
Thank you, Representative. The security problems, very, very serious ones that exist across the littoral states of Africa are common and are shared, especially in the north, as we see more and more terrorist insurgent action. And so this is a shared problem. We at the State Department, but especially the Department of War and AFRICOM, have focused very heavily on sharing intelligence and trying to create the type of cooperation that you referred to between those countries, so that they're sharing information, using best practices, sharing intelligence with each other to be more effective. In terms of the particular problem that we are discussing today, this targeted attacks against Christians, it is most acute in the middle belt of Nigeria.
One of the things that we know in the Middle East is looking at the curriculums that are taught in schools, and especially some of the curriculum that we saw that was being taught in Gaza to the young children about killing a Jewish soldier is something worthy of. I mean, do we see this sort of education system at all in these countries? Because what are the young people learning? Are they learning to be pursuing peace and prosperity? Or are they also being taught anywhere in these schools some sort of jihadist activity is worthy of accomplishing?
Refer to my colleague from DRL as well, since they publish reports on this that cover some of these issues.
Sure. So you'll see in our human rights reports where we call out human rights violations across countries around the world. In terms of Nigeria's curriculum in particular, I don't have that information right in front of me, but we're happy to report back to you on the committee.
Sure. No, that's fine. I appreciate you both, and thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing.
Thank you for your questions and comments. We are joined by the former chairman of the Africa Subcommittee, who is now over at the Energy and Commerce Committee, John James, and I want to thank him. February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back. Psalms 96:14 asks, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against evildoers?" Nigeria is facing one of the gravest religious freedom crises in the world. As the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Africa, I have visited and have seen firsthand the direness of the conditions in what is now the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. They are targeted, displaced, and killed simply for their faith. The ancient plea, "Is there no help for the widow's son?" still echoes today. Since 2019, nearly 17,000 Christians have been killed. In the first 7 months of this year alone, hundreds more were murdered. On June 13th, during the Yellowwater massacre, more than 280 Christians were slaughtered in a single day. These are not isolated tragedies, but a sustained pattern of religiously motivated violence, often ignored or even enabled by the Nigerian government. Extremist groups like Boko Haram, Fulani militants, and ISIS West Africa attack often without any meaningful intervention from authorities. The lack of response has created an atmosphere of impunity where Christians continue to live in constant threat and fear. The United States has previously recognized this crisis. President Trump not only designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern during his first term, but redesignated it again in his second term after President Biden inexplicably removed that designation. Religious persecution is tied to political repression and weakening institutions in Nigeria. Example, the detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of the Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear. The United States must stay engaged, and Nigeria must change course now. Mr. Pratt, a direct question. Do you believe, in your professional assessment, that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists?
I do not believe that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists.
Okay, because when you look at the selective enforcement of the rule of law, one might question if there are any favoritism or looking the other way when groups are being specifically targeted, despite the fact, as my colleague Mr. Moore mentioned, not enforcing the rule of law with regard to weapons. My next question, how has the Nigerian government reacted since President Trump's country of particular concern designation announcement?
They have taken the designation very seriously. There is a senior delegation here now. They will meet with the most senior officials of the U.S. government this week. And we have already demarched the government in Abuja and here in Washington on the action plan. And I can say that the results so far have been positive in terms of cooperation.
The Nigerian government needs to do more to address this issue themselves, but what measures are being taken to assist Nigeria to increase its focus on persecution, particularly in the Middle Belt?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Congressman James. As you mentioned, the Middle Belt is a particular concern. That's where Christians, you mentioned Yelawada, where 250 or 280 Christians were killed, massacred. They were targeted because they were Christians. Churches have been burned there. There have been internally displaced people there. And so we're reviewing all options at the State Department, including Chairman Smith, you mentioned in our bureau, we have Global Magnitsky Act sanctions. We have other tools at our disposal as well to make sure that Nigeria, the Nigerian government gets the message that we are serious about the persecution of Christians and other communities as well, but particularly Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately in the Middle Belt.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me again. God bless you, and good luck. I'm here for you.
Thank you so very much, Chairman James, and thank you again for your great service. I'd like to, between the ranking member and I, we're both going to ask one more question and then go to our next panel. I would like to yield mine to my good friend, Mr. Hozenga, who asked a very serious question about the IDPs in Benue, and if there's any answer that you wanted to give and the tyranny of the clock precluded that, please feel free to do so, and then I'll yield to my friend and colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you yielding to me, and I think you saw my passion on this earlier, but there are serious issues, and part of that interview from Arise TV, one of the other questions to me was, well, doesn't the CPC damage Nigeria economically in a way that is going to disincentivize economic growth and foreign companies coming into the country? And my answer to them was actually, I think the current state of violence is as much a deterrent of a foreign company or a U.S. company coming into Nigeria. And I know the goal of the CPC is to correct behavior, but could you explain a little bit exactly what you would expect to see out of a CPC and what sort of changes it might bring? And then I want to address the 1.4 million who are considered the internally displaced people, IDPs, in Benue, and what the game plan would be to provide the IDPs in Benue and Taraba, what sort of assistance they can depend on from the U.S.
Thank you very much, Representative. This CPC designation, we hope, will focus the energy of the government of Nigeria, as well as our own government here, on all of the tools that we have available. And so by setting up this task force that I referred to and looking at all of the types of assistance that we can bring to bear, but more importantly, what the government of Nigeria can do to own this problem and improve security for all Nigerians, but in particular, tackle this problem that we're talking about.
But they have to admit there's a problem first, right? Okay, and I think that's been one of my concerns is I have not seen an actual admission to this being a problem. It's been given excuses and veneers of a lot of other issues that get parroted both here and in the media. Can you talk about the displaced persons and the help that they could be expecting?
On displaced persons, we do have programs that address this, and we want to make that part of the action plan that we are working on. My colleague from DRL may want to provide more in particular on IDPs.
Sure. As Ambassador Pratt just mentioned, the State Department is reviewing options to help IDPs. You mentioned what actions we want to see from the Nigerian government. That includes, as we've mentioned here several times, prosecutions of perpetrators.
Amen.
That includes reduced violence in the Middle Belt. And that includes
against all.
Against
right?
all. Exactly.
Christians, moderate Muslims, anybody who is not being targeted, right?
Exactly right. So the Trump administration stands firmly for the principle that religious freedom is for all religious communities and those who don't practice a faith. It is a per se good, and we're committed to helping protect communities all around the world who are experiencing religious persecution, not just in Nigeria, not just Christians. At the end of the day, we want the number to be 0 in Nigeria. We don't want any religious persecution to happen. We don't want it to just be a reduction in violence. We want there to be 0 people who are murdered because of their faith.
Amen to that. Corruption continues to undermine Nigeria's institutions, including those tasked with protecting civilians sometimes. I've heard from some of these instances and conversations I've had with religious leaders in Nigeria who don't feel that the Nigerian government is equipped to respond to the crisis. How does corruption within the security forces hinder the government's ability to prevent and respond effectively to religiously motivated violence?
I mean, corruption is a major problem globally and in Africa and in Nigeria. I think that it erodes capability, right? It erodes the confidence of the forces, especially at the working level, if they see that their superiors are engaged in corruption. That totally undermines the whole enterprise.
And I assume that that is part of State Department's and this administration's action plan that they want to see out of the Nigerian government.
Absolutely.
The Tinubu government is a crackdown on corruption.
To be more effective, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Time has expired. I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you. I yield to Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Ranking Member Jacobs, for yielding. I think this has actually been a good discussion on this committee and an important one around what strategy we use to eliminate violence against any community. And I think the issue for me is that if you define the problem as people being attacked only because of their religion, that would lead you to one set of solutions. If you define the problem as people being attacked for other reasons, it would lead you to a different set of conclusions and strategies. And I think, Ambassador Pratt, I resonated when you said we have lots of tools in the toolbox. One of those tools is just around the kind of assistance we give to efforts that are cross-faith, interfaith, cross-cultural, building the kinds of ties that we need to build. Because I think this is not a religious oppression Olympics. We're not trying to say one religion is worse oppressed than another. We're saying, how do we get to that ending point that we all agree on, that there shouldn't be violence against any of these communities? And so I guess I want to ask you about programming that specifically promotes interfaith or cross-cultural dialogue. The foreign assistance review that was conducted earlier this year actually this administration cut many of those types of programs, and there are suggestions that there's going to be even more cuts that focus on these kinds of programs. One of the ones I was looking at very carefully that I know is Nigerian Youth Care, and that's one that provided Nigerian youth with mentorship and training on how to bridge religious and cultural divides. Given the administration's concerns about religious conflict and some of the shared goals we've articulated, can you explain why that contract was canceled?
Thank you for your question, Representative. So there is ongoing programming in Nigeria that addresses some of the issues that you've raised. Our early warning, early response programs, for instance, also have kind of an interfaith dialogue built into them. We've seen great success from people who have experienced the program, saying that they have increased, they've seen greater tolerance amongst their communities, et cetera, et cetera. So we have effective programming. Broadly, in terms of foreign assistance, the Trump administration is reviewing every foreign assistance dollar, not to cut, but to make it more effective. We've reprioritized, we've reshaped foreign assistance in a way not to eliminate foreign assistance, but to make it more strategic. The United States has been the most generous partner around the world of any country for foreign assistance. Secretary Rubio has said we will continue to be the most generous country. So I'm happy to share some of the programming success we've seen and get back to you on those answers.
I would appreciate that. And if you can look into this one in particular, and I might send you a few others, because I think that if you say that you're only going to focus on a particular kind of program and you say some of these things are not effective, you know, my work overseas in all of these countries says that some of this work takes time to develop the kind of leadership that is not going to be divided down the road. And so it may not have the same metrics of success immediately that you see, but I think many of these programs really do prove to be extremely important in the long term. And so I just would like to know, you know, what is the status of each of those U.S.-funded programs related to religious tolerance? If you could share a list of that with me, I would really appreciate it. And what new assistance programs should we expect that the administration, maybe you can speak to this part, that the administration is going to promote? That's the second part of the question. And then the third part of the question for you is, I am concerned about some of the reports I'm hearing that certain programs are just going to be cut because they focus on particular communities, or they, you know, are framed in a way that somehow is part of a you know, some sham DEI initiative. And so maybe you could speak to those last two and get me the list of the first one.
Sure. So I'm happy to follow up with the committee on specific program we have across Africa. The administration is committed to using its foreign assistance effectively and strategically, and gets the most bang for its buck for American taxpayers, because ultimately we're responsible to the American taxpayers. So in terms of programming, I'm happy to get you the specific answers that you're looking for. In terms of the other questions you raised about specific communities being having greater assistance, I forget how you phrased it, more targeted programs, we want religious freedom for all communities, full stop. We don't want religious freedom for some communities. We want religious freedom for all religious communities, including those who don't practice faith. We think it's a violation of a moral law that somebody is killed because of their faith. We see that happening in all parts of the world, and the Trump administration is committed to helping countries take ownership of their own issues and actually go after people who persecute Christians and Muslims and people of all faiths, and actually shift the responsibility to where we want to help partner with these countries, but at the end of the day, the countries themselves have an obligation to protect religious freedom in their countries. And
I agree with you on what you said. I just would say I'd like to see the data that backs up what you're saying, and why certain programs that seem very much in line with what you're saying are being canceled. So I appreciate your attention to this, and we'll follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Thank you both for your testimonies, but above all for your leadership. It's extraordinary. And so thank you, and we'll move on to our second panel. Thank you. I'd like to now welcome to the witness table. And we will show a very short video that was just taped yesterday from Mrs. Akpen, I should say, a survivor of the Yellowwater massacre. She lost 5 of her children, and it's just one example of the incredible heartbreak of being slaughtered because she's a Christian, because her family was a Christian. And that'll be showing in 1 second. But if our witnesses could come to the table. You can put the video up. Okay. We'll come back to the video in a minute. Let me introduce our distinguished witnesses, beginning with Nina Shea, a senior fellow and director at the Center for Religious Freedom at the Hudson Institute. Ms. Shea has been a human rights lawyer for over 30 years. She works extensively for the advancement of individual religious freedom and other human rights in U.S. foreign policy as it confronts an ascendant Islamic extremism that we're seeing in Nigeria, for example. And I want to thank her for her leadership. She has testified before, and her wisdom has been greatly esteemed by this committee, and particularly by this chairman. We'll then hear from Oge Bugu, is that correct? Thank you. Who is director and senior fellow of the Africa Program and CSIS and a foreign policy leader with 2 decades of experience shaping policy and engagement on Africa and U.S.-Africa relations. Most recently, she served as director of the Africa Program at the Wilson Center, where she led research and programs that centered African knowledge and agency in developing actionable strategies to address critical issues facing Africa and the U.S. Relations. I would like to yield now such time as you may consume, and then to you as well, to our witnesses. Nina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Jacobs and members of the committee for holding this very important hearing. The debate about CPC designation for Nigeria began in earnest in Washington last spring after you, Mr. Chairman, had introduced a resolution that urged CPC designation for Nigeria, as you had previously done in 22, and when this subcommittee held a pivotal hearing on the case for Nigeria's CPC designation last March. Thankfully, President Trump listened, and he made his decision based on 2 criteria. One, under the International Religious Freedom Act, that these were severe violations of religious freedom, and that the government of Nigeria, President Tinubu, was either actively engaged or tolerating these violations. Those are the criteria of the IRF Act. So Nigeria's multifaceted terror problem that has had a devastating impact on both Muslims and Christians alike is well known, but the long overlooked persecution of Nigeria's Middle Belt Christians by Fulani jihadi militias finally got Washington's attention when that March hearing was held, and Bishop Anagbe testified. The bishop gave startling firsthand testimony that described frequent raids on farmlands of his Makurdi diocese by armed Fulani Muslim herders who kill, rape, or kidnap residents, all the while shouting the jihadi battle cry, Allahu Akbar. Bishop Anagbe, who testified today as well, and I'm honored to be part of this hearing with him, related that 20 parishes in his diocese have been shut down because of these attacks. Moreover, he said, Nigeria's government was doing nothing to stop this. I agreed in my testimony then that Nigeria should be designated a CPC precisely because the relentless and systematic Fulani attacks targeting Middle Belt Christians are carried out with complete government impunity. By contrast, the government is fighting the terror groups in the north. So this is really key to understanding why CPC is warranted in this case. The bishop's frank testimony required heroic courage. He soon began receiving death threats. A few weeks later, Fulani militants attacked his home village and massacred 12 of his relatives and scores of others. The priest directing his Justice and Peace Office, who took the body counts and came to the aid of survivors in such attacks, has been forced to take temporary leave after credible threats to his life. Mr. Chairman and White House, Mr. Chairman, you and White House officials who had met with Bishop Anagbe were appalled when you heard of this. The attack was part of the brutal pattern seen in hard-hit Benue and various other Middle Belt states, but it also raised the concern that this attack was in reprisal for his testimony to Congress, one organized not simply by nomadic herders, but by those in Nigeria who are close observers of Washington. 2 weeks after that incident, Yelawada, which is, by the way, only 5 miles from the state capital of Makurdi, that's Benue State, was hit by a large Fulani raid. Others have spoken about that. Over 270 Christians were murdered, and the victims included some who had been displaced from their hometowns by prior Fulani raids and had sought refuge in Yelawada because there's a military garrison there. The Nigerian troops there did not put up a fight against the dozens of, and it was only dozens, of Fulani attackers who swarmed in on motorcycles and some on foot, wielding assault rifles and machetes as their weapons. This has been going on for years, again with government impunity. Similar attacks are taking place elsewhere in the Middle Belt. To give one recent example, Catholic priest Father George Dogo told the outlet Truth Nigeria, which is directed by former State Department official Douglas Burton, that 10 days ago in Taraba, Fulani militants stormed through a local government area, indiscriminately killing 20 people and burning and damaging homes and churches. A survivor, Christiana Joseph, a 33-year-old farmer from Amadu village, told Truth Nigeria that as she was preparing to go to early morning mass, a Fulani militia arrived on motorcycles and shot into her house. She is quoted stating, "They fired for about 5 minutes, shouting Allahu Akbar. When the gunfire stopped, I went inside and found my husband of 14 years, John Joseph, already dead." Survivor Samson Haruna also stated that attackers on motorcycles with AK assault rifles strafed houses in his neighboring village. He said, "My neighbors, David Bawa and Titus Gregory, lost 5 family members between them. My house was riddled with bullets." According to the Truth Nigeria report on this Taraba attack, quote, "The Fulani militants that attacked were led by warlord Alhaji Tukur, according to community leader Usa. Wakori Diocese Bishop Mark Nzukwane called the crisis overwhelming and said that 335 Catholic churches have been destroyed and more than 300,000 Catholics there have been displaced beginning in 2015. That's just in his diocese. According to the head of a local security consultancy, Fulani militants plan and stage their attacks from an abandoned resort, now overgrown with vegetation, called Danjuma Farm, that the Fulani use as a cover for cattle grazing, he said. That's the head of this security agency. But that's just a smokescreen. And he commented that if the government wants to stop the attacks, they must clear out the terrorists from Danjuma Farms. In a Daily Post Nigeria article, Reverend John Lekel, the director of social communications for the Wakori Diocese, that's the same diocese that I've been talking about, described the situation as devastating, revealing that many rural parishes have been abandoned following sustained assaults that have claimed multiple lives and destroyed entire villages. Bishop Nzukwane told the respected ACI Africa outlet last year that, quote, "If peace is restored, the region's rich agricultural landscape could provide a prosperous future for its residents. Instead," he said, "there is food scarcity because of these constant attacks." And there are countless reports like this across the Middle Belt. I mention this one because it shows that Abuja has failed to act even when the Fulani aggressors are identified and their base from which they launch repeated attacks are known. This represents not only a horrifying pattern of severe persecution by Fulanis targeting largely Christian areas, but also a shocking pattern of government tolerance of this persecution. I want to give one last example from Plateau State that occurred a month ago. The Reverend Ezekiel Dechomo of Plateau, who is the regional chairman of the Church of Christ in Nations, told journalist and Jos on October 24 that Islamic extremists have threatened to murder him from calling on the Nigerian and U.S. governments to help protect Christians against genocide. He told the Christian outlet Morning Star News, quote, "My life is in grave danger. Even as I speak, I am on the lookout for attacks. I no longer sleep with my eyes closed. I have been attacked before but escaped. The threats came after he appeared in a video on October 15, standing in a mass grave containing the remains of a dozen slain church members, reportedly killed by Fulani herders. And Mr. Chairman, there have been hundreds of priests and pastors killed in the last 15 years, targeted, not as the State Department reports that they were walking alone or unguarded on a road at night, but they've been attacked and killed in their rectories, homes, and inside their churches. As the Nigeria government issues denials and watches passively, with no Fulanis prosecuted and no Nigerian forces prepared to defend the vulnerable, the Christian death toll from Fulani militia attacks alone, leaving aside the terror attacks from Boko Haram and ISWAP and the others, is in the thousands, and Christian survivors in displacement camps number in the millions. The respected research group Open Doors cites Nigeria as now the world's most dangerous country for Christians because of their religion. Again, at this time, most Nigerian Christians are being murdered by Fulani militias, and they are the militia's special target. Aid to the Church in Need reported last month, quote, and this is a Pontifical Foundation that says this, Nigerian Christians in the Middle Belt are bearing the brunt of violent attacks from those identified as Fulani militants. Some insist that the violent aggression by the Fulani herders against the Christian farmers on their own land is the unavoidable result of climate change. The State Department Religious Freedom Reports have annually described these indiscriminate mass killings as clashes between two socioeconomic groups who fight over scarce resources brought on by climate change. Religion has nothing to do with it, they claim. This justification of Fulani violence has recently shifted. Now it is generally acknowledged that Christians are being murdered in cold blood, but it is being argued that more Muslims are killed in the violence, and this proves it has nothing to do with religion, they say. This argument is not factual, and it is irrelevant for CPC. The premise that more Muslims than Christians are killed is debatable, as the scholarly Observatory for Religious Freedom in Africa documents. In any case, most Nigerian Muslims live in the north, where Boko Haram and a plethora of ISIS and al-Qaeda-linked Islamic terrorist groups attack them and non-Muslims alike, and this violence, too, is religiously based. However, significant for CPC criteria, the Nigerian military is actively fighting those terror groups in the north. By contrast, in the Middle Belt, where most of the Christians are being killed in recent years, and where Christians are the special target of Fulani herder militias, the government isn't lifting a finger against the Fulani militants. Instead, it is tolerating them and denying it is happening. I have also heard about sporadic Christian attacks on Muslim villages. To the extent that the government is not taking action in those cases, that is further reason for CPC designation. Political momentum to list Nigeria among the world's worst persecutors gained throughout October as the annual CPC review neared the year-end deadline, and reports of massacres kept coming. On October 21, the Pontifical Foundation, Aid to the Church in Need, issued its World Survey that reported, quote, the number and ferocity of the attacks on Christian villages in the Middle Belt have led some experts to conclude that these incursions are a deliberate land grab to remove Christians and Islamize the region, end quote. Various high-level White House officials in the State Department were also hearing from groups of religious freedom activists on Nigeria. Later that week, President Trump made the CPC designation. For the first time, the issue of Fulani militias targeting Christians for mass murder received official U.S. acknowledgement when Secretary Rubio addressed this. This, in turn, got the attention of Nigeria's President Tinubu, who said he is willing to work with the U.S. Until now, he has not shown the political will to stop this Fulani violence. CPC, as you know, is a two-step process. The next step in this process requires the President to adopt a policy response. And we heard today from the State Department about what is being considered. And there are several actions that I also endorse. One is to, it's been raised before by Representative Moore, and it's my first recommendation, disarm Fulani herders. These militias are loosely organized. They don't have explosives or drones, don't use tunnels, suicide vests, or propaganda films. They are an unsophisticated, but nevertheless lethal force because they come armed with AK-47s and 49s, while their targets have only homemade pipe bombs to defend, pipe guns to defend themselves with. Assault rifles, such as those used by the Fulanis, are heavily regulated by Nigeria's Firearms Act and illegal for the targeted Christian farming villages. The act specifically only allows homemade what are called Dane guns, cap guns, and other muzzle-loading guns. The act thus outlaws the firearms that would match the assault rifle firepower of Fulani militias and leaves the peaceful Christian communities essentially defenseless. President Tinubu should order the removal of Fulani heavy weapons, raiding their encampments at Dan Juma Farm in Taraba and other places in the process. He should direct the powerful cattle breeders associations, such as the Mayeti Allah Cattle Breeders Association, to cooperate in doing this. Two, fortifying targeted areas. So U.S. foreign aid in Nigeria in recent years has amounted to about $1 billion annually. Areas targeted by these Fulani militias should receive some of this aid to securely return home and reclaim their properties, rebuild, and defend themselves. For example, this aid could go toward intelligence sharing, the training and equipping of local private security guards, as well as other measures. Again, the Fulani militias are not the formidable foes seen in ISIS and al-Qaeda, and their attacks could be prevented relatively easily, prevented and defended against by these basic measures. Humanitarian aid is important, and this should be for the victims of Fulani herder militia attacks, and this should be distributed through trusted local providers, including through the churches on the ground that are currently one of the main aid providers to the survivors of these attacks. And it's just, again, tragic and ironic that productive farmers now need food aid since they have been driven from their Middle Belt farms. 4, sanctions against those aiding, abetting, and granting impunity to the Fulani herding militias, including those sanctions should include high-level officials in the criminal justice system and the military. The U.S. should gather intelligence regarding official responses to the Fulani herder militias and review possible visa and Magnitsky sanctions for those aiding and abetting. The Fulani warlords' names are known or knowable. Out of all the, I think it's important to understand that out of all the violent attacks by Fulani herder militias, there have been only a few arrests. One involved the prosecution of a Fulani herder who was convicted of destroying melons at a melon company who received a 10-year sentence. It shows the government can get tough when it wants to. And 2 high-profile legal cases of violent attacks on Christians have seen movement in recent months. One concerns the Catholic Church of St. Francis in Ondo, where terrorists killed some 40 worshipers on Pentecost Sunday in 2022. Depositions are being taken in that case. Ondo's bishop recently told me, but the trial has not yet started. It's important to note that's not in the Middle Belt, it's in the South. The 5 suspects being held are said to be part of the East African Shabab terror group and are not members of the Fulani herder militia. The other case involves the Yelawada massacre itself, where charges are have been filed against 5 Fulani herders in September, in an extremely rare example of prosecution that I believe is attributable to the pressure raised by the CPC debate in Washington. Finally, the International Religious Freedom Act suggests as a possible policy response to CPC designation a binding agreement with the country to prevent further violence. So I think that that is something that should be considered as well. unfortunately, President Tinubu hasn't shown the political will so far to direct the police and military action within his power. And he argues that because the police force is centralized under the Constitution, he is overwhelmed. He says that a constitutional amendment is required to give back policing power to the governors of the state, and that could take years. However, right now there exist legal ways he can shore up defenses within the targeted Christian areas. For example, decentralizing police commands internally, or empowering local guards, or deploying more mobile police units to states, and prioritizing referrals of state governor police orders for presidential review. So I suggest that the U.S. enter into a binding agreement with Nigeria to ensure this needed police protection against the Fulani militias. Since President Trump's CPC designation, I note some Nigerian officials, including generals of a force in the southern state of Ondo, who cite worries about securing Nigeria's wide open border, already asked for U.S. partnership in an effort to help, to quote, help flush out Fulani ethnic militia terrorists from the Southwest. Thank you.
Ms. Shea, thank you so very much for that very well thought out testimony. I mean, you have so much in there, and I'll go back and read it to pull out much of what you have just conveyed to the committee. So thank you for that. And I'd like now recognize our next witness, Ms. Anabugu.
Thank you very much. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Jacobs, distinguished members of the committee, I'm honored to share my views before this committee today. Just want to state that CSIS does not take policy positions, so the views represented in this testimony are my own and not those of my employer. In this testimony, I would like to reinforce the recommendations that I made before this committee in March. In addition, I would like to reflect on how this tenuous moment in U.S.-Nigeria relations provide an opportunity for both countries to work together to address the critical threats of jihadist violence and insecurity in Nigeria, and to develop a more strategic partnership. The United States and Nigeria have a complicated bilateral relationship with shared interest in counterterrorism and economic development. But this relationship is often marked by periods of friction. Nigeria wields significant continental and regional influence, but grapples with violent extremism and internal security. Nigeria's leadership in West Africa is crucial, and its ability to address its governance and security challenges will impact not only its future, but the wider region. Nigeria's instability stems from a key shortcoming. Despite 64 years of independence, it has yet to establish a national identity grounded in basic freedoms and dignity. Currently, ethnicity, religion, and language, rather than nationality, define the identity of its diverse population. Understanding the violence in Nigeria requires looking beyond its apparent religious and ethnic motivations. For me, growing up in Jos Plateau State, I've witnessed the impacts of these ongoing conflicts on vibrant communities. In addition, coming from a family involved in Christian missionary work, I recognize the shared faith between Christian communities in Nigeria's Middle Belt and those in the US, rooted in the history of American missionary efforts. However, a narrow narrative that reduces Nigeria's security situation to a single story and frames it solely as the persecution of Christians oversimplifies the issue. Religious and ethnic violence is driven more by governance failures and is worsened by hate speech and conspiracy theories rather than being just a singular conflict. Nigeria is facing multiple security crises due to religious extremism, banditry, criminality, resource competition, communal disputes, and separatist agitation. These issues are intertwined with history, poverty, and political contestation. The interplay between religion and politics in Nigeria is deep and complex. Leaders often romanticize the country's unity, but fail to foster it, as we saw in the divisive 2023 elections. As Nigeria approaches another national election in 2027, religion will once again continue to influence candidate selection, voter behavior, and campaign strategies. The Trump administration's claims that Nigeria is permitting targeted killings of Christians distracts from the broader issue of extremist violence and insecurity in the country. Since returning to civilian rule in 1999, Nigeria has been a major recipient of U.S. security assistance, primarily aimed at counterterrorism. Despite this significant assistance, the extremist threat in Nigeria has worsened, expanding from the northeast, where Boko Haram has waged a 15-year insurgency, to the northwest, where so-called bandits are raiding villages. Most victims in both of these regions are Muslims. Since Boko Haram's emergence in 2009, Nigerian administrations, including the administration of President Tinubu, have struggled to improve security. And many Nigerians across the country acknowledge that the situation has only worsened in recent years. Therefore, narratives focusing solely on the killing of Christians often overlook Nigeria's broader insecurity and the fact that religion is usually a secondary factor in the violence. Recent violence in the Middle Belt predominantly affects Christian farming communities from various ethnic groups. Victims are mostly believed to be killed by Fulani herders who are primarily Muslims. But the killings aren't explicitly motivated by religious reasons. While some community members actually describe the violence in their communities as genocidal, they often emphasize that the underlying causes are ethnic and material, such as land grabs, rather than on religious differences alone. Nevertheless, the high level of insecurity across Nigeria has left many religious communities, including Christians, at risk. The failure to hold the perpetrators of these violent acts accountable has created both a sense of impunity among the attackers and a sense of grievance in the affected communities. Nigerian citizens have mixed reactions to the U.S. redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Many particular Christian groups welcome the attention, seeing it as a chance to push the Nigerian government to act against the violence. However, there are also concerns among many Nigerians, including Christians, that President Trump's threats of military action could also exacerbate existing political tensions. Public opinion surveys overall in Nigeria indicate a public consensus on the seriousness of the security challenges in the country, with many Nigerians valuing their diverse communities and believing in shared national unity over divisions. Now allow me to offer some concrete recommendations. First, to the United States government. It's important to engage deeply and broadly with communities across Nigeria. The U.S. can play a constructive role, but it must avoid selective intervention and address the concerns of all Nigerians across all religions to prevent worsening sectarian divisions. Two, it's important to rethink reactive quick-win actions that may seem beneficial to Nigerians, but could have larger and far-reaching negative impacts. If the Trump administration proceeds with unilateral military action in Nigeria, it could endanger the Christians it aims to protect and worsens divisions along religious lines. Third, prioritize security governance to help tackle the violence. The U.S. should reassess its security cooperation with Nigeria, focusing on building a program that prioritizes security governance and ties military support to tangible reforms. This renewed partnership should extend beyond military aid to include intelligence sharing, rule of law, and governance. 4, support local actors that are advancing inclusive peace and conflict resolution. Supporting moderate religious leaders and community networks in developing early warning systems can shift the focus from identity-based conflict to sustainable solutions. 5, work more with Nigeria's states and its growing city centers. The U.S. government should decentralize its engagement with Nigeria by strengthening dialogue and support for receptive leaders at state and local levels, particularly in the Middle Belt, which is home to about 45 million people. The focus should be on local security to foster a safe environment for agriculture and manufacturing. This approach should integrate economic development with sustainable peace by addressing root causes of the conflict through economic revitalization, institutional reform, and business initiatives. Finally, for the U.S. government, it is important to revive the U.S. Congressional Bipartisan Caucus on Nigeria. The U.S. relationship with Nigeria is a key strategic partnership in Africa. An active bipartisan congressional caucus will highlight this importance, foster discussions, and provide a platform for diverse perspectives to better inform legislative responses on various issues. Now, recommendations for the Nigerian government. It is important to appoint a Nigerian ambassador to the United States to improve its international engagement and manage narratives about its security realities. It's critical for President Tinubu to appoint a capable Nigerian ambassador to the U.S., as I also recommended in my testimony in March. Second, the Nigerian government needs to make accountability of both perpetrators and of the authorities central to the response. Nigerian citizens need justice, as criminality in the Middle Belt has increased due to impunity. The narrative of Christian genocide has gained traction because of years of mass killings without accountability, leaving many faith communities feeling abandoned. Third, Nigerian government needs to get serious about police reform. Nigeria's single federalized police force struggles to address the country's complex security challenges. The Tinubu administration needs to accelerate initiatives to improve citizen security, including the recruitment of 30,000 new police personnel he approved in June. The military in Nigeria is overextended. Many of them are handling duties that should be handled by the police. And it's essential to think about how the country reassigns police officers that are currently providing personal security to wealthy elites to focus more on the serious crimes. Next, coordinate federal and state action and messaging. Effective coordination so desperately needed among Nigeria's federal and state governments is often undermined by finger pointing, and this must stop. Finally, for the Nigerian government, it's important to start laying the groundwork for peaceful elections in 2027. Nigeria must address the use of religion as a trigger for electoral violence. The new leadership in its election commission presents a chance to restore public trust in the electoral system, promote responsible political behavior, and strengthen security and judicial processes. The violence in Nigeria has resulted in significant loss of life. However, addressing the country's complex security issues solely in religious terms and focusing on one group of victims is counterproductive. A fresh approach is needed both for Nigeria and the United States. Nigeria must tackle its institutional weaknesses in security, justice, and conflict prevention to effectively end the violence and hold perpetrators accountable. The U.S. should engage in open dialogue and cooperation, fostering a better understanding of Nigeria's complexities. Both countries can leverage current diplomatic tensions to strengthen their bilateral relationship and collaboratively address the wider threats of jihadist violence in Nigeria and the surrounding West Africa and Sahel region, as both nations have vital interests at stake. Thank you again for inviting me to testify, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. We do have a video I'd like to show. This is of Mrs. Akpen, a survivor of the Yelwada massacre. She lost 5 of her children. The baby in her hands is her one remaining child, but she and so many others who were slaughtered that day, her family. We hear from them, we hear from her, the priest in the picture, that the horror is, the PTSD from that is just unthinkable. And so I just want It's a very short but very powerful video.
Good afternoon, good evening. It depends on where you're watching us from. I am Reverend Father Philip Apple, the coordinator of the Foundation for Justice, Development and Peace, FJDP, of the Catholic Diocese of Makurdi, Benue State, here in Nigeria. I am here with one of the survivors of the Yelwater massacre of 13th of June 2025 here in Nigeria, where we lost over 200 lives in a single night. So she is here to be witness as one of the survivors of that grave attack. So we'll listen to her. That her name is Msushima Akwen. That when they went into sleep that fateful night, around 9 p.m., the Fulani terrorists attacked them where they were sleeping. That they were locked inside the camp at Yelwater, and they were butchering them with cutlasses and shooting guns as well. When they thought all had finished at some point in time, they poured petrol on the building, and most of them, majority of them, were set ablaze. That in the course of this action, she saw a tree up when she lifted up her eyes, and she raised her hands, head on the tree, climbed up where she was able to hit herself. That her 5 children that she left below were crying, and in her presence, they were being slaughtered by the terrorists.
Okay.
That she ran out into the bush at some point, and those who came for rescue would now bring her out of that place at some point, and she was able to witness the whole drama. And when the people came, they were now relocated to a new camp. So thank you very much. This is the much we can receive from Msushima Akwen. God bless you.
Thank you very much. And we now go to questions. Let me just ask, on one of my trips to Nigeria, I did visit the Fusion Center, which there was a great deal of cooperation beginning. And I mentioned that our ambassador, Mike Waltz, to the United Nations was actually deployed there as a Green Beret and a part of a special forces training component. There was a great hesitancy on the part of our government to engage that to the degree that would really make a difference. And I'll tell you what they told me. They said that they were worried about applying the Leahy law so that we do not fund or train human rights violators. So believing that, I actually asked, I had a hearing, and Ed Royce did a hearing on the full committee, and we asked the Undersecretary of State under the Obama administration how many Nigerians could be trained. And she said, matter of factly, half. We don't need half, but a large number, half would be, that could be trained in counterinsurgency. They wanted night vision goggles. They wanted intel to track down Boko Haram and these other then emerging groups ISIS West Africa, for example, and it never really materialized the way it could have. Now, one of the hopes I have, and we hope many of us have, coming out of this, will be that there will be a renewed effort to, again, support human rights trained people, men and women who are not accused, and certainly that is a very difficult thing to prove one way or the other. The lay law is very hard to implement. And I sat through an actual session with a Foreign Service officer in Abuja as he went through names, and just to get a sense of how robust the effort is. Very, very hard to do. But again, so many can be trained. And I think what we are hoping will come out of this, in addition to a whole lot of other things, is a very highly trained counterinsurgency force that will take it to Boko Haram, the Fulani terrorists, and others. I note that just today, there's a report that just came out that the president is not going to a G20 meeting, and he's deploying additional people to a place where there were killings in Kawara. And I hope they're realizing we're not kidding in the United States. The President of the United States is absolutely committed to this. Marco Rubio is as well, and right on down. And what are we doing? We want to help, as I said earlier, those who are at risk, those who are dying, those like that wonderful woman we just saw a moment ago who lost 5 of her children. We don't want that to happen anymore. And, you know, I do believe that the art of the possible, when you have a will, when you have a focus, you can have great achievements for peace. And that's the hope here. So last night, and I know that my colleagues also had meetings with this high-level delegation, and ours went for almost 2 hours. And I said, think of us as partners. You know, yes, we do have the ability to levy sanctions, and you may not like it, but we're doing it because we care about the people in your country that are being slaughtered, both Christians and Muslims. So your thoughts on really getting this cooperation off the ground? When I was there, I talked to a lot of people, and I followed up once I got here, and they had all these recommendations. Only a few, if any, were ever carried forward with, and that's unfortunate. Some were, but I think a top-to-bottom review of what can be done, what does it take, and then meanwhile, on the humanitarian side, and we asked this last night, and Mr. Ozenga asked this as well of our 2 witnesses from the administration. You know, the government really needs to do more for its IDPs. It has not. But we want to be helpful there, too, making sure that food, medicine, shelter is available to them. So the IDP camps that I've been in were awful. One was an old hotel that was just, makeshift turned into an IDP, and that was probably one of the better ones. So your thoughts on that, on really helping Nigeria to help themselves?
Well, I think that that is important. That's the way to get this, to tackle this problem once and for all. And I think that President Trump has instilled at least some political will on behalf of the government to, within the government of Nigeria, to take some action. And it's absolutely essential to do this, both because religious freedom is a pillar of U.S. foreign policy. It's in compliance with the International Religious Freedom Act, which requires the president to review every foreign country to decide whether or not to designate it as a CPC, and that annually, and the year is ending, so it was appropriate that President Trump do that again. It's going to help alleviate just unfathomable human suffering, as we've seen in that mother's eyes today, to halt Nigeria's descent into failed state status or and avert possible civil war, and to not to deepen the spread of terror across West Africa. It's absolutely essential that Nigeria's government start engaging in the security of its own people. And again, there has been some willingness, political will to fight the terror groups in the north, but there hasn't been any prosecution, so far successful prosecution, of any one from the Fulani militias at all. So I think that that's...
Just say that again for emphasis. There has not been, with the Fulani militias, efforts to...
So there hasn't been, and then that is, I think, more of a police work, and warfare is very different now. There's human intelligence is getting rarer and rarer. There's drone intelligence and other forms of technological methods. But I think that it's actually a relatively easy problem to solve, relatively. And it should start with that, and simultaneously actually work on the and help locate Leah Sharibu, you mentioned, and the Chibok schoolgirls that are still enslaved. You mentioned, Mr. Chairman, that there was intelligence sharing in the past, but nothing happened. I think that was a prime case of that, and that should be pursued. And can be pursued again fairly easily with modern technology, and it should happen across the country, including in the north. There should be cooperation and work on the terror groups and sealing the border and sharing our experience with that. President Trump's been very good with that. And we have a lot to impart, and if the government of Nigeria is willing, I think it would benefit all of us and the region.
Thank you very much. I think, consecutive U.S. administrations have defined or described the relationship with Nigeria as one of its most important on the continent. And even though that relationship has been complicated with, periods of friction, I think this moment that we find ourselves in seems as if all things have aligned, and there is an opportunity now for both the U.S. and Nigeria to come to the table to reset that relationship, especially given the fact that citizens across the board in Nigeria, every data point you look at, there's overwhelming acknowledgement that the levels of insecurity in the country are unacceptable. I think the fact that we have this coming from Nigerian citizens provides the opportunity to have real serious conversation based on concrete benchmarks for progress. The mistake that would be made is if it is seen as being a selective intervention favoring one group over the other. So there is an opportunity for Nigeria and the U.S. to reset its relationship, one that would really be based on listening to the Nigerian people. And Nigerians are saying levels of insecurity are very high. How do we address it? So this opportunity now provides leverage to the U.S., working with the Nigerian government to actually show some very clear progress.
Okay, thank you very much. I would point out, and this is worth noting, because I was always perplexed with Secretary Blinken, and I asked him at hearings just like this, why he withdrew CPC, and I never got a good answer. But when we were doing the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998, I held all the hearings, most of them in this room. And John Shattuck, who was the Assistant Secretary for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, testified against it for the Clinton administration. On the record, I have all the records, you could go look at it. He said it would create a hierarchy of human rights, which is nonsense. And I even, in my response to him at one of the hearings, was to say, okay, I was all for combating apartheid, which was not a very popular thing within my party in the very beginning of the Reagan administration, and I was all for it. Did that take away any other human rights work we were doing? It was not in lieu of, it was in addition to what we were doing in any other area of human rights work. And I said the same thing about religious freedom. It is a pillar of our Constitution. It's a pillar of our, it's really a universally recognized human right. But they said it would said. 1 year later, I had a hearing on, did it do that? And I had the Ambassador at Large for Religious Freedom testify, because they were all saying, Shattuck especially, it would make everything worse on religious freedom. And the word back was even after 1 year, it was seriously advancing religious freedom. Ditto on trafficking. I was told by Harold Coe, the Assistant Secretary for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, right from where we're sitting right now, that most of what was in my Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 would be counterproductive. We don't need a tip office. We don't need all of the dozens of new programs that were unleashed by that law. And it was a bipartisan law. Sam Gajenson, who sat right here with me, it was my bill, but he was our principal co-sponsor, and we really worked together to get it passed. And he was from Connecticut. And again, as we went over year and after that, it was like, yeah, it really did help. But it was stopped in its tracks had we listened to that argument. Blinken was a part of that on the religious freedom back then, and I always felt, I could be wrong, that there was a sense that the Religious Freedom Act was not something he was terribly enamored of, so it was very easy to get rid of the CPC status for him, because he did not give a good answer when asked directly by me, and I wasn't the only one, where you sit, Nina, why? What's the why of it? And at one point he told the appropriators that there's none of this has anything to do with religious freedom, you know, in terms of the violence. Really, it just doesn't pass the straight face test. So you know, that's, in my humble opinion, one of the reasons why we had such, again, and I remind everybody, it was Clinton who signed the International Religious Freedom Act. And we didn't know if he was going to do it. At the very end, we did have veto-proof majorities to overcome a veto. But that said, he did sign it. I'm forever grateful for that. Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Anambogu, thank you for testifying again before the committee today. As you know, President Trump, in his November 1st Truth Social post on Nigeria, threatened to deploy the U.S. military guns blazing into Nigeria to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists there, stating that if we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet. All of those are quotes. Do you believe unilateral U.S. military strikes in Nigeria would make the situation more or less safe for Nigerian citizens?
I believe it will make it less safe.
Can you elaborate on why?
Because all the data points show us that Nigerians value diverse societies. But even as they value diverse societies, there are also experiences where overwhelmingly there are low levels of trust. Already, just from the threats that have been made, we're already seeing, especially if you go on social media, people basically forming camps and basically coming up with different conspiracy theories about what is feeding the threats that have been made by the president. So I think it's important to understand the complexities of Nigeria and understand how fragile things are in the environment, and that for years you've actually had members of the political class that have actually manipulated that public mistrust to gain power. So at this point, you hear people forming different camps and making different statements and building different conspiracy theories. I think overwhelmingly Nigerians value unity, and the conversations that are happening now are not good for Nigeria's social cohesion.
Thank you. And I do want to dig a little bit more into that because it's not just the actual military strikes that would cause problems, but we've actually already seen that even just these threats and rhetoric have had immediate consequences. I've personally heard anecdotes of this happening already in Nigeria. You mentioned it in your opening statement that this was a risk. Could you expand on this and explain how inflammatory rhetoric can make tensions within communities even worse and actually lead to the very violence and targeting that this administration says it's trying to counter?
So as I mentioned, because of the low levels of trust that we see in communities, all we have to do is date back to several conflicts that have occurred over time in different parts of Nigeria. And we've seen how some of them have been driven by conspiracy theories or hearsays. And in many ways, rhetoric like this could actually be detrimental because it moves us farther away from finding a real solution to the problem. All we have to do is just look at over the last few weeks since the threats were made and to just listen to all the different conversations and discussions happening. None of them have actually come out with real solutions from the side of the Nigerian government or from civil society or the international community. Everyone is all focused on what has been said. So it moves us farther from finding solutions, and especially in environments like those in the middle belt, where we've seen protracted conflicts. Time and time again, as you engage in these communities, you realize that while people live together, there are very low levels of trust. And it's extremely important that we keep that in mind, because very little things can inflame tensions that already exist in the country.
Thank you. You've talked a lot about this deficit of trust, lack of trust, about the sort of crisis of governance in Nigeria. How should Nigeria fix this problem, and how should the United States work with Nigeria to address it? Like, what would you advocate as the type of diplomatic actions and U.S. investments that would make sense here?
I think most importantly, for this situation, Nigeria needs to take the lead and literally summon the utmost political will in this regard. As I mentioned in my testimony, a lot of these narratives have continued because people, Nigerians are not getting the justice that they deserve. And unfortunately, it's breeding an environment where there's a sense of impunity, where those who carry out attacks, regardless of what religion they come from, they feel they can continue those attacks. And then the communities, there's a sense of grievance where at the end of the day, if they feel that the government isn't coming to their aid, they come up with their own narratives. So at the end of the day, there needs to be an acknowledgement on the part of the Nigerian government. Nigeria needs to take the lead. Nigerian leaders need to summon the political will and work with their allies and partners, such as the United States, to be able to address this violence. You know, at the end of the day, we may put out numbers there and talk about the numbers of victims, but it's important for us to put a face to these numbers. The violence has gone on for so long in Nigeria. So Nigeria needs to take the lead, work in partnership with allies such as the US, and there is a moment here, there is an opportunity here for folks to come to the table to really find a sustainable solution to this problem.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. And Ms. Shea, appreciate you highlighting the issue of the disarmament of Fulani militants. I think that certainly would be one of these solutions. Obviously, there's not a singular one. It's a multifaceted problem that's going on here in different regions of the country, and there's a lot of complexities to it. But as we've heard, I think, a couple times here, and I do agree with, there is an opportunity here for the Nigerian government to strengthen, deepen, and broaden their relationship with the United States if they will do that in coordination and cooperation with the United States government. When I met with the delegation, as Mr. Smith met with them as well, that was one of the messages that I gave to them, is that there is an opportunity here, but you're going to have to take that opportunity. And I am very hopeful that they will do that, because myself and Chairman Smith and President Trump, we've had enough of this. This cannot continue to go on in the manner that it has, and it now has the president's attention. And I do agree that, you know, you get all this kind of information flying around out here that many times is not helpful. I recently saw the foreign minister was in some interview, I think it was Piers Morgan, and it was the same thing when they came here and some of us spoke to them, just disputing these numbers, right? I think the foreign minister said in the last 5 years, there's only 177 Christians have been killed. I don't think there's anybody that believes that, right? And I don't think that it's necessarily constructive on their part to try to downplay what's happening here. But Ms. Shea, I'd ask you, how do you think about the differences, though, and between some of these statistics that have been reported, obviously have non-governmental organizations that it seems to me have robust on-the-ground informational networks, and those offered by the Nigerian government. How do we have such a huge disparity in the numbers in between what we're saying or what some of these groups on the ground are saying, and then the foreign minister saying there's 177 Christians killed in the entire country of Nigeria over the last 5 years, that which is just hard to believe. It seems that number was achieved likely in just the last couple months, but please.
Yes, you're right. It's huge disparity, and assuming it's not just propaganda, one of the reasons why there is a range of numbers for any particular event is that precisely because the government doesn't do any police work. So there's no one that comes in to prevent it or to, during its occurrence, to stop it, or in the immediate aftermath. So the witnesses have fled for their lives. There's chaos. There's destruction everywhere. The evidence has been tampered with or been deteriorated by the time people come along. It's very hard for the local pastors and priests who are the ones there taking the body counts, helping the survivors. It's very difficult for them to do that job and at the same time do documentation. They do it as best as they can, but the numbers are far larger than that foreign minister is saying. I also want to say that I think that President Trump's designation of CPC has been extremely important. He has gotten the attention of the government of Nigeria. We've heard that there's a high-level delegation in Washington today discussing this with the United States.
I met with them yesterday.
Yeah, so I think that this has been a very beneficial exercise thus far. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. And we've heard several people mention early warning systems, and I do agree with that. I think that those can be helpful. But I do want to highlight a case that just happened recently in the Plateau State. We had a pastor there who had warned the Nigerian government and said, we are under imminent threat. We are going to face an attack if you all don't send some forces here in the next 24 hours. We need help. Please come here and help us. The Nigerian government not only ignored it, they literally put out a press release about it, calling it fake news and hyperbole and being overblown. Well, 13 people lost their lives the next day. 13 people murdered. Christians murdered. I don't know how much an early warning system is going to work if people aren't listening to warnings that are literally over the phone. I'm not sure. So I'd say to the Nigerian government, you're going to have to, and we keep using the term, prioritize this because it's certainly a priority for President Trump. And I think many of us on this panel here today on this dais. But I just wanted to highlight that because that is the type of behavior that has to change, because, and to your point of people not trusting the government, how can you trust a government that doesn't even show up when you ask them to? How are you supposed to trust your life with something like that? You can't. Obviously, you can't. And I think that's why it's incumbent upon the Nigerian government to work with us in coordination and cooperation to address these issues. Obviously, there's going to be some type of bifurcated approach to this. The Fulani Islamic militant issue in the middle belt of the country is distinctly different from what you face with Boko Haram and ISIS in the northeast of the country, and that's probably more of a question of kinetic military options rather than some of the other things that maybe State Department could do more in the middle belt, backed up by some of those same type of at least military deterrence options in that part of the country. But I think it does need to be a kind of whole of government approach to this, but we have to have the Nigerian government as a as a willing partner in all of this, because the president is, as Chairman Smith just said, extremely serious about this. I'm extremely serious about this. I stay up at night. It's hard to sleep sometimes thinking about this, and I pray about it every single night, just thinking about, my own brothers and sisters in Christ in that country just getting murdered for the profession of their faith, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So it is absolutely heartbreaking. But I do want to thank the chairman again for convening this hearing, as he has over the many years and been working to advocate for the people of Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Very much, Mr. Moore, and thank you for your leadership. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your leadership. To Mr. Onugbu, what do you see as the primary drivers of religious freedom violations in Nigeria? And secondly, what are the political, economic, social, and historical factors that exacerbate the situation?
Thank you, Congressman. I really think it's a mix of factors here that we're looking at. A mix of factors here. And as I mentioned in my testimony, at a core of this are failures of governance. There needs to be an opportunity to address the governance deficits that we see across the board in Nigeria at every level. And I think sometimes when we look at this issue, it's also important, because we haven't been able to take a look at it from a whole of government, from a holistic point of view. It's important for us to understand what are the areas that really encompass more institutional weaknesses, and then what are the areas that are plainly just a lack of political will. And so I think, again, as I had mentioned earlier in my earlier response, there is an opportunity here to actually begin to identify what are the areas, what are the institutional weaknesses that exist within the Nigerian system that allow or enable the environment for the violation of religious freedoms. And then what are the instances where it's just plain old lack of political will. Once we're able to do that, then you'll be able to identify a proper solution to a problem. Right now, we haven't been able to identify a proper solution. And this is why these conflicts are protracted and they've continued time and time again.
Well, thank you so much. It's also very peculiar. I'd like for it to be noted in the record as we look forward to the great works of the continent and Africa as it marches and rises towards 2050, where 25% of the world's population will be of African descent. And this country, the United States, seems to talk down to African people historically. I would say that the United States is a very generous nation, and in some ways the most generous nation, but has the most peculiar cruelty towards the African continent, and it must be confronted about its legacy. The second thing is we are right now in a hostile environment with the Republic of South Africa and Nigeria, the nation's two most populous countries, if you will, or certainly two most prosperous countries that should be dealt with. I have another question for you. Based on your experience, which types of U.S. government programs or initiatives have been past or present, have been most effective in promoting religious freedom and interfaith dialogue in Nigeria?
Thank you very much for that question. And for several years, I actually worked specifically in the Middle Belt on these types of community security initiatives. And we've seen local level peace building initiatives where communities have been able to, and most importantly, as a community led by the communities, they've been able to put in place early warning systems, and beyond those early warning systems, moving a step further to ensure early response. Because, as has already been pointed out, it's of no use if people are able to raise an alarm and no response comes through. So over the years, we've seen some successful low-level peace-building programs across the Middle Belt, community-led peace-building programs. We've also seen programs that have included religious leaders from both faiths particularly in places like Kaduna, in Adamawa, in Benue, in Plateau State. We've seen interfaith mediation councils where Muslims and Christian leaders have been able to come together to work closely with their communities. Those types of initiatives we've seen have been very successful.
Last question I would have for you. In its effort to dismantle the USAID program, the Trump administration terminated a USAID program called Partner that supported peace-building efforts to northern and north-central Nigeria. The $2 million project helped to strengthen the country's early warning and security response systems and provide training for local leaders, including religious leaders, on conflict mitigation strategies. This project, amongst others, like it helped to provide local leaders with mechanisms to alert law enforcement to possible conflicts before it happens. Partner also helped facilitate communications between farmer and herder, community leaders, often individuals from different religious backgrounds, in an attempt to bridge the gap between the two groups. Ms. Arungbu, what are some of these early warning signs of conflict? How would you describe the drivers of conflict in northern and central Nigeria? And to what extent do you assess these stem from religious and climate and resource competition?
As I said, the mix of these drivers, it's a mix, and they're complex. And that's where I say, as you look at violence or as you look at a specific conflict, it's important to understand that there might be some conflicts, or there are conflicts that are specifically driven by religion. And there are some other conflicts that may have specific drivers. Where the challenge is now, or where the problem is when everything is lumped in together. You know, working for several years in the Middle Belt, when a conflict breaks out and people say, oh, it's a farmer-headed conflict, it's a farmer-headed conflict. Now, every type of conflict in the Middle Belt becomes a farmer-headed conflict. But we need to take the time and take the step to actually identify which of these conflicts are driven specifically because of disputes between farmers and herders, which of these conflicts are just plain old criminality, as some of them are, and then which of those conflicts are actually driven because people might be targeted because of their faith. And I think this is where we miss the point when we do not acknowledge the complexities within Nigeria, when we use a single story to define the conflict. This is why we've not been able to find viable solutions. If we go back, and I believe Ms. Shen, in the previous panel, we spoke about the Chibok girls. This was an incident that happened in 2014. And just a week ago, we saw another group of school children kidnapped from their schools. Since 2014 till today, we've seen 6 different incidents of kidnapping. And we've had discussions on each and every one of them. But we've not been able to identify a viable solution because we tend to oversimplify and we tend to generalize what the problems are. But for every conflict that happens in Nigeria, there are specific drivers, and we have to be able to take the time to identify what the root cause is of each specific conflict for us to be able to develop a sustainable solution.
And thank you so much for your testimony. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Stutzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for being here. Consecutive administrations here in the United States have viewed Nigeria as an important partner in West Africa. But I would say that our relationship has been less than perfect. Just last year, the Nigerian government wrongly detained Tigran Gambarian, a U.S. citizen and former IRS agent, for 9 months on trumped-up charges of money laundering and tax evasion. Combining this with the Nigerian government's woefully inadequate response to this violence, I'm concerned that they may not have our best interest at heart. And I'd like both of you to answer this. And Ms. Shea, maybe you can go first, but would you elaborate on the relationship between Nigeria and the United States? And do you think continued inaction on religious freedom issues will harm our relationship going forward? Does Nigeria want to have a civilized relationship with countries in the West and in Europe and other parts of the world?
Oh, thank you for your question. I think that Nigeria wants and needs the United States. And I think that many Nigerians have come to this country and continue to come to this country for education, for investment reasons, or to live. And they are among our most successful, if not the most successful immigrant group. So I think that they have a lot to gain, and they know that from a relationship with the United States. I think I'm encouraged that the Nigerian government has an extremely high-level delegation over here talking to the Trump administration about how to improve relations.
So that the Nigerian people, for sure, is what it sounds like you're saying, want a relationship with the United States. What about the Nigerian government? I mean, to the extent that they're giving us lip service on Christians being killed, I mean, do they have the ability to put a stop to the killings?
I think they have an ability to take action, which they have not done in the Middle Belt, where the Christians are the primary target. They're the special target of these militias. And the government has not lifted a finger to help them until now. And maybe not even now. But I think that the government was not given any message before. I mean, we really, this is the first year that the first couple weeks that the government of the United States has said that there is a problem, that we are not happy, our law, the International Religious Freedom Act, requires us to point them out and put them on the list of the world's worst persecutors of religious freedom, violators of religious freedom. So they have not gotten that message before. Before they were told that there were root causes, that these are two socioeconomic groups, there was no mention of religion. We were told, and the Chairman Smith was told by Secretary Blinken and others that this had nothing to do with religion. So now we have a new analysis, and I think that we've had a very hopeful response to that.
Ma'am, I mean, are we frenemies? Are we, what are we?
We're friends. And I'm sorry, I actually missed your original question, if you could repeat.
Yeah, I'm just asking, could you elaborate on the relationship between Nigeria and the United States? And do you think that continued inaction on religious freedom issues will harm our relationship going forward? Does Nigeria, are they hearing the messages that are coming from our president, from the United States, about the concern of genocide? And not just, I mean, I realize there's people that are being killed that are both, Christian and non-Christian, but that this sort of violence is just cannot be tolerated.
Well, if they weren't hearing it before, they're definitely hearing it now. And I think, as I've mentioned before, there is an opportunity, and an opportunity that should not be missed in the way we convey as the U.S. how we want to work with Nigeria on this issue. The framing of the engagement really matters, and I think this is where we have to be, the U.S. has to be strategic in its partnership. The partnership with Nigeria, as you rightfully mentioned, is one of our most important partnerships on the continent. As was mentioned, by 2050, the population of Nigeria will surpass the population of the United States. So this is definitely a relationship that we have to keep and build, but approach our dialogues from a place of honesty. And I think what we have going now in this relationship is that the Nigerian people, there is a wide acknowledgement by the Nigerian people that something needs to be done, and done quickly, about the levels of insecurity in the country.
Do you think the Nigerian government is capable of putting a stop to the violence?
And then this is where I say that with the Nigerian government actually looking at where the inefficiencies lie, or where the weaknesses are within its institutional capacity. And I think this is where, again, being able to differentiate what are institutional weaknesses and then what is just plain lack of political will.
Yeah.
And I think there needs to be an admittance of where the areas of weakness lie. And there are some clear areas of
I agree,
weaknesses.
and I think they should, if they can't handle it, they should be willing to ask the international community for help. I mean, you know, we should all be standing for life, no matter where at in the world. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Thank you. As we close, I just want to make a point. The U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, in their report, says that Nigeria's government has continued to forcibly close camps hosting displaced Christians who fled violence by Boko Haram, despite persistent security concerns in their communities of origin. That is a deep concern, and we're appealing to the country, to the government, I should say, of Nigeria, to rectify that. I also would point out that, you know, there's a, without objection, I would ask that ask unanimous consent that a op-ed that's in National Review by Maureen Ferguson and Esif Mahmoud be included. The title is Nigerian Girls Are Being Kidnapped. Islamic terrorists have inflicted a decade of religiously motivated violence on Christian women and girls. I would note parenthetically that according to Amnesty International, April 2024, that over 1,700 children have been abducted since 2014, since the Chibok girls incident, 17 cases of mass abduction. But it's interesting that this piece that was written, this op-ed, and without objection, it'll be part of the record. Maureen Ferguson was appointed to the commission by Mike Johnson, the speaker. Asif Mahmoud was appointed by Hakeem Jeffries. So there you have both sides of the aisle, both sides of the political, ideological spectrum, writing an op-ed about these girls and about this terrible sexual violence. So without objection, it is part of the record. And anything else that you'd like to say before we close? Thank you so much for your leadership, your comments today. I want to thank my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, for their very, very incisive questions. And we have much to do. The hearing is adjourned.
In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds, not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a false union, never meant to endure. This is the story of Nigeria. giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967. A desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 1970 under the declaration. No victor, no vanquished, yet for Biafrans the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only 20 pounds regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen terrorists have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North's feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the right of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
symbolizes resistance, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world of future, free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra,
Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives are lost.
Biafra,
Biafra lives, freedom calls. God bless Biafra. God bless the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra, Republic government in exile, led by Prime Minister His Excellency Okechukwu, for standing tall in the pursuit of Biafra independence.
Biafra, Biafra.
My name is David Green, chairman of EMET, the Endowment for Middle East Truth. EMET is the Hebrew word for truth, and the people that you will hear today are all messengers of the truth. We have convened this forum in cooperation with the International Committee on Nigeria to focus on the ongoing existential crisis for Nigerian Christians at the hands of jihadist groups like Boko Haram and the Islamic State West African Province, among other ISIS-affiliated groups. It is surreal that in the 21st century, in 2026, peaceful people are being kidnapped, enslaved, raped, tortured, and killed in their own native land, while their houses, churches, and communities are being burned to the ground. It's estimated that 20,000 Christian churches have been burned in Nigeria since 2009. Nigeria is the most dangerous country on earth to be a Christian. The perpetrators, jihadists, are the personification of evil. They are bigoted, psychopathic killers. They are not peaceful religious missionaries. What is perhaps most disturbing is the relative silence and inaction of the international community in the face of this evil. Western European nations and their elected officials have averted their eyes and done nothing of consequence. International bodies, most conspicuously the United Nations, have done nothing of consequence. Daily horrors mostly go unreported in mainstream media outlets. The silence sends a dangerous message that such atrocities can continue without consequence. That's why the leadership in this room is so important, because meaningful change begins with those willing to step forward. Hineni is a profound word in Hebrew. It's found in Hebrew scripture and translated as, "Here I am." Unqualified readiness to address the task ahead. It was the response given by Abraham, Moses, Samuel, Isaiah, and many other prophets when God called upon them to perform a vital mission. We at Emet and Icon, and I hope all of you here today, are saying Hineni when called to come to the aid of Nigerian Christians and all beleaguered minorities who are under threat from genocidal jihadists throughout Africa and the Middle East. Emet became engaged in this effort through our partnership with Stephen Inata and the International Committee on Nigeria, whose leadership and